I'm just a homeless man picking up garbage, yet always troubled by not being able to spend 10 billion. Simply because I always pick up strange things and get unexpected rewards. Picking up scrap iron and finding a 98K. Probably handed it over to the Public Security Bureau, got a reward of 88,000. Picked up a bottle, unexpectedly found it was an antique. 2 rewards of 88,000, went up the mountain to dig and pick up scrap, and ended up digging out a nuclear bomb. The Public Security Bureau immediately wanted to loan me 10 billion as a reward. I just want to live an ordinary life. As for the beginning of the story, it all started with me participating in a show called The Ultimate Challenger. Speaking of it, 360 players drew lots to select their professions. How did I end up drawing the profession of picking up junk? With an iron arm and a large basket, I have to rely on picking up things at the beginning. Fortunately, like other time travelers, I also awakened the junk picking system. Listen to how unique my system is. Garbage locking radar can scan all recyclable items within a 10-meter radius. Red represents scrap iron, orange represents plastic bottle waste, and green represents cardboard waste. Just as I walked to the entrance of a dark and damp alley, a red light suddenly appeared in my mind. I looked at the girl opposite, who was dressed quite coolly, and couldn't help but wonder if the system had made a mistake. But I still went over with a stiff upper lip. The lady across the street thought there was business coming her way, so she coyly said to me, "Handsome, need a haircut?" I slowly pushed the lady aside and said, "Excuse me, let me through." Then I frantically searched around her. The lady thought I was playing a trick on her, so she huffily walked towards the alley. I, on the other hand, continued searching without a care, even though the red dot was clearly right under my feet. Did a strange idea just pop into my head? I kicked the ground in front of me, and it gave way with a soft sound, creating a shallow hole in the soil. Then, I pulled out an object wrapped in soil, about 1.7 meters long. I carefully examined it and noticed that it had a handle at the end. The top part was a rusty bayonet. I widened my eyes, my mind went blank. The legendary rifle, the 98K. I stuttered and couldn't find words for a while, but inside, I was giving it a warm welcome. System, you call the 98K scrap metal? Not far away, the lady was leading a strong man towards me, saying, "Brother, that's the guy from earlier. He bullied me." The strong man now just wanted to show off his machismo as quickly as possible, so he roared at the stinky kid in front of him. At that moment, I was pulling out bullets from the hole, each wrapped in old oil paper, and they fell to the ground with a clatter. I leaned on the 98K, stood up and looked towards the two coming towards me. "What's the matter, guys?" The big, strong man opened his mouth, his eyes landed on my hand. The curse he was about to say about the 98K was swallowed back with a gulp. Then he turned and ran away. The young lady looked at me tearfully. Looking at the current situation, I was speechless. "What's going on here?" "Miss, don't be afraid. I won't harm you. You should call the police first. Tell the officer where we are." Seeing the young lady crying all the time. Actually, I feel quite embarrassed. "Miss, if you have the chance, why not change your job? Nowadays, even professionals can take postgraduate exams. You can pursue a master's or a doctorate. I often see people online advising the police, and every bit of help counts." After I finished, the young lady nodded, looking sincere. Not long after, a police car appeared in the alley. 4 colleagues of the officer got out of the car. They saw me holding a rifle over a meter long. In an instant, their muscles tensed, pores raised, and they ordered me to put the gun down. I smiled bitterly. "Don't be nervous, officer, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm a good person. I was just about to hand in this gun." The 4 uncles with hats finally felt relieved, slowly approached, and found that the 98K probably had dozens of bullets. Upon careful inspection, the gun was intact and the bullets were still usable. It should have been left behind decades ago. Fortunately, it didn't fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, otherwise it would have been extremely dangerous. "Where did you get this, little brother?" 4 police officers asked about the basic situation. I scratched my head and replied, "Uncles with hats, what do I look like to you? Carrying a stick and a basket on my back, with all sorts of bottles and cans inside. Are you a scavenger?" The 4 uncles with hats twitched their lips. "You're a scavenger, and you found a gun plus dozens of bullets. You're quite good at scavenging. A normal person would consider finding a penny as good luck. What's all this about?" I didn't want it either. I thought it was just a metal rod. I thought I could sell it for a couple of bucks. Who knew it was this junk? It wasted so much time, and I missed picking up a couple of bottles. The 4 uncles with hats were at a loss and said, "Little brother, how about you come to the station with us, and we'll make a record? It's going to waste more time." I looked bitter and somewhat reluctant. It's the first day of the program and also the first day of scavenging. Didn't find much to scavenge. I have no idea how I'm going to eat and where I'm going to sleep tonight. I'll go to the station with you to make a record. A bright idea struck me as I winked at the four of them. The young lady present was nervous, afraid that the police would even glance at her. I would love to work at the police station. Ha, little brother, don't worry. As long as you entertain enough at the restaurant, I can amuse the four uncles in hats. That's good, that's good. You've taken care of the meal. How about you good people go all the way and manage my stay for one more night? I'm sincerely begging you. You not only manage the food, but also want to manage the stay. You really treat the police station like your own home. The four uncles in hats looked at each other and chuckled, then burst into laughter. Manage the stay, they said. Seriously begging to stay at the police station? We've never seen anything like this before. After packing the guns and bullets, the four uncles in hats got into the car. Meanwhile, I repeatedly advised the young lady, remember, you have to prepare well for the postgraduate entrance exam. The next day, as I opened my eyes, a beep sounded in my mind, and the system prompt came through. Today is another hopeful day. Successful check-in, increased physique, increased appearance, and today's luck is not bad. I can stretch my arms like this, feeling full of strength. Looking in the mirror, my skin has become fair again. After some analysis, I think the system means that picking up trash for check-in can enhance attributes and also improve luck for the day. Today is slightly lucky, not bad at all. It's a good start, hoping for some exposure today. Photographer Wang Fan and I woke up at 8 or 9 in the morning. We missed the breakfast time at the police station, but received a cash reward of 2,000 yuan. I decided that I couldn't continue searching aimlessly like this. After asking around, I found a construction site nearby. We can try our luck there. Just arrived at the construction site, red dots, orange dots, yellow dots, scrap iron, plastic bottles, glass bottles, densely packed. This place is truly a treasure trove. Thinking about the system's calculations, can't wait. Today, there will definitely be a big harvest. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and start picking. I'm a bit excited, rubbing my hands. The day after the show starts, picking up junk. Finally, the second day will be a big haul. Photographer Wang Fan followed closely behind me, and in accordance with local customs, found a sack and picked up plastic like crazy on the ground. The Money Stone Sea suddenly alerted that there were numerous red dots appearing 10 meters ahead, and where there are red dots, it means there is scrap iron. Now we've hit the jackpot. Xiao Wang, come to the good spot I found. I brought photographer Wang Fan to the area with dense red dots. Bro, there's nothing here. Let's dig and see if we find anything. I've gained 98k experience from picking up stuff earlier. Found a very thick branch and started digging into the ground. The branch was digging slowly, but luckily the soil was very loose. Suddenly, the branch hit something very soft. Strange, why did it suddenly become so ugly? Wang Fan suddenly frowned and couldn't help but retch. Looking at the half-meter deep hole that had been dug, suddenly had a foreboding feeling. But I still gritted my teeth and continued to dig down. According to the system scan, it shouldn't be fake. Since I've already started digging, I have to find out what's inside. With this thought in mind, I pinched my nose, furrowed my brow, squinted my eyes, but it was like the thing being gradually unearthed below. 5 steel pipes, odd numbers nailing the corpse tightly into the soil. This is a dead body. The next moment, Wang Fan's screams echoed throughout the space. Half an hour later, Officer Hong, who had just rushed over, looked at the two of us with a strange expression, saying, "You just mentioned something terrifying. The body was accidentally picked up by you while scavenging." Photographer Wang Fan nodded, glanced at the corpse inadvertently, then quickly turned around and vomited. My complexion didn't look good either, not only because I was scared by the suddenly unearthed body, but also because I was frustrated by the system. This is the luck you've given me, dog system. Counting the first day, I found 98k. And the next day, I found a corpse. This is a small blessing, this is a great misfortune. Well, thinking back, those densely packed red dots appeared in my mind. They should be the steel pipes inserted into the body. The system really dares to scan me. The key is, the system dares to scan, but I don't dare to take it. Am I easy for a few scraps of iron? After Officer Hong finished processing the scene, he said to us, according to regulations, you are the discoverers of the body and eyewitnesses, so you need to come back with us to make a record. Make a record? I was stunned for a moment. Some hesitation. Don't worry, making a record is quick, won't take much time. Officer Hong thought we didn't want to go, so we reassured him. I can't help but laugh or cry. I just went to the police station yesterday, made a record, and now I have to go back today to do another one. It seems like I have a special connection with the police station. Well, let's just do without this connection. It's getting late. If we're going to make a record, will you still provide meals for us? Officer Hong and the photographer Wang Fan widened their eyes, looking completely incredulous. It seems like they treat the police station as their own home, free to eat, drink, and stay as they please. They don't understand my hardship. Collecting scrap under the scorching sun, even picking up dozens of bottles might not be enough to buy a meal. And now I have to go to the police station to make a record again. Haha, I remember now. Officer Hong scrutinized me up and down at close range. You're the one who found the 98K yesterday and voluntarily turned it in, right? Yes, it's not exactly an honorable deed. Officer Hong patted my shoulder. Let's go. We'll provide meals while you make the record, I promise. After finishing the meal and making the record, Officer Hong asked in an odd tone, you guys honestly collect scrap, so how did you manage to find a corpse? I've never seen anyone find a corpse while collecting scrap, and so accurately at that. I nodded and said, speaking of which, I'm actually a bit angry, more than a bit. Just collecting garbage peacefully, who would have thought we'd find a corpse? We didn't collect much garbage, but we sure found the corpse accurately. Officer Hong finished speaking, almost done here. Please leave your phone number and address, and then you can leave. If there are any new developments in the case, we will contact you in time. Remember to keep your phone line open. Phone number, address. I looked at Officer Hong and awkwardly smiled. Since I joined the show, my phone has been confiscated. Even if I had a way to contact, no one would answer. Officer Hong, phone number, address, I really didn't have them, and I couldn't help but look embarrassed. What's going on? Officer Hong is completely confused, and doesn't even have the phone number or address. Officer Hong, can we do it this way? Anyway, the DNA comparison results will be out tomorrow. It's too much trouble to run around. How about we stay at the Public Security Bureau tonight? I rub my hands. With a sincere face, Brother Wang Fan, aren't you a bit too crazy? Free food, free drinks, and free accommodation. Officer Hong was dumbfounded right away. After being a police officer for so many years, this is the first time someone has actively requested to stay at the police station, and it's not the first time. But thinking about what I said makes sense. Officer Hong pondered for a moment and agreed. It's still the temporary shelter, still the big bedroom. Although the room is small, it has everything you need. Early the next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, Ding successfully checked in, gaining 2 strength and 1 wisdom. Ding also successfully drew the daily prize, gaining an extra iron arm, and a special reward for 100% accuracy in throwing skills. Ding's daily fortune telling was successful, with today's luck being a little lucky. It's the 3rd day of little luck, and the system has added an extra daily draw. It's Xiaoji again, a kind of herb. Xiaoji found a body yesterday. What will Xiaoji find today? I'm too tired to comment. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Officer Hong walked in and said to both of us, have you eaten? Finish your meal and come with me. We'll talk on the way in the car. The photographer Wang Fan and I were forcefully taken into the car. It's just a little after 7 in the morning, Officer Hong. What's the rush? At this moment, Officer Hong smiled mysteriously. The first comparison result is out, and it's very surprising. With a pleasant surprise, Officer Hong said with a smile, the body you found yesterday is a Class S wanted criminal. This means you can get a reward of at least 5,000, up to 50,000 yuan. The photographer racked his brains to process this information about the 50,000 reward. This is really amazing. The body we found turned out to be a wanted Class S criminal on the run. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? This unexpected fortune just came out of the blue. Bro, I deserve a share of that body too. Don't forget about me. Wang Fan immediately starts to butter up. Don't worry, bro. We're in this together. We'll split it 50-50. Officer Hong, who was driving, grinned. Well, I see what you mean. Even the Brotherhood of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei doesn't match your bond. Don't get too excited yet. I understand your situation, but the reward can't be issued temporarily. According to the regulations, rewards can only be applied for and issued after the case is closed, so. I looked at Instructor Hong's meaningful smile and asked, when will we receive the reward, after the case is closed? How long do we have to wait? Bringing you out today is to try our luck, to see if we can come across the criminal. If we are lucky enough to find clues about the suspect, I can help you get the money today. I sat in the back seat, rolled my eyes, and thought, what a joke. I'm not a god. The police may need months to investigate. How can I possibly have no clues at all? What's the use of this? A few minutes later, the police car returned to the construction site surrounded by a cordon. Despite the cordon, many onlookers still gathered around. How's the situation? Any relevant clues? After getting out of the car, Officer Hong asked a middle-aged police officer at the scene. As I got out of the car, a system prompt suddenly popped into my mind. Name, Kai Kuan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Identity, freshman at Longhai Electrical Vocational and Technical School. Identity 2, suspected of killing Yang Qingshan. The characteristics of the murderer, like singing and dancing, enjoys playing basketball, easily gets excited, and is impulsive. It is indicated that he carries a small hammer in his pocket, which was the murder weapon used to assault Yang Qingshan. My eyes locked onto the periphery of the cordon. In the crowd, a figure's lips gradually curled up in a sneer. Whispering to myself, it looks like my bonus is secured. It's like finding something without seeking, and without any effort. Officer Hong, I'm going to the restroom over there to fetch some water. I said hi to Officer Hong and then walked towards the outside of the isolation zone. At this moment, the photographer Wang Fan caught up with me and gloomily said, "Bro, if we can't get the 20,000, let's consider working part-time as sewer administrators. It seems like scavenging won't work." Hey, don't worry. Xiao Wang, have you ever heard a saying, when the going gets tough, the tough get going? I patted Wang Fan on the shoulder. Seeing his puzzled expression, I then walked towards the direction where Kai Kuan was on my own. Photographer Wang Fan leisurely followed behind. His scavenging work was all delayed. My bro really is dedicated, coming to the crime scene to assist the police, and still bringing along his scavenging tools. It was only then that Wang Fan noticed me walking towards the crowd with an iron clamp in hand. Everyone's attention was focused inside the construction site isolation zone. Several police officers were searching for clues at the scene, and no one noticed my movements, including Kai Kuan, the true culprit of the murder case. When he heard about the discovery of the body at the construction site yesterday, his nerves immediately tensed up. He arrived at the construction site crime scene early this morning. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw several police officers searching aimlessly inside the construction site. No clues at all. Kai Kuan was brimming with confidence. After all, the police were not gods. Without witnesses or physical evidence, how could they possibly find him? Everything was within his expectations. Just as he let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave, a strong force hit him, knocking his shoulder down. He immediately fell to the ground in pain. Then he saw a handsome face. Oops, sorry. I was a little distracted while walking just now. Are you okay? He immediately got up, glaring at the young man in front of him. Just as he was about to curse, he noticed many people around turned their attention towards them. Kai Kuan swallowed his saliva and grumpily said, "Pay attention next time. Not everyone is as patient as I am." All right, next time for sure," I answered with a smile. Then, with a precise and skillful movement, I picked up a dark object from the ground with a pair of iron tongs. "Is this yours?" "I picked it up for you," I said. "Oh, it's a hammer." I looked at Kai Kuan. I said with a pretended look of surprise, "Bro, why do you carry a hammer with you when you go out? And why is it stained with blood? Don't tell me you use it to do your nails." "Blood, crime scene, what's this guy doing with a hammer? Who carries a blood-stained hammer in their pocket when going out?" When I heard these words, the people around instantly exploded. If this showed up at a slaughterhouse or a market, it would be fine. But here, it's a crime scene, you know. Mind your own business. Who gave you the right to take my things? Give me back the hammer. Kai Kuan's expression instantly turned severe, as if his lifeline was being controlled by someone. I'll ignore him and carefully observe this hammer in my hand. Just a few dozen meters away, Red Officer, upon hearing the commotion, immediately walked towards me with 2 police officers. At a murder scene, someone had a blunt weapon, which in itself is a very suspicious move. You better make it clear, buddy. At the murder scene, the deceased wouldn't happen to have any connection to you, would they? I told you to give me back the hammer. This is none of your business. Kai Kuan was gradually becoming irritable, his expression turning ferocious. Not far away, Officer Hong, accompanied by the 2 officers, was already rushing over with batons in hand. Kai Kuan saw the 3 policemen approaching him continuously, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned around and immediately ran off. As soon as Officer Hong and the other policemen saw this, they said, "He runs as soon as he sees the police. If he hasn't done anything wrong, why run? This person definitely has a problem, and he's carrying a blood-stained hammer. Definitely suspicious." Chase after Officer Hong. The 3 of them quickly caught up. Thinking of running, I looked around for a stone to pick up, then used the brand new specially made iron arm rewarded by the system in my hand. With force, I threw it, and a perfect parabola appeared. With a loud bang, the iron arm struck Kai Kuan's head, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Well done. At this moment, Officer Hong brushed past me. Even as an experienced police officer, he was amazed by my precise throwing technique. Without a word, Officer Hong and 3 other police officers lifted Kai-kun from the ground in a matter of seconds. Officer Hong took the blood-stained hammer and sternly asked, "Why did you run? Is this yours?" Avoiding eye contact, Kai-kun replied, "The police were chasing me, so I got nervous and ran." "This guy is lying." Officer Hong saw through it all and instructed the other 2 officers to begin questioning Kai-kun. Soon, 2 officers in charge of the interrogation stepped out of the police car. Officer Hong admitted that the hammer was his, leaving the other officers looking helpless. "I got angry as soon as I heard it." "You wait, I'll go and try it. Others may not know about my system, but how could I not know? Kai-kun is the murderer. It's as good as admitting to walking with 20,000 yuan. Whether you admit it or not, you have to acknowledge it." With that, I got into the police car. Officer Hong and the 2 interrogating officers were left stunned. 3 minutes later, I casually opened the car door and emerged from the police car. "Officer Hong, you can make a record." He confessed to everything, including the fact that he killed the victim, Yang Qingshan. Officer Hong and the 2 officers were left speechless, but with suspicion in their hearts, the 2 officers went straight into the police car to record. For more than 10 minutes, the 2 officers looked at each other. "Whatever you ask, Kai-kun will say." His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief towards me. They questioned the professional interrogator for half a day and got nothing out of him. I went in and questioned him for 3 minutes and got everything out of him. How did I manage to do that? Red officer looked dumbfounded and curious, asking, "How did you do that?" I scratched my head and said with a smile, "I showed him a horror movie, explained the law to him, and then he confessed to everything." "You don't show a murderer a horror movie." The red officer was somewhat speechless. "That's the situation. Kai-kun confessed everything. Now he has no intention of running away or denying anything. He just wants to cooperate with Uncle Hat and get the case resolved as soon as possible." An hour later, the case finally had a satisfactory outcome. Seeing Officer Hong walking towards me, I grinned and said, "Officer Hong, I caught the criminal for you. When will you pay me the 20,000 yuan? Officer Hong's mouth twitched. "Don't worry, I've already applied to the bureau. The reward will be here today." Seeing Officer Hong not looking at me, I nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, then I'll leave." "Where are you going?" Officer Hong asked in confusion. "The case is over, so I have to leave. I collect scrap. I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't do it for a day." Su Chen shrugged. Hong police officer. "Su Chen, I heard a few days ago that the bureau hired you as a safety ambassador. So, I see that you are talented. Do you want to come to our police station and work as an auxiliary police officer first? For a year. I guarantee that after a year, you will be made permanent." He really saw potential in Su Chen. Such a good young man, isn't it a waste to pick up trash? Become an auxiliary police officer? Su Chen was stunned. "Officer Hong, do police officers have holidays?" "Yes, but not many." "Can you go out freely at any time?" "No. People say that the end of the universe is in the establishment." But Su Chen felt that the prize money of over 100 million was really tempting. "Forget it, Officer Hong, I still prefer picking up trash." "Brother, I knew you wouldn't leave me." Photographer Wang Fan still remembers the previous invitation from Officer Hong. Joining as an auxiliary police officer, becoming permanent after a year, a stable job. "Brother, I have never thought a man could be so handsome." Wang Fan immediately hugged his thigh. "All right, stop flattering, go do some work." Then, the 2 of them each took an iron arm and started patrolling around the Longhai City police station. Hong police officer, who hadn't gone far, stood speechless on the steps of the police station lobby. No wonder this kid is so carefree, not even leaving a contact, making them think he didn't want the 20,000 yuan reward, and he's just wandering around their police station. On the side of the road, Su Chen wandered around, picking up plastic bottles when he saw them, and treating it as a walk when he didn't. There was no serious look of picking up trash at all. Anyway, the 20,000 yuan reward was about to be in his hands. He wouldn't have to worry about food and drink next, so why pick up garbage? He crossed over. He came to participate in the program. Was it just to pick up trash? Definitely to enjoy life. Slacking off, I announced that contestant 54 officially enters the slacker life from today. I envy him so much. This kind of life is what I want. So picking up trash can be so cool. I'll try it someday. In the live chat room, a group of 996 office workers started appearing. Although picking up trash is embarrassing and unpleasant, the key is that it's cool and free. Brother, what should we eat for lunch today? Photographer Wang Fan looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, almost lunchtime. We helped the police station solve a big case, so we should have a good meal for lunch today. The police station's boxed lunch is good. I smell the aroma of meat. It should be twice-cooked pork, my favorite. Wang Fan's mouth twitched, speechless. Brother, you're awesome. Wang Fan had some understanding of the process of solving cases, and a large group of newbies in the live chat room were confused. What? The case has been solved? Some newcomers, I came to watch picking up trash, and you helped the police solve a case? Host, tell us how the case was solved. Hurry up, don't keep us in suspense, or I'll curse the host that he won't find any garbage today. Host, I admit that my voice was too loud just now. Su Chen and Wang Fan didn't pay attention to the comments in the live chat room. The two of them aimlessly stopped near a secluded small forest. Brother, wait a little longer. In about 10 minutes, the police station should be ready for lunch. Wang Fan kept a close eye on the time. Su Chen sat on the curb, imagining how to spend the 20,000 yuan. Suddenly, in his mind, a series of hazy points with flickering red lights appeared on the radar. Red dots, more red dots. 2 consecutive unexpected accidents made Su Chen somewhat resistant to the red dots on the radar. However, what did these hazy points mean? It seems like he didn't have this concept. Brother, what's wrong? Are you hungry? It's not mealtime yet. Wang Fan stood up. There seems to be something over there, let's go take a look. Since becoming a professional scavenger from the show, Su Chen has been very sensitive to the word scavenge. What others throw away, I can pick up. What others don't want, I can still pick up. In short, starting with an iron clamp and a basket, all equipment resources rely on scavenging. The two strolled leisurely and, after a few minutes, arrived near a secluded garbage dump. About a meter away. Under the scorching weather, the garbage dump was piled up like a small mountain of garbage, rotting, moldy, and smelly. Ugh. Bro, do we have to be so dirty? I can't stand it, I'm about to you out. Wang Fan clearly hasn't come out of the shadow of the corpse. Near the garbage dump, either household waste or kitchen waste is thrown. Su Chen endured the stench, his curiosity growing stronger. He found that this garbage dump had many bones, and whole pieces of fresh meat. Looking around. At this moment, stray cats and dogs have started to gather here. Bro, why are there suddenly so many stray dogs and cats? Wang Fan exclaimed as the camera swept past them. I saw more than a dozen stray dogs and cats quickly approaching the garbage dump. They were attracted by the fresh meat and bones piled on the garbage mountain. Seeing Su Chen and Wang Fan, these stray animals were not even a bit afraid. Hey, you two, what are you doing here? Suddenly, an old man riding a garbage truck behind them looked at them with a smile. Dressed in sanitation worker uniform, with a big broom on the truck, all dirty. Judging by his attire, he should be a sanitation worker in this area. Hello, sir, we're just here to take a look. Su Chen explained proactively. Oof. I thought you were some kind of inspectors. This kid is still carrying a camera in this hot weather. The old man got off the tricycle. He casually picked up a branch from the roadside. Get out of here. Get out of here. A perfectly good garbage dump, and you've messed it all up. The sanitation worker old man waved the branch around, driving away the dozen or so stray cats and dogs. However, in the next moment. Woof woof woof. Hiss. The dozen or so stray animals, as if greatly provoked, snarled at the old man. Su Chen witnessed this horrifying scene. Oh. A bunch of beasts, always looking for food and drink here, dare to be aggressive with me? The old man was indeed the old man. He picked up the broom and swung it at the few large stray dogs in front of him. Woof woof woof. The stray dogs went crazy, showing threatening and aggressive postures. Seeing this, Su Chen bent down, making a motion as if to pick up a stone. He stared intently at the few large and strong stray dogs in front. Woof woof woof. Then, the dozen or so stray animals picked up the unfinished bones and meat and ran away. Hey! Young man, you did well, thank you. The old man smiled. No problem. Su-chen waved his hand and asked, Sir, I want to know, how come there are bones and meat at this garbage dump? And, haven't you noticed, the pupils of those stray animals are blood red? Hearing this, the old man shook his head, somewhat helpless. Ah, these beasts are obviously eating meat. In recent months, this garbage dump has been full of meat, bones, and such. Why would someone throw these things away? I asked. It was a butcher shop owner who told me it was bad meat, unsellable lymph meat. There's no other choice but to throw it away. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Is there a problem? Butcher shop, unwanted bad meat, lymph meat? Listening to the old man's explanation, Su-chen felt strange. It's not that he was speculating blindly, but even if a butcher shop had unwanted bad meat, lymph meat, would they throw it in the garbage dump? Even if they did. Su-chen felt that something was off about this meat. Bro, what are you doing? You're not going to rummage through the garbage pile, are you? Wang Fan saw through Su-chen's thoughts in an instant, panicking. With the stench filling the air in the garbage dump, even the old man handling it wore a mask. Could they scavenge without any principles or boundaries? Su-chen used an iron arm to dig through the garbage pile. Perhaps because of the sudden appearance of the old man scolding, the dozen or so stray animals didn't completely take away the meat pieces on top of the garbage pile. Picking up a bone, a small piece of meat the size of a palm. From the appearance, the meat looked very fresh, not like lymph meat. This meat doesn't seem to be bad, nor does it look like lymph meat. Su-chen threw the meat piece on the ground. The three old men stared intently. You really have a point, young man. I've been cleaning up garbage for a month, my old eyes are failing me, I really didn't see that this was good meat. The old man's eyes lit up, wondering which butcher shop was so wealthy that they threw away good meat? Wait, there's something wrong with this meat. Su-chen picked up a piece and carefully examined the skin tissue on the surface of the meat piece. Hiss. In that instant when that thought popped into his mind, he took a sharp breath. Unable to confirm, he carefully examined the other pieces of meat. They were all the same. Tiny pores, distinctive hair. This isn't pork, this is human flesh. Su-chen's breathing became rapid. His face tensed, his gaze serious. Beside him, the old man's eyes widened. Wang Fan was at a loss for words. The two of them turned pale in an instant. Bro, don't scare me. It's broad daylight, how could there be human flesh? As soon as he said that, Wang Fan couldn't help but picture the scene of the dozen or so stray animals devouring the meat. Blood-red pupils, fierce postures. Young man, are you mistaken? How could the meat thrown by the butcher shop be human flesh? The old man stared in horror at the meat pieces on the ground. Before he could finish his sentence, Su-chen suddenly turned around, ignoring the disgusting garbage, and found several pieces of meat with iron skewers in them. It's this, the one scanned with the red dot is this. Quick! Call the police. Su-chen didn't have time to explain. Because he found that these meat pieces couldn't be pieced together. And thinking back to what the old man said, that someone had been dumping here for the past month. Hiss. Su-chen didn't dare to think in that direction, but the reality. In no time, Wang Fan, panting heavily, ran back and forth to the police station, a distance that would take just a few minutes at most. The officer who was called over was Officer Hong, followed by two young-looking interns. Su-chen, what's going on? Are you guys in trouble again? Officer Hong asked instinctively. Su-chen picked up a piece of meat and handed it over. Officer Hong, take a look at this piece of meat is very likely human flesh. Officer Hong was stunned for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Su-chen, are you sure? The bones on the ground, these pieces of flesh. If it's human flesh, then it means it's a horrific dismemberment case. It should be some other type of meat. It's not pork, maybe it could be beef, donkey meat, or something? In our Longhai City market, some meat shops do sell crocodile meat. Two rookie police officers stepped forward and said, "No." Su Chen turned around abruptly. That look truly made the two rookie police officers feel guilty. "Officer Hong, I can tell you for sure, this is definitely not crocodile meat, let alone beef, donkey meat. Donkey meat, beef, belong to pure red meat. In terms of quality, it is superior to pork. You can imagine, these two types of meat are lean meat, dark red in color. And then look at these pieces of meat found in the garbage dump, whether it's the color or fat content. And the obvious smell of blood. If you don't believe it, you can search online now. After comparing, you will see the difference." With that, Officer Hong took the lead, and a group of people took out their phones to search. The result. Just as Su Chen said, in terms of color and texture, they were completely different. Including some detailed explanations of human flesh by experts on the phone network, all related to the meat in front of them. But even if it's not other types of meat, can we not conclude that it's human flesh? The sanitation worker, an elderly man, was unwilling to believe. How could human flesh appear frequently in a place where he had worked for so long? Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head expressionlessly. "I've said it, it is human flesh. First, we judge by color, the meat color is darker. Secondly, the texture. The texture of human flesh is more delicate than that of other meats. And then, in terms of taste. I'm not sure if anyone in our Longhai city has eaten these pieces of meat. But I can guarantee that the texture of this meat, when chewed, is definitely more chewy than other meats. Finally, and most importantly, human flesh tissue, skin tissue, hair follicle thickness. Look carefully, there are some fine hairs on these pieces of meat. You can compare, are they similar to the hair on your own body?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present immediately raised their arms and observed carefully. Hiss. When they found that all the features were similar to what Su Chen had said, a sudden gasp of cold air swept through the scene. Everyone's body involuntarily trembled with goosebumps. Ugh! Wang Fan imagined some scenes, and under the physiological reaction, he began to vomit uncontrollably. Officer Hong and the two rookie police officers stood in place, their faces full of shock. Truly shocking. Su Chen, how did he come up with so much knowledge? And the taste of human flesh. Even the hair on the surface of the meat, skin tissue, muscle tissue were mentioned. Could it be that this kid had eaten it before? Thinking of the scene of people eating human flesh. Horrifying. Trembling. Disgusting. The two rookie police officers had already started vomiting. Even Officer Hong himself, who considered himself a seasoned old policeman. When he heard these confirming words, his heartbeat also kept accelerating. Human flesh. If it were any other type of meat, they wouldn't think there was a problem. But unfortunately, it was human flesh. No, seal off the scene immediately. Notify the forensic doctor at the bureau to come and make an appraisal as soon as possible. Officer Hong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. According to the description of the sanitation worker, the old man, in the past month, there had been bad meat discarded at this garbage dump. In the past month. If the final forensic identification results are indeed human flesh as Su Chen said, then this case is very likely to be a serial murder and dismemberment case. Moreover, the significance of the case is enough to shock the high-level officials in the provincial capital. TSK. Officer Hong couldn't help but sigh. How could something happen at this critical moment? Su Chen, Wang Fan, and the old man, as eyewitnesses, stayed at the scene to assist in the investigation. In just a few minutes, police cars with sirens quickly sealed off the area around the garbage dump with a police cordon. The forensic doctor, dressed in a white coat and carrying a toolbox, went back to work. At the scene, many passers-by and onlookers who heard the commotion gathered around. From a distance, the garbage at the bottom of the garbage dump was being turned over, and a foul smell filled the air. Ugh! What is this smell? Why is it so foul? It smells like a dead rat, even worse than my girlfriend's unwashed armpits for a month. 80% of the people were leaning against trees, including police officers and onlookers, vomiting. Even the elderly sanitation worker who managed this area personally had a pale face. The scene was truly disgusting. As the garbage was turned over, water seeped out from the bottom of the garbage dump, and pieces of decaying meat, covered in mold, fungi, bacteria, and viruses, were exposed in front of everyone. The meat had already decomposed into a yellow-brown color due to the combination of fat, microorganisms, sewage, and blood. On the bones, chunks of meat were crawling with white maggots, gnawing away. These dirty and disgusting creatures crawled out in large numbers from the bottom of the garbage dump. The most obvious thing was the scattered bones at the bottom of the garbage pile, ribs and leg bones, being gnawed by maggots, and even the maggots could be seen tearing at the marrow through the hollow bones. Ugh! I can't take it anymore, I'm going to vomit bile. This scene is too disgusting, I need to see a psychologist. All of this was like an epic horror movie. The scene was a mess. Some of the new onlookers, even the experienced police officers from the police station, were leaning against trees, turning away from the garbage dump, vomiting. The sound of retching was continuous. Among the few dozen people at the scene, only the forensic doctor still collecting evidence and Su Chen, who found the meat, remained calm and composed. At this moment, in room 54, Su Chen's live broadcast room, cries for help filled the barrage. The vomit emojis kept flooding the screen. Damn, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit. I can't do this anymore, I've vomited 10 times already, if I vomit again, I'll pass out, oh my god. I just wanted to watch the streamer pick up junk normally. Devil. This streamer is definitely a devil. Instead of picking up junk, are you picking up human flesh? Who picks up junk normally? It's either corpses or human flesh every day, right? Production team, I suggest investigating the streamer's ancestors for 3 generations. His understanding of human flesh is too damn terrifying. Streamer, admit it, do you also have a name called Hannibal? Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. At the garbage dump scene, the police search was still ongoing. In order to be thorough and meticulous, a large number of police officers were mobilized from the police station. Enduring the stench, physical discomfort, and psychological unease, they searched through the garbage heap for bones and pieces of meat. Being a police officer is not easy. Wang Fan sighed. Having vomited more than 10 times and breaking his record for daily vomiting, his face was extremely pale. Xiao Wang, are you okay? If you can't handle it, find a place to rest, don't die here. Su Chen handed over a few tissues he carried with him. I'm fine, bro. I can still vomit. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Fan turned around, leaned against a tree, and started fertilizing the grass again. It was really too stinky, much more than the corpse dug up yesterday. After the body was chopped up, it already had a corpse smell. After soaking in a place like a garbage dump for so long, with plenty of microorganisms, fungi, and viruses in the garbage pile, the smell intensified due to the decomposition and fermentation of various microorganisms. Most importantly, as the police carefully searched through the garbage pile, the pieces of meat had spread out to cover an area as big as a living room. Pieces of brownish-yellow rotten meat, bones, and even many maggots fell to the ground. Half an hour later, all the garbage at the dump was turned upside down. All the rotting meat and bones were presented in front of everyone. The quantity was so large that it covered an area as big as a 2-bedroom apartment. Officer Hong, look at that bone, it should be a human finger bone. Su Chen scanned the area and immediately recognized the bone that was unique and different from the others. The severed finger was very obvious, and after Su Chen pointed it out, there was a sudden gasp from the crowd. A severed finger. Oh my god. This is a human severed finger. It's confirmed, I'm starting to believe what that young man said. If the finger is human, then those pieces of meat. Needless to say, the onlookers outside the police cordon were already speculating. The police officers responsible for maintaining order and handling the case all had serious and grim expressions. Officer Hong, the forensic team, and others looked at Su Chen gratefully. They were not quick to draw conclusions. Police investigations always require evidence. Everything must be based on scientific principles? For example, at this moment, the forensic team was gently picking up pieces of rotten meat. With tweezers and placing them in containers, cutting open larger pieces of meat with a scalpel to observe the internal conditions. The forensic team even picked up a few maggots, collected some corpse water with a small spoon, and took them back for analysis. And so it went. Another half an hour later, more and more people gathered at the scene. Until the forensic team provided their assessment report. Officer Hong, get ready to inform the chief, this situation is very complex and severe. The forensic team's expression became even more serious. Hearing this, Officer Hong nodded. Dr. Wang, go ahead, I'm prepared. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Wang revealed his findings. There are 8 deceased individuals, both male and female. Based on the condition of the muscle tissues and the growth status of the bones, most of the deceased were between the ages of 20 and 40. The DNA identification results will take time, we need to wait. Dr. Wang didn't say much more. As a senior forensic doctor at the Longhai City Police Department, today was the first time he encountered such a challenging case. There were 8 deceased individuals. 8 people, all dismembered and chopped into pieces. The scene, including Officer Hong and the other police officers, gasped in shock. Dr. Wang didn't explicitly say it, but the implication was clear: the meat pieces were human flesh. For a moment, everyone stared in astonishment at Su Chen, one of the eyewitnesses. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Officer Hong was no exception. He swallowed hard, feeling shaken inside. Dr. Wang spent half an hour analyzing the meat pieces, while Su Chen only took a few minutes. And Su Chen's previous analysis and statements were all correct. Remember, Dr. Wang is the top forensic doctor in Longhai City. The result: you, a scavenger, did the work of a forensic doctor? The most absurd and incomprehensible thing was Su Chen's unwavering confidence and certainty in his analysis and statements earlier. It turned out he was right about everything. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene was so quiet that it was terrifying, and Dr. Wang, a forensic expert, had also heard about what happened before he arrived. As a top figure in the industry, he was well aware that it was rare to be able to distinguish human flesh just by looking at the meat. Su Chen, we meet again. To be honest, did you already determine the gender of the meat before I arrived? Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, Dr. Wang always had a feeling of being mistaken. Suddenly exposed, facing the curious eyes of everyone, Su Chen scratched his head, sort of. Officer Hong? Everyone? With these words, the police officers on the scene, as well as the passers-by, all began to re-examine the young man in front of them. Wow, while other forensic experts rely on various tests and instruments to determine the results of their examinations. You can just stand there, not using any tools, and instantly tell the gender? Are you a monster? Su Chen, can you tell me how you figured it out? To be honest, in all my years in this profession, I have never heard of being able to determine the gender of a piece of meat without using any tools or equipment. This is a bit far-fetched. Dr. Wang's lips twitched. What he casually asked, a bold guess, who knew if Su Chen could really see through it? At this moment, Dr. Wang looked at Su Chen suspiciously, with a desire for knowledge, curiosity, and doubt. From an outsider's perspective, it's like a primary school student wearing a big red flower seeking advice from a senior and awesome college student. Dr. Wang, I'm not making this up. Seeing Dr. Wang's serious expression, Su Chen decided to explain. I don't know if you've noticed the skin tissue between the pieces of meat? Dr. Wang nodded. Yes, some are rough, some are soft. From a professional forensic perspective, it could be meat from the chest, the calf, or even the buttocks. But, is that enough to distinguish between male and female? At this point, the expressions of the people around them became strange. In the live broadcast room, the popularity soared, and a large group of conspicuous comments popped up. Wow, amazing, are all forensic experts this cool? Shouldn't the most awesome one be the host? I suspect the host had some other side job before. Oh no. I'm eating right now. Come on, is it really necessary to discuss the parts of the meat in a live broadcast? I'm done, my mind is going to explode. Strange knowledge is increasing like crazy. Cutting the buttocks really opened my eyes. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. Ahem. Dr. Wang asked, and everyone looked over eagerly. Suchin coughed twice and modestly said, "Actually, it's nothing special, and I can't distinguish everything. Among these pieces of meat, some have special lines on the skin inside, and some have special hair. I won't go into details. If Dr. Wang, if you're really interested, you can search online to learn more. Everyone has hair. In fact, one of the main reasons Su Chen can make accurate judgments is also due to the system itself. He couldn't say that the system provided hints, right? Su Chen's explanation also has some scientific basis." Dr. Wang, frowning, nodded thoughtfully. "Su Chen, your words are enlightening. I am a bit short-sighted. Admire, admire. You can discover such subtle details. To be honest, Su Chen, have you worked as a forensic expert before?" Dr. Wang asked seriously. This. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. "Dr. Wang, please don't misunderstand. I'm just someone with simple hobbies and interests. I've never studied forensic medicine. I'm just a junk collector." Dr. Wang? Everyone? Never studied forensic medicine? Junk collector? Hobbies and interests? At this moment, tens of thousands of fans and netizens in the live broadcast room were boiling with excitement. Damn it! My goodness! It seems like my brain isn't enough. Can someone lend me a brain to use? Host, don't you collect junk? Why do you know so much about human flesh? Oh my god! Hannibal? What the ye god, which normal person considers studying human flesh and human tissue as a hobby? Host, turn yourself in, try to get a lighter sentence. Dr. Wang was completely baffled, not knowing what to say now. Because Su Chen's situation completely overturned his understanding. Someone who is not a forensic expert, has no medical knowledge, but has professional analytical skills and experience, is even more impressive than this seasoned forensic expert. And the key point is that he sincerely admitted to being a junk collector. Who would believe that if it were said out loud? At this moment, Dr. Wang just wanted to be quiet by himself. This was the second time. After a moment, Dr. Wang took a deep breath, blinked his eyes, and looked expectantly at Su Chen. Brother Su Chen. Stop collecting junk. What future can there be in that? Come learn forensic medicine with me. Get certified. With your talent, with your abilities, you shouldn't waste them on collecting junk. I promise. In a year, I'll make you stand at the top of the forensic field in the country, no, in the world. Dr. Wang made the invitation on the spot, ignoring the other young police officers in the room. Everyone knows that being a forensic expert, as long as you can overcome psychological and physiological obstacles, is definitely a desirable profession. Moreover, Dr. Wang is the top forensic expert in Longhai City, even famous nationwide. It is the dream of many young people to study under him and work with him. Undoubtedly, in the eyes of everyone present, Su Chen would definitely accept this great opportunity for a turnaround. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Chen did not hesitate at all. He smiled and shook his head. Sorry, Dr. Wang, thank you for the invitation and for valuing me. Interest is interest, work is work, I think there's nothing wrong with collecting junk. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wang was stunned, and Officer Hong beside him started laughing. Dr. Wang, don't be discouraged. To be honest, I just invited Su Chen to work at the police station yesterday, and like you, I was also rejected. Hiss. As this was said, some of the police officers who were not well informed around them looked at each other in shock. Wow, Officer Hong is a second-level police inspector, and even his invitation was rejected? Suddenly, Dr. Wang felt that being rejected wasn't such a big deal. But what is this guy up to? Rejecting the invitation of a second-level police inspector, the renowned Dr. Wang? You know, how many people are eager to work at the police station? Ah, what a pity, What a pity. Dr. Wang shook his head with regret. Hee, don't be discouraged, Dr. Wang, maybe my brother will have a different idea in the future? Photographer Wang Fan grinned. Everyone has their own aspirations. My brother currently has his reasons for collecting junk. Don't underestimate my brother. Things change over time. Things are going well now. You guys tell me, since my brother started collecting junk, how much benefit has he brought to your police station? Hiss. Wang Fan's words were like a deep sea bomb, instantly causing a commotion among the people present. The first time, he found a lot of bullets with gunpowder, in addition to a lot of .38 caliber casings. The second time, he found a body and helped catch the criminal. The third time, he found a large amount of human flesh. Wow, with Wang Fan's reminder, Officer Hong finally realized Su Chen's extraordinary nature. The group of police officers around also started discussing privately. I remember now, that's why he looks so familiar. Turns out he's one of the police chief's appointed safety ambassadors. Agreed to be a safety ambassador, but his actions are a bit too much. Tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room deeply agreed with what Wang Fan said. Being a police officer is indeed a stable job, being a forensic doctor is indeed cool, but I just want to say, without the anchor, Officer Hong and the others would still be struggling with the murderer. The only weird thing is, the anchor is hired by the police department as a safety ambassador. I never wanted to watch the internet police's safety propaganda before, but now with the anchor's reverse operation, I dare not even blink my eyes, afraid of missing classic scenes. The anchor is toxic. How can someone who collects junk every day be dealing with the police department all the time? I seriously suspect the anchor is doing this on purpose, so he can eat, drink, and stay for free at the police station every day, taking advantage of the situation. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. In fact, Su Chen himself just wanted to be an ordinary junk collector. The key is, his abilities don't allow it. How could he have imagined finding a body while digging steel bars at a construction site? How could he have guessed that he would find a pile of human flesh with an iron rod at the garbage dump? Things are unpredictable. There are some situations that he can't control. As Officer Hong listened to the continuous discussions around him and looked at Su Chen, he felt a heavy blow in his heart. From the first time he saw this young man with surprise, then admiration, and now shock. Everyone is stunned now. Photographer Wang Fan's words are not wrong at all. Everyone has their own aspirations, whether as a police officer or a forensic doctor, they are limiting Su Chen's talent too much. Gold can shine anywhere. At this moment, not only Officer Hong expressed understanding, but forensic Dr. Wang also understood. Alright, the case is important, we'll talk about the rest later. Officer Hong waved his hand, and the police officers at the scene collected all the case clues. Currently, according to what the sanitation worker said, the police need to investigate the meat market butcher shop. Fortunately, the old man had been there before, providing great convenience for the police search. We can't delay, let's hurry over, so the suspect doesn't escape. Officer Hong ordered, and several police cars geared up and prepared to leave. Oh, Su Chen, why don't you come with us, to make a statement? Furthermore, Officer Hong believed that having Su Chen along might be of great help. Okay. But Officer Hong, as you know, I'm participating in a challenge show, live streaming the whole process. Will it interfere with your police work? Su Chen understood the reasoning. Unexpectedly, Officer Hong waved his hand and said, "It's okay, if we need to cut off the broadcast, I will inform you. Compromise for mutual benefit." In fact, in police investigations, especially in cases involving human life, there should be no form of live streaming until the case is closed. Officer Hong's agreement was entirely out of consideration for Su Chen's face. He was not only an eyewitness but also, with his experience and knowledge of human flesh, this trip could provide great convenience for their police work. And so, the group set off. Half an hour later. Guided by the elderly sanitation worker, 2 police cars blocked the front and back exits of the vegetable market. Several uniformed police officers dispersed in a fan shape and gathered near the meat stalls. Clatter. Stepping on the cement ground with bloodstains, many elderly men and women buying vegetables were frightened and ran away screaming. Some customers buying meat at the meat stalls turned around and immediately crouched down with their hands on their heads upon seeing the commotion. A few elderly women holding meat in their hands dropped the black plastic bags containing the meat on the ground with a thud. Don't shoot, I am a good person. I have a mother who is over 100 years old, and an unfilial son at home. The elderly women were incoherent, on the verge of a panic attack. In their minds, they went over all the wrong things they had done in their lives. Could it be that when they were dancing yesterday, they accidentally touched the belly muscles of their dance partner, the old man, and got caught? No. I'm just buying some meat. It can't be that so many police officers are mobilized to arrest me, right? Longhai City is located near the Western District. The vegetable market is very large, and the meat stalls are very prominent with many regular customers. At this moment, several elderly women who came to buy meat were trembling, crouching on the ground with their hands on their heads. Surrounded by over a dozen police officers, the meat stalls were completely blocked. Regardless of the situation, the elderly women were confessing and admitting their mistakes. "Oh, police officers, please don't arrest me, I promise I won't play mahjong again. Did my husband report me to the police? I really came out to buy meat, not to have an affair." The more they spoke, the more absurd it became. The police officers on the scene did not laugh, as they were professional enough. But the tens of thousands of fans watching the live broadcast by Su Chen found it both funny and touching to see the reactions of the elderly women buying meat. Several uniformed police officers, armed with batons and guns, formed a fan-shaped encirclement. With such a show of force, even a tall person over 2 meters tall would have to crouch down with their hands on their heads. "Sorry everyone, it's a special situation, the police are handling a case. Due to a major criminal case, all individuals present here must undergo investigation." Officer Hong first displayed his credentials and spoke with authority, commanding respect without anger. At that moment, the elderly women looked at each other in confusion. Their first reaction was panic. They widened their eyes, incredulously looking at each other. After hearing Officer Hong's words about cooperating with the investigation, they didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief before quietly grumbling and complaining. "Really, I didn't check the almanac before going out today. How did I end up so unlucky to encounter this? If you're innocent, you have nothing to fear. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. Officers, you investigate, we'll cooperate. Can I record a video and post it on my social media? It's my first time being investigated by the police. I'm a bit excited." It could be said that the elderly women were a special and misunderstood group. Officer Hong assigned a few young officers with good temperaments and gentle speech to interrogate the elderly women. After all, they appeared to be regular customers at the meat stalls, often buying meat there. If in the past month they had bought meat and cooked it at home, well, the situation could be quite complicated. For now, they couldn't worry about that. In a major criminal case involving 8 people, Officer Hong and his team couldn't afford to be the slightest bit careless. At this time, all the customers in the butcher shop have been cleared out. Apart from a few assistants responsible for cutting and chopping meat who were caught in the shop, the butcher shop owner has not been found yet. "Where is the owner of your shop?" Officer Hong shouted sternly. The entire butcher shop, including the front entrance, has been completely surrounded and sealed off by over a dozen police officers. The 2 assistants who chop and sell meat were quite frightened. Their faces were pale, as if they had been playing with the 5-finger girl all night. "Officer, our boss may be in the warehouse behind the shop." One assistant stammered, speaking with a bit of a stutter. May I ask, what's going on? Did you arrest the wrong person?" Officer Hong did not answer. Just in case, they immediately sent people to control the 2 meat-selling assistants. They came over to Su Chen's side. On the long wooden chopping board used for meat cutting and chopping in the butcher shop, pieces of red fresh meat appeared before them. "How is it, Brother Su Chen? Any special discoveries?" Officer Hong deliberately brought Su Chen along this time for this reason. Identifying the meat. Dr. Wang, the forensic doctor, also came along and carefully examined a piece of pork a few steps away from Su Chen. No problem, these are all pork. Soo-chin shook his head, seriously. He might be hiding in the back warehouse. Let's go, check it out. Officer Hong believed that the elderly sanitation worker would not lie. If he wasn't in the storefront, it was highly likely that he was in the warehouse freezer. A few minutes later, Officer Hong led his team into the warehouse. They happened to see a middle-aged man sitting on a chair leisurely watching a live broadcast of a beautiful woman dancing. Without a word, the people brought by Officer Hong rushed up in a frenzy and immediately subdued the middle-aged man, pressing him to the cement floor. Don't move! The middle-aged man was bewildered. He was the owner of this butcher shop. One second he was watching a beautiful woman dance, the next second he was being pressed to the ground by the police? Officer, what are you doing? The owner's face was pressed to the ground. His hands were tied behind his back, and he lay motionless on the ground. His eyes kept rolling, as if asking 1,000 whys. I'm asking you, what kind of meat do you sell in your butcher shop? Tell the truth. Officer Hong shouted sternly. At present, the butcher shop owner was dumbfounded. A group of police officers rushed in and asked him what kind of meat he sold in the butcher shop. Officer, did you arrest the wrong person? I just sell pork. The owner looked aggrieved. I haven't done anything illegal. Unwilling to admit. Officer Hong didn't say much more. He led the team, broke open the warehouse door, and had Soo-chin lead the way to search. Behind the butcher shop, there was a fairly large cold storage warehouse, with a low temperature suitable for storing meat. The group continued deeper into the warehouse. The cold storage warehouse was not too big or too small, about the size of a living room, stacked with densely packed fresh meat. By visually identifying the size, it was possible to rule out half of it as pork. Walking at the front, Soo-chin scanned the room with his eyes. Suddenly, when he noticed a stack of meat in the corner of the warehouse, his eyes narrowed. It's this. Quick! Pull it out. Officer Hong didn't hesitate. Several people worked together to remove the basin-sized piece of meat that Soo-chin pointed out and gently placed it on the ground. Brother Soo-chin is indeed amazing, this piece of meat is indeed not pork. Dr. Wang asserted. Soo-chin reached out and touched the cold meat block on top. Indeed, the surface of the meat block was very hard and cold due to a layer of frost, but the characteristics of human flesh, the skin tissue, could not escape his keen eyes. Officer Hong, I can confirm that this piece is human flesh. Soo-chin said. Hiss. The crowd suddenly gasped in shock. Hearing the words human flesh in this environment sent shivers down their spines. Due to Soo-chin's precise analysis earlier, the police had no doubts about him. Officer Hong stared at the frozen piece of meat on the ground, his eyes ready to ignite with fire. He turned around and forcefully lifted the middle-aged boss who was lying on the ground. I'm asking you, where did this meat come from? Officer Hong shouted angrily. This, of course, I bought it from a specialized slaughterhouse. And some of it is from our own breeding, we also slaughter ourselves, the middle-aged boss replied. Smack! Officer Hong, unable to contain his anger, slapped him hard. Stop talking nonsense! Would the wholesale market sell you human flesh? Or are you killing people and selling their meat? The boss was startled by Officer Hong's words, especially when he heard the words human flesh. His pupils dilated in fear. His face was full of disbelief and trembling. What did you say? This is human flesh. How is that possible? The next moment, the middle-aged boss's legs went weak, and he collapsed on the ground. I advise you to tell the truth. Where did this meat come from? And, based on reliable intelligence we have obtained, have you been disposing of large amounts of meat chunks and bones in the garbage dump in the past month? Officer Hong's sharp eyes stared at the middle-aged boss, each word sounding like a judgment from hell. The middle-aged boss was completely panicked. Everything Officer Hong said was true, and the disposal actions were indeed done by him. I'll say everything. Officer, I really didn't know that the meat was human flesh. If I knew it was human flesh, how could I have bought it? And how could I dare to buy it back to sell to others? The middle-aged boss's face turned pale with fear. From his expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. "Officer, I'm really not lying. I didn't kill anyone. This meat, I bought it from a professional slaughterhouse. At first, they told me it was horse meat. I didn't think much, just wanted something fresh to sell. As a result, on the first day, I bought 20 pounds and it was sold out immediately. The next day, I bought another 20 pounds as usual, only to find that the demand exceeded supply. After that, every few days, I would buy 10 more pounds, until half a month later, I found that this kind of meat would emit a strange stench if stored for a long time. After that, in order not to ruin my reputation and to make more money, I would rather buy more, even if I couldn't sell it all and had to throw it away. Officer, I really didn't know it was human flesh." As the middle-aged boss spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably down his face. Whether out of fear or sadness, he collapsed on the ground, starting to vomit uncontrollably. A murky yellow liquid mixed with rice grains. Suchen noticed that an unknown pungent liquid was dripping from the crotch of the middle-aged boss. Sin. Ugh. I really didn't know it was human flesh. The middle-aged boss vomited and cried, repeatedly slapping his cheeks with both hands. The thunderous slaps turned the middle-aged boss's face into a swollen mess in no time. Needless to say, everyone present understood why the middle-aged boss had done this. Officer Hong's face darkened. Observing the man's reaction in front of him, he knew that this man must have consumed. The clues once again pointed to the slaughterhouse. The words of the middle-aged boss could be believed, but not entirely. Take this man back for questioning. Those old ladies outside, hire professional psychologists for them. Try not to upset them too much. Officer Hong instructed the other officers with concern. Speaking of which, if the owner of this butcher shop really is unaware, then he, like those old ladies, is also a victim. Regardless of the final outcome, it might be difficult to overcome this mental barrier. Sigh. Officer Hong rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. You see, a slaughterhouse is different from a butcher shop. That place is much larger in scale compared to a butcher shop. Moreover, a slaughterhouse is specifically for supplying goods to some butcher shops. In other words, it is very likely that human flesh, unknowingly, has circulated to other butcher shops just like this one. Now, Officer Hong dared not continue to delve deeper into his thoughts. 8 people, the number of deaths found in the garbage dump. And it's just one butcher shop. If the clues lead to the slaughterhouse, how many times will the death toll multiply? 3 times? 5 times? A huge stone blocked Officer Hong's chest, causing him great pain. Officer Hong, what should we do now? Should we bring in more manpower? Dr. Wang approached, gently patting Officer Hong's shoulder to offer comfort. As a forensic doctor, he knew well the difficulty of handling dismemberment cases. Now, the case is not just about dismemberment. With each step of the investigation, it is evolving into a series of multiple homicides. Officer Hong looked up, not answering Dr. Wang's question, but instead, his gaze fell on Su Chen's position. Looking at this handsome young man with a clear and attractive face, he found it hard to believe. If Su Chen hadn't discovered it in time, when would this case have been uncovered? There have been reports of missing persons in the police station. But in the past 6 months, there have been no similar cases. What is going on here? Tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room are following along, completely stunned. Popularity +1 +1 +1 popularity +1 +1 +1, damn. Terrifying. The more we investigate this case, the worse it gets. The host has clearly stirred up a hornet's nest. Murder, selling human flesh, this is simply outrageous. Have these people no conscience? Believe it or not, I dare say, the killer is definitely a psycho. Probably even has a brain clot. Exactly. It takes at least 10 years of brain clot to do such crazy things. Now I just want to catch the killer as soon as possible. And then what? Then, I'll stab him 18 times with my newly bought 3D radish knife. Although it is currently impossible to confirm whether the middle-aged boss's words are true or false. But one thing is certain, many people have died in Longhai City. The difference lies in who did it. The complexity of the case has far exceeded the jurisdiction that Officer Hong alone can handle. He cannot act rashly now, nor can he easily give orders to take action. The first thing he can do. He must take out his phone and report the situation to the Bureau. Longhai City Police Bureau. In the office of the Bureau Chief. Director Chen was sitting in his chair organizing today's reports. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Captain Hong from the Criminal Investigation Division. Hello? Captain Hong, weren't you on a mission today? Why did you suddenly call me? Director Chen asked with a smile. Director Chen. Something big has happened. What big thing happened? Is there something you can't handle? Director Chen was puzzled. He knew Captain Hong's capabilities. He was a sharp blade of the Longhai City Police Bureau, selected as an outstanding officer in the provincial capital every year. In other words, besides seeing Captain Hong flustered when he saw his wife, today was the first time Director Chen had seen him like this. Wow, Chief Chen, something big has really happened. I led a team to investigate outside, and we found a large amount of human flesh near the garbage dump next to our police station. The forensic confirmed that the number of deceased reached as many as 8 people. Based on eyewitness clues, I found a butcher shop in the West District Market. Currently, the butcher shop owner has been apprehended. What's even more terrifying is, the butcher shop owner said that the human flesh was bought from a slaughterhouse. Officer Hong's voice trembled involuntarily as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chief Chen's expression changed. A hand covered in scars and calluses slammed heavily on the desk. Bang! Chief Chen's breathing became heavier as he tried to analyze the situation reported by Captain Hong. First, there were large chunks of meat found at the garbage dump, then the butcher shop, and finally it led to a larger-scale slaughterhouse. The amount of information and the connections were significant. Stay calm, do not act recklessly. This case likely involves a major crime. Chief Chen tried to restrain himself and stay calm. What he needed most now was to conduct undercover investigations and track down the location of the slaughterhouse. No action should be taken rashly without confirming specific and accurate intelligence. After all, no one knew for sure if there were other hostages at the slaughterhouse. Phew! Chief Chen took a deep breath, his expression now filled with fear. Butcher shop, slaughterhouse, coupled with the information reported by Captain Hong, the death toll was no less than 10. So many people had died in his jurisdiction, right under his nose. Chief Chen had never heard of such a thing before. To suddenly be involved in such a major case, what was the concept behind it? If Captain Hong's investigation and speculations turned out to be true, then when the higher-ups investigate and hold someone accountable, he, as the chief, might face consequences. He might even be suspended from his position. It was too bizarre, in a city with no less than 10 people dead, and it had gone unnoticed? It had been a long time since such a sensational case had occurred in the country. The more he thought about it, the more chilling it became. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Chief Chen, we currently have 2 options. 1. We investigate as quickly as possible, gather information, and make sure everything is ready before taking action. 2. In the evening, as the sky darkens, I will lead a team pretending to be buyers to go to the slaughterhouse to gather information. After much consideration, Officer Hong presented the 2 options. I understand. This is a serious matter, give me a minute to consider. The case had already become very serious. Chief Chen was well aware of the consequences of choosing between the 2 options. The first choice was cautious, but if time dragged on, it could potentially lead to more casualties. The second choice, pretending to be buyers and infiltrating the slaughterhouse, was it the right time to strike? Both options carried risks. All right. Captain Hong, I trust in your abilities. I will send additional support outside to protect you, report any developments promptly if there are any issues. Chief Chen made up his mind. He couldn't let the situation escalate further. Whether it was a furnace or the 18th level of hell, that slaughterhouse had to be investigated sooner or later. Okay. He hung up the phone. Officer Hong began to explain the operational strategy. As for Su Chen and Wang Fan, they were wandering around the market picking up scrap materials. Bro, let me tell you, you are really something. With an iron arm clamp, you can pick up garbage, you can pick up bodies. Wang Fan joked. Su Chen. Damn. Do you think I want to pick up bodies? Do you think I want to pick up human flesh? Can that stuff be sold for money or what? I just want to pick up scrap materials honestly. Do you think rotten yellow-brown meat and stinking corpses and bones are pleasing to the eye? Why can't others find scrap materials, but I find them every time? Is it a feng shui issue? It's not right. They are quite mobile when it comes to picking up scraps, usually not staying in one place for more than a day. Could it be a human issue? Decision made, I'll switch to a different area for scavenging tomorrow. This place in the West District is not very peaceful. It's either corpses or chunks of meat. Wait until the system's daily check-in brings me good luck, then that would mean something good is happening. These days are just filled with small fortunes, it's either corpses or human flesh. What small fortune? Su Chen thought to himself. Not long after they left, Officer Hong and the others had already discussed their action plan and waved for the two to come back. Su Chen, my brother, I have a favor to ask of you this time. Can you assist us in solving the case? Our police force really needs talented individuals like you. Officer Hong forced a slight smile on his face. Ah. Su Chen felt overwhelmed. It's not that he is unwilling to help or unkind. The key is, he is participating in a program, and even if he wasn't, he still needs to eat, right? Now that he has finally found a job with a prize of over 100 million. He really wants to work hard, seriously, at scavenging. If he delays for a day, how much scrap will he miss out on? How much money will he lose? Su Chen was a bit hesitant. Officer Hong, I still need to live. He gestured towards the plastic bottles in the basket on his back, as if to say, if I don't scavenge properly, I'll starve. For a moment, Officer Hong and the other police officers looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Su Chen, my brother, I understand. How about this, can you assist us in solving the case? According to regulations, you can receive a reward for helping our police force solve a case. This matter is of great importance. If you, Su Chen, can really help us a lot, I can help you strive for it. Officer Hong was sincere. A reward? At this point, Su Chen was truly tempted. Scavenging for money, helping the police solve cases for money. Besides, Officer Hong had already spoken. Even if he refused, Su Chen would feel uneasy. With so many missing persons, the culprit still at large, Su Chen couldn't sleep soundly. Just as he was about to say something, he was waiting for Officer Hong's next words. It's a deal. No matter how much the reward is, whether it's thousands or hundreds. Just because Officer Hong called him brother, Su Chen agreed to help. In the evening, Officer Hong, Su Chen, and photographer Wang Fan, disguised in plainclothes, drove towards the slaughterhouse as directed by the butcher shop owner. Behind them were two ordinary Chang'an brand sedans, maintaining a safe distance. Su Chen, when we go in later, follow behind me. If there's danger, or any special circumstances, you can call through the earpiece. Our support officers stationed outside will rush in at the first moment. Officer Hong explained, not wanting to leave anything to chance. As the vehicles continued towards the slaughterhouse, the number of pedestrians and vehicles on the road decreased. It seemed to be a bit remote from Longhai City's suburbs. 10 minutes later. In a bumpy dirt road in the suburbs of Longhai City, there were a few scattered tin factory buildings around. Among them, the largest blue tin building was the slaughterhouse mentioned by the butcher shop owner. As the evening darkened, piles of black moths filled the air. The road was filled with potholes and the river channel was full of foul-smelling, thick manure. It stinks, the overnight meal is about to come out. Wang Fan complained. Are you sure this place is a slaughterhouse? Officer Hong looked at the butcher shop owner who was leading the way. At this moment, the latter looked dazed, with a pale face, as if afraid of something. Why yes, this is the place, no mistake. This slaughterhouse is quite remote. It has its own breeding farm, as well as a frozen food factory. In this area, all the factories are related to the slaughterhouse. So, is it one boss? I have to say, this boss is quite good at doing business. All the factories are located in the suburbs, the workers have high work efficiency, and the living and eating arrangements are not complicated. Just like that. Inspector Hong and others walked to the entrance of the slaughterhouse, and through the gate, they could clearly see many large trucks coming and going. The modern slaughterhouse is not small in scale, and modern technology is widely used. Stop! What are you guys here for? We have regulations here, non-factory personnel are not allowed inside. At the entrance, a few people walked, and were stopped by the security guards without any surprises. Give us a break, buddy, we're here to discuss business, a multi-million level deal, please inform your factory manager to come over. Su Chen spoke up. A multi-million level deal? If Inspector Hong hadn't stopped the photographer Wang Fan, the chatterbox would have jumped up directly. A multi-million level deal? Are you here to discuss business? Which one of you is the big boss? Although the few people who walked over were strange, the security guards who came out of the security booth felt strange and were afraid it would affect the business inside the factory. All right. You guys wait here, I'll go inform the factory manager. The security guard rode an electric bike straight to the factory manager's office. Inspector Hong and his team stood at the entrance of the slaughterhouse, praising Su Chen's actions. Catch the ringleader first, catch the thief first. If you want the case to be investigated quickly, go directly to the slaughterhouse manager. If, as the butcher shop owner said, the slaughterhouse has unclean and illegal activities, the manager should know best. Even if he really doesn't know, he should be able to assist in the investigation, right? Soon. A middle-aged man with a big belly, wearing a suit, with a few white hairs among his black hair, rode an electric bike to the entrance. Seeing the few people, the middle-aged man smiled and took the initiative to shake hands. Hello, I heard that you three are here to seek cooperation? It's not convenient to talk here, why not come to my office? A multi-million level deal, as the factory manager, can you afford not to take it seriously? Inspector Hong and his team exchanged glances, already feeling delighted. Young people, indeed daring. But also, in police investigations, in such special circumstances, saying it's a deal worth over $1 billion is not an exaggeration. Let me introduce you. In our slaughterhouse for 2.5 years, since its establishment, we have basically completed more than half of the modern mechanization. With perfect slaughtering procedures, emphasizing cleanliness, hygiene, health, painlessness, and soundlessness. The middle-aged factory manager talked endlessly, patiently explaining to the three along the way. At this moment, tens of thousands of fans and netizens in the live broadcast room listened attentively. I understand cleanliness, hygiene, and health, but what does painless and soundless mean? To put it simply, in a modern slaughterhouse, 1 second the pig is still thinking about what to eat for dinner, the next second it goes to meet its ancestors, very vivid and graphic. In this situation, the taste and texture of the slaughtered pig would be different, oh my! I can't wait to find out who the culprit is. Detective Conan is on the case. Sherlock Holmes is here. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. The live broadcast continued. In the program headquarters, backstage, leaders of various departments, accompanied by the chief director, watched the live broadcast of Room 54 Su Chen on the big screen. Originally, their work only required them to handle internal affairs well. Now, they are racking their brains every moment, feeling anxious and frightened. In fact, as early as when Su Chen found the meat at the garbage dump, there was a meeting within the program headquarters company. People were discussing one after another, it's Room 54 again. It's that scavenger again. Not only did he find a corpse, he also found human flesh. There are insults, is this guy number 54 sent by the opposing company to torment us? And that photographer with a cigarette in his mouth, is he crazy? What's so special about close-ups of white maggots? Do you think maggots are cute? At one point, the leaders of various departments at the program headquarters were on the verge of collapse over Suchen finding human flesh. How long has it been since he found the body? At a time when everyone was arguing again. Fortunately, the chief director later said, "We've already aired rotting, smelly corpses, so why can't we air pieces of meat? Boldly broadcast it. Let him pick it up. Can he turn the situation around?" As a result, there was still an unexpected turn of events. Originally, everyone thought that Suchen found a piece of meat, tough luck for you, report it to the police, make a record, and leave. However, is number 54 stubborn or something? A shocking statement made the program headquarters the target of criticism by fans and netizens. How does number 54 know so much about human flesh? Has he eaten it? Has he done it? How can he tell the gender from a piece of meat? Questions like these were answered by the program's official website, doing everything possible to cover for Suchen. Just as one wave subsided, another wave rose, and now, number 54 Suchen has become the focus of attention at the program headquarters. The popularity of his live broadcast room, the topics, easily entered the top 10. Like a fierce tiger, he once overwhelmed many contestants. Ah! Number 54 really knows how to stir things up. At first, I thought we were the manipulators, that we could control everything backstage. Now look, we are the puppets on the strings. I'm really afraid that number 54 will ruin our show. If he just picked up junk, why did he have to investigate the case? Is that something a junk collector should do? Slaughterhouse, Office of the Factory Manager. The so-called "don't judge a book by its cover," the middle-aged factory manager truly understood this saying very well. He didn't look at people with colored glasses like the security guard at the gate. Or maybe that's why he became the factory manager of a big slaughterhouse. As soon as he entered, the middle-aged factory manager had the black silk uniformed OL secretary make tea, with a pair of straight and sexy jade legs, stepping on black high heels. The sound of her footsteps was tantalizing, especially her figure, curvaceous. Plump, a word that Wang Fan had never been able to write before, but now he finally understood what his Chinese teacher meant. To write well, you must have artistic conception. "Gentlemen, would you like some tea? Be careful, it's hot." The black silk secretary was very considerate. Bending over, with every movement, that slight tremor was just right. The king doesn't attend court early. The king doesn't attend court. Damn, is this the happiness of the tycoons? Is this the pleasure of the rich? Sob, just thinking about such a sexy and beautiful woman being injected makes me heartbroken. I can't rest assured. Popularity +1 +1 +1 popularity +1 +1 +1. The middle-aged factory manager observed the changes in the eyes of the three people, and in his heart, he had a rough estimate. This slightly older, mature and stable one should be the leader, probably the boss. This handsome one, as handsome as Pine Yuyen, is very composed. And this chubby one, well, just a loser. The three of them, different, but very suitable. Feeling a bit hungry. Three newcomers, bringing a multi-million-dollar deal, are my honored guests. I want to let you feel my enthusiasm. Hee, sitting and talking business is a bit dry. How about I show you some of the special programs in the factory? My office is the best place to do business, why don't you experience it? The middle-aged factory manager clapped his hands. The black silk female secretary left, and a few minutes later, three more busty girls in sexy and cool outfits appeared behind her when she returned to the office. They were outstanding in appearance, and their figures were stunning. "Director Nyo, what do you mean by this?" "We are here to discuss business." Officer Hong was full of a sense of justice. Following Director Nyo's press of the smart button, the customized office was transformed, with pink and hazy curtains drawn, colored lights flashing. Sound system, projector, microphone. Various facilities comparable to KTV and nightclubs appeared. At this moment, the office turned into a nightclub private room. The atmosphere changed. The black silk female secretary led the three new busty beauties, dancing wildly to the music rhythm. The mood changed. Ha ha. The three of you, I am someone who dislikes rules the most, dislikes formalities the most. In life, one always needs to experience different feelings, right? Honestly, seeing you all, suddenly I feel a bit hungry. Sorry. If the three of you don't mind, before dining, let's secrete some more dopamine, shall we? Let's have a joyful meal first, and then discuss business later? Director Nyo's expression was strange. He just sat quietly on the genuine leather chair, appearing very calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of madness. What caused such a drastic change in his temperament? Is there something wrong with this person? It's hard to say. Officer Hong felt very strange. His intuition told him, something is off about this slaughterhouse director. However, before he could do anything, a beautiful woman dancing wildly in front of him approached. Uncle, you are our director's distinguished guest, I must serve you well. Feeling hot? Would you like to have a drink to quench your thirst? The beautiful woman, with her white and resilient jade legs, had already stepped forward, her enchanting eyes burning with desire. No. No need, thank you. Officer Hong was after all an old police officer. In this environment, he sat up wanting to turn off the sound system. Phew. In the moment he stood up, the beauty in front of him exhaled smoke from her jade mouth. Despite her young age, in her 20s, she was smoking a cigar. Officer Hong shook his head, feeling some anger rising within him. Director Nyo, let's talk about business, I'm not used to these things. Officer Hong made it clear. Hearing this, Director Nyo grinned and didn't mind. Alright, as long as it makes you happy, I'm willing to do anything with you. To be honest, I don't like these things either. Just like this cigar, I smoke it because it's expensive. Upon closer inspection, it's just like that. So, tell me, how do you want to cooperate? Director Nyo's sudden change in attitude was a bit. This made the sharp-minded old detective Officer Hong feel very uneasy. Could it be that the other party has discovered something? I want to understand the situation of your esteemed factory. Does your factory mainly source from your own livestock farm for slaughter? Besides pork, do you have any other types of meat? On the other side. Su Chen and Wang Fan sat on the sofa, with a black silk on the left and a busty girl on the right. Drinking, joking, watching the ball. Handsome, are you really not going to have a drink? Your friend has already had 3 glasses. The female secretary's small hand couldn't find a place to rest on Su Chen. A glass of whiskey was placed in front of him. He likes to drink, so you all can give him more to drink. Su Chen didn't move. High-tech, charming style, a very big and white ball. At this moment, Su Chen thought of a lyric, the most charming is the most dangerous. In his mind, detailed information about a character suddenly popped up. Name, Nyo Taijun. Gender, male. Age, 45 years old. Personality, eccentric, intelligent, sensitive, suspicious, irritable, quick-tempered. This person suffers from extreme schizophrenia, with very high intelligence. Hobbies, cooking, enjoys learning Hannibal's culinary skills, likes to dismantle things, appreciates delicious food. Note, this person loves handsome men. Enjoys challenging men of various personalities and auras. His hunger comes from the soul, he treats every meal seriously. Elegance is reflected in his culinary skills, dignity is shown in his taste. This person loves liver extremely, has a unique understanding of cooking liver. Before animals die, they experience extreme happiness, so, his meat, his organs, must also be happy. That is close to perfection, that is an unparalleled delicacy. Reminder, a major murderer, likes to dismember and eat organs. Damn. Everything changed, everything happened suddenly. Su Chen understood. This Nyo Taijun, the seemingly ordinary Nyo factory director, is a cannibal. Oh, extremely brutal pervert. No wonder these women are so obedient. With the system prompt, Su Chen could already deduce. This Nyo Taijun is not short of money, let alone lacking money. And those pieces of human flesh that were sold or discarded. It is highly likely that this cannibal Nyo Taijun voluntarily gave them up. For a moment, Su Chen cursed in his heart, damn bastard, that butcher shop owner is lying. Damn! Saying that human flesh was bought without knowing the situation? I think it was picked up, right? From Myo Taejuin's various behaviors, it is clear that he doesn't care about money at all, which means that the butcher shop owner did not disclose the truth. But it's not a big problem. The most important thing now is that this Myo Taejun, by doing this, suddenly changed his temperament. Is he going to attack the three of them? The personal data page of the system shows that Myo Taejun loves handsome men extremely, loves to act on handsome men. Others may not know. Su Chen is somewhat confident in his appearance. High-end chefs often require the simplest cooking methods and have strict requirements for ingredients. Before animals die, maintaining a state of happiness will affect the quality of their meat, muscle fibers, etc. Damn! Su Chen's mind was filled with countless frustrations. They have caught the eye of a cannibal today. Turning the tables, is this Myo Taejun going to eat the three of them? Handsome, you don't look good. What are you thinking? You are our factory director's distinguished guest. Should we do something fun? The black silk female secretary's pair of snow peaks were already rushing over. Her fair jade hands couldn't help but move up and down. Clatter, the OL uniform was casually thrown on the ground, revealing her almost E-cup bosom. Damn! Is this setting up for a facial cleanser session? At this moment, the live broadcast room was already boiling, with chaotic shouting, such a big and white light. Is this heaven? If not, why do I feel like I'm floating in the clouds? Just one more look and I'll fly. I'm telling you. It's over, brothers, it's trendy, it's trendy. I can't imagine how fragrant this facial cleanser is. Coward, what's there to be afraid of? I dare to think. It's rare to see a girl with such a broad bosom. Can she slap me in the face? Damn. Can I watch this? Is this what I should be watching? Is this used to test officials? Which official can withstand such a test? Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. The snow-white mountain peaks came rushing. Is this the rhythm to feed people full? Su Chen dodged in time. He glanced at the photographer Wang Fan on the sofa next to him, who was already showing a lecherous smile. If he didn't know these were snake-scorpion beauties, I'm afraid there's a love potion on the mountain. What if I get drugged? What if I lose my waist? Sorry, beauty, I washed my face this morning. And, I want to say, I only drink pure natural milk with 0 additives. I don't drink silicone milk, sorry. Now, Su Chen retracted his previous thoughts. This black silk female secretary, everything that's perky on her is a combination of technology and hard work. The black silk female secretary pretended not to understand, getting closer, with less clothes on her body. Oh my god. Suddenly, photographer Wang Fan sitting on the sofa exclaimed, his vision starting to blur. Reaching for the water glass on the table, it smashed directly on the ground with a bang. Water splashed on his face, and Wang Fan finally regained some clarity. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Why do I feel dizzy? I seem to feel dizzy too. I feel a bit weak. Wang Fan sat on the ground, completely collapsed. His eyes were full of confusion and excitement. Little Wang, what's wrong with you? Officer Hong noticed the situation and turned around. The next moment. Slap, he couldn't stand still, feeling like he was stepping on cotton, staggering and swaying. What's wrong with me? Officer Hong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the DJ version of the music in the office stopped. Myo Taejun sat up, walked to the counter, adjusted, and produced a music disc. Dong. The piano piece started playing. Damn, it's Beethoven's First Symphony. Director Nyo. What have you done to us? Officer Hong was shocked and angry. He could now confirm that Myo Taejun had tampered with them. Ha ha. A greedy smile appeared on Myo Taejun's face, waving his hand, gesturing for the black silk female secretary and others to leave. Now, it's my time to enjoy. One steady, one handsome, one loser. Congratulations to you three, you have aroused my appetite. Myo Taejun's fat and somewhat bloated body moved along with the symphony. Elegant, clumsy, dignified. A very strange dance. Today, he was unusually happy. You guys, talking about big deals, talking about doing business. I don't like money. I just want to taste, in the excitement and fear, whether the livers of you three will be different. Nyo Taijun slowly took out his exquisite set of knives from the drawer. Oh my god. You fat bastard, you want to eat me? Wang Fan roared, but he couldn't muster any strength. So you're the murderer, you're the cannibal. Officer Hong said coldly. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, a group of passionate and unyielding netizens fell silent. Some tents that had just been erected quickly wilted. 1 second seductive, irresistible images, the next second, ready to eat people? Damn. Damn. Don't do this. I'm scared. What benefit do you get from scaring my goddess to tears? It's over, my goddess will punish me again next time she opens the room. I'll have to bring her contraceptives. But thanks to the anchor, you gave me the opportunity to get closer to my goddess. Hee hee, I'm ready to reward my brother. Have you considered my brother's feelings? Script? This must be a script the anchor and the police came up with, right? Anchor, if this is a script, blink. Doesn't seem like acting, this middle-aged man, could he really be a cannibal? No way? I still want to watch the anchor pick up trash. Don't die. Can someone help call the police? This joke is not funny at all. Popularity +1 +1 +1 popularity +1 +1 +1 tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Horror, suspense, chills straight down the spine. What about investigating the case? What about doing business? Nyudijin first drew out 3 test tubes, each drawn into a syringe. Walking towards the 3, revealing an excited smile. Hee hee. Don't worry, it won't hurt much. Although you have inhaled my carefully prepared smoke. But, just in case, to ensure that your liver reaches the best quality, I will inject you with a measured dose of anesthetic. To keep you awake without feeling much pain. So that you can witness the moment your liver is being cooked. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Don't worry, if you can hold on until then. I don't mind sharing with you the delicious taste that belongs to you. Nyudijin showed a crazy, twisted smile. Wang Fan, Officer Hong, kept struggling, trying to stand up. Ha ha. I didn't expect you, handsome guy, to be the most honest and emotionally stable one. You're not doing well, your meat will be affected, so let's start with you first. Nyudijin took out a syringe and squatted in front of Su Chen. Looking around, wandering, searching for the best injection site. Bastard! If you have the guts, come at me. What kind of man are you for attacking a child? Officer Hong roared. He brought Su Chen and Wang Fan here, he couldn't just watch 2 children being killed like this. They are still young, they still have plenty of time. You pervert, let go of my brother. I advise you to let us go, my uncle is a policeman. We have people outside waiting, you can't escape. You fatso, if you dare, come at me. Wang Fan went all out. He's tough-skinned, even if he's scared, he will cry hard to save Su Chen. Hee hee, don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Nyudijin rolled up his sleeves, ready to inject the anesthetic. However, just as the needle was aimed at Su Chen's arm, before it could be injected, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his wrist, the needle of the syringe turned, and with a puff, it pierced into Nyudijin's chest. You! Nyudijin realized, half a syringe of anesthetic had already been injected. Su Chen quickly stood up, found a broom at the corner of the office, removed the broom, and held an iron rod. Nyudijin, didn't expect this, right? Feeling the pressure now? After injecting half a syringe of anesthetic, Nyudijin hurriedly pulled the syringe out of his body, then looked at Su Chen with a face full of shock and disbelief. You're okay? He knew the power of the smoke in the cigar. He and his female pets had taken the antidote in advance. You're really okay? Nyudijin couldn't believe it. Damn, bro, you're awesome. How did you do it? Wang Fan looked up to him in admiration. Su-chen, brother, quick! Lock the door. Notify the brothers outside to come in. Officer Hong had already informed the outside officers through his earpiece. At this moment, Su-chen remained calm, holding the iron rod, glanced at the window outside the office. The supporting officers had arrived and quickly controlled the entrance and exit of the office building. Naiyutijin, you can't escape today. The mastermind was only Naiyutijin. Su-chen had nothing to fear. Alright. Playing with eagles all year round, didn't expect to be blinded by an eagle today. Want to catch me? No way. Before the anesthetic took effect, Naiyutijin turned around, pushed open the window, and jumped directly from the second floor. Wow, this flexible fat guy. With a loud bang, Su-chen saw Nyo Taijun stagger onto a Land Rover. Not good. He's trying to escape. Su-chen instinctively went downstairs to chase after him. At this moment, the backup police officers had already rushed into the office. Officer Hong, are you guys okay? Quick, we've been injected with anesthesia, the killer is trying to escape. Quickly informed the brothers outside to chase after him. Officer Hong exerted all his strength. The murderer Nyo Taijun, he definitely carries the weight of dozens of lives on his shoulders. Downstairs, as the officers were helping Officer Hong and Wang Fan down the stairs, they saw a single-driver police car pulling out of the factory with its siren blaring. The car was speeding at 80 miles per hour. Oh my god, isn't that my brother? How come he's driving the police car alone and rushing out like that? That's the serial killer, that's the cannibal, does he not care about his life? Wang Fan supported the officers, gradually regaining his strength. Didn't you remove the keys from the police car? Officer Hong was speechless. We were in a hurry. The officers scratched their heads and pointed to another police car. There's only one left, should we still pursue? Pursue. Officer Hong's expression was serious, no room for doubt, of course we must pursue. Help us get on. We can't let Brother Su-chen face the danger alone, what's going on? It's getting intense. Scared me, I thought we were going to see the cannibal cooking live. Does this psycho think he's Hannibal? Does he have that ability? Oh my! Plot twist, the streamer is awesome, how did he do it? Why? Wasn't he affected by the anesthesia? Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. On the suburban asphalt road, a black Land Rover was speeding at 100 miles per hour. Nyo Taijun had both hands on the steering wheel, his right foot pressing hard on the gas pedal. The anesthesia was taking effect, his body felt weak, numb. Luckily, only half the dose was injected, and he struggled to escape. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw a police car with sirens blaring closely following behind, also chasing at 100 miles per hour. Damn! Why are they chasing me? Isn't he afraid of death? Does he think he can catch up to me? Nyo Taijun became agitated, gradually turning angry. Being toyed with by that young man, exposed by that young man, chased by the police, all this unease made him annoyed, made him furious. Boom! He used all his strength to step on the already numb foot. 120 miles per hour. 150 miles per hour. The speed of the car kept rising. Behind, the car owners being overtaken by the Land Rover cursed loudly from their windows at this reckless driving. Damn, doesn't he care about his life? Just because he can afford a Land Rover. Damn, driving so fast, is he in a hurry to reincarnate or afraid he won't get to drink the Mangpa soup hot? What's the rush? Friendly greetings echoed on the suburban asphalt road. However, as soon as these car owners finished cursing, another car zoomed past them. What the hell? Some irate car owners were about to catch up and give a piece of their mind. But upon hearing the sirens and seeing the police car. Oh, it's the police officers. Are the police officers driving too fast? Be safe. Are the police officers chasing after that Land Rover in front? Go for it, officers. 200 miles per hour, catch that jerk. The police officers must stay safe, that Land Rover driver is reckless. 220 miles per hour. Nyo Taijun in the Land Rover could no longer see the road ahead clearly. But behind him, the sirens were still blaring. Damn! You don't want to live, huh? Do you really think Nyo Taijun is easy to mess with? The military vehicle of Nyo Taijun lowered the car window. Backwards. With difficulty, he raised his middle finger with his left hand, extending it. An international friendly gesture? He. Su Chen laughed. Half rising, he stepped on the gas pedal, standing up. Very good. You can say goodbye to that middle finger of yours. Boom! The Chang'an police car, siren blaring, roared like a fierce beast on the highway. On the suburban asphalt road. Oncoming, same direction, all vehicles witnessing this scene chose to give way. The speed had already soared to around 230 miles per hour, with other vehicles either being overtaken or eating the exhaust fumes from behind. Real life Fast and Furious? Even Hollywood blockbuster directors would have to admit it's awesome, right? Damn! Is there really someone daring to drive fast on the suburban road? Does that look like a police car in pursuit of that Land Rover up ahead? A taxi driving leisurely in the opposite direction easily noticed this scene. As one of the contestants on the variety show The Ultimate Challenger, contestant number 88 drew the profession of a taxi driver. With the title of an experienced driver and his superb driving skills, he also had a kind heart and wanted to assist the police in solving the case. I heard that there's a guy on the show, number 54, who helped the police solve a case and was rewarded with $20,000. I want that too. A rare opportunity presented itself as the Land Rover passed by his car, and number 88 drifted to turn the car around. Come on, let me show you what it means to be the Mount Akina car god. Number 88 stepped on the gas pedal. Rumble. With the engine running at high speed, Nyo Taijun's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Damn! Another one who doesn't care about life? Do you think I, Nyo Taijun, am easy to mess with? If it were my idol Hannibal, what would he do? He would definitely eat these two, right? Nyo Taijun knew that he couldn't let Su Chen escape. As for the taxi that suddenly appeared behind, he was just asking for trouble on his own. Beep beep beep. At that moment, a police car driven by a traffic officer slowly appeared not far away. Inside the car, the captain of the traffic police team was cursing. You reckless bastard, dare to drive over 200 miles per hour on the suburban road, don't you want to live? Step on it. Why are you shaking at 60 miles per hour? The young traffic officer responsible for driving had a tense expression, his mood particularly agitated. Captain. There's a turn ahead, if we go too fast, the car will flip. In another police car. Speeding at 180. Officer Hong and photographer Wang Fan held onto the safety handle tightly. This is insane. What are they doing? Are they out of their minds? Are they driving a car or a rocket? Officer Hong cursed. Photographer Wang Fan lay on the back seat, too intense, the G-force was too strong. Damn! Is that police car up front being driven by the host Su Chen? Is he out of his mind? At this speed, he could catch up with a plane taking off. There's a sharp turn ahead, aren't they slowing down? This is too thrilling, it's making my hair stand on end. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. Who could have imagined that the usually mild-mannered Su Chen would be so brave today? Damn! There's a sharp turn ahead. The taxi driver of number 88 braked in advance. But in the driver's seat of the Land Rover up ahead, Nyo Taijun's eyes were bloodshot and filled with blood vessels. Come on! Since you seek death, I will grant your wish. None of you will survive. The Land Rover nearly spun out of the road with a drift, adjusted its direction, and aimed at the rear taxi. The gear shifted rapidly, heading in the direction it came from. Damn! This is insane. The taxi driver of number 88 was dumbfounded. He just wanted to do a good deed, he just wanted to help the police solve the case, and you want my life? In the taxi, the driver of number 88 frantically turned the steering wheel. With a loud bang, the taxi veered off the asphalt road and crashed hard into a tree trunk. Oof. Nyo Tai-jun coldly snorted. He looked towards Su Chen on the police car behind the taxi. His Land Rover Range Rover was not for show. The performance and toughness of a luxury car like that couldn't be compared to a beat-up Chang'an. On the police cars, Officer Hong and Officer Lu simultaneously noticed the incident. Two police cars faced each other, parked on the asphalt road. The captain of the traffic police hurriedly got out of the car. Lao Hong. Is that you? Lao Lu. Why, did you guys get the traffic police involved? Officer Hong was surprised. Now is not the time to discuss this. I'm telling you, Lao Hong, your criminal investigation methods are too reckless, aren't they? This speed is almost like flying a plane. Even if the investigation is intense, we still need to prioritize safety, right? Traffic Police Captain Lu earnestly advised. Criminals' lives are one thing, but the lives of police officers are even more precious. This reckless way of handling cases is not commendable. Officer Hong was speechless, he couldn't explain now. Leading the team, he quickly got out of the car and started evacuating the vehicles and the crowd behind. Since the criminal Nyo Tai-jun came in aggressively, they were not fully prepared, so all they could do now was this. If they couldn't catch him this time, they would have to wait for the next opportunity. In a modern society filled with surveillance cameras, next time, they could be better prepared to capture Nyo Tai-jun. Officer Hong thought so. He agreed with Lao Lu. He would rather miss one opportunity to catch the criminal than put his officers in danger. Several officers got out of the car to manage the situation and disperse the vehicles. In the distance, photographer Wang Fan focused his camera towards the Land Rover. Seeing the heroic taxi driver voluntarily avoiding the collision, the Land Rover Range Rover, like a fierce tiger, showed no intention of easing off the gas pedal. At this moment, the live broadcast's popularity had exceeded 110,000, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Damn! This killer is too ruthless, isn't he? Knowing he can't escape, so he turned around and chose to be aggressive. Quick, hide. This is a high-speed moving car, not bumper cars in an amusement park. Damn, it's so thrilling, brothers. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. The streamer is just picking up trash. It's already good enough to catch this kind of thing. Escaping is the priority. Popularity +1 +1 +1 popularity +1 +1 +1. At this moment, facing the fiercely charging Land Rover, everyone thought Su Chen would just dodge it. However, with a bang, Su Chen heavily stepped on the gas pedal, increasing the speed, and the car began to shake violently. He's risking his life. Officer Hong noticed this scene, his heart pounding in his throat. Bro! Did you mistake the gas pedal for the brake? Bro, are you out of your mind? Photographer Wang Fan exclaimed. On the Land Rover, Nyo Tai-jun was dazed, able to see the Chang'an car with sirens approaching from the opposite direction. Not dodging? Not running? One police car, one Land Rover. 1 kilometer apart. Just like two raging bulls in heat, roaring towards each other. In the driver's seat, Nyo Tai-jun's fat face kept trembling and twitching. Damn it! Die! If you have the guts, don't turn. I'll kill you. On the Land Rover, Nyo Tai-jun shouted unwillingly. Although he couldn't see Su Chen's face on the police car, he still didn't forget to extend a middle finger. The meaning was clear, a blatant provocation. Very good, I've never been afraid of a challenge. Just wait. That middle finger of yours, I'll make you regret it later. The final distance. 100 meters. 80 meters. The taxi driver, with a grimy face, got out of the driver's seat. Worry. He blinked, his face changing dramatically. Are the police investigations nowadays so crazy and intense? The last 10 meters. Two cars erupted with a huge roar. The two drivers showed no intention of swerving. They were going to collide. The only difference was, on Nyo Tae-jun's face, the fat was trembling involuntarily. While Soo-chen still had that calm and steady smile. Damn! Is this person crazy? Is he out of his mind? At the last moment, Nyo Tae-jun panicked. He tried to swerve, but it was already too late. Boom! It was as if two huge iron hammers collided with each other. The police car, the Land Rover, collided head-on. A huge roar, like thunder. At the moment of impact, the airwaves generated by the two cars blew up the dust on the ground. The branches of the trees swayed. On the outskirts of the city road, all the vehicles that witnessed this scene came to a stop. Drivers got out of their cars one by one. They stared in astonishment at the scene, their minds buzzing, as if they had seen a ghost. Damn! How ruthless must someone be to do such a thing? He's really risking his life. Even Hollywood action movies wouldn't dare to film it this way. Quick, call for help, there's still a police officer inside. Soon after, Officer Hong, Captain Lu of the traffic police, and a group of people arrived at the scene. The two cars were completely embedded together. Antifreeze, windshield washer fluid, engine oil were all flowing on the ground. Gulp! Everyone swallowed hard. Captain Lu of the traffic police was shocked. Damn, even in police investigations, they shouldn't be driving this fast, right? He had seen more tragic traffic accidents, but had never seen such a reckless one. Traffic accidents usually happen by accident, but this was like they were playing bumper cars. Officer Hong couldn't find the words. In his many years as a detective, he had never seen a young man as fierce as Soo-chen. This determination, you couldn't tell. Hurry! Save him! A group of people rushed into the police car's cabin, and the airbags had already deployed. Soo-chen was half lying down. At the moment of the collision, he had pulled his legs in time and moved his body towards the passenger side. Even so, he still had many abrasions on his body. Fortunately, there were no broken arms or legs, but there might be some fractures. Brother! Wake up, brother, how can I live without you? Brother, don't abandon me. Photographer Wang Fan wiped his tears and snot. These days, he truly regarded Soo-chen as a brother. Don't move, pull brother Soo-chen out, he might be unconscious. The windshields of the two cars were shattered. Soo-chen was dragged out by the crowd and laid on the ground. A group of drivers around stared at this young and handsome face. It's really unimaginable, such a young and seemingly well-mannered young man, actually capable of doing such crazy things. It's not easy being a police officer now, it's too intense. The drivers felt respect for Soo-chen, it arose spontaneously. What they dared not do, Soo-chen did. Number 88 stood dumbfounded in the crowd, looking at Soo-chen with eyes as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth wide open, big enough to fit two fists. Isn't this the contestant number 54? It's that junk collector again. Number 88's mind was buzzing, his heart in turmoil. His pride in his driving skills had been crushed. A junk collector had better driving skills than him. Was he a junk collector? Was this what a junk collector should do? However, just as Officer Hong and the others were pulling Nyo Tae-jun out of the Land Rover. Slap, slap. Wang Fan slapped Nyo Tae-jun in the face with two big mouths. You fatso. Everyone was speechless for a while. While calling 120 for emergency assistance, Officer Hong and the others also examined Nyo Tae-jun's injuries. Multiple fractures all over the body, concussion, internal bleeding in the chest. This guy is seriously injured. Strange. In the collision between this Land Rover and our police car, in the end, it's Nyo Tae-jun who got the most serious injury. Captain Lu of the traffic police was slow to react, still feeling fresh. Maybe our police car is more sturdy, or maybe. Soo-chen's reaction was faster. Officer Hong could only think so. Cough, cough, cough. While speaking, Soo-chen had already woken up, staggering as he stood up from the ground. Officer Hong? Everyone? The group looked at Soo-chen with incredulous eyes. In such a serious car accident, he actually stood up on the spot? Brother! Don't scare me, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere in your body? Maybe you should lie down? Rest while lying down. Photographer Wang Fan was afraid. He often surfs the internet. He was fortunate to have seen a post from a netizen. At the scene of a car accident, the most terrifying thing is not those lying unconscious, but those who immediately stand up and jump around. How should I put it? It's like a last burst of energy before death. Officer Hong and the others were also afraid of Su Chen's serious injuries. Who knew? Su Chen hopped in place, shook his arms and turned his waist. He was fine. Thinking back, these days he had been signing into the system, and every day the system enhanced various attributes of his body. His physique was quite strong. Looking again at the killer Nyo Taijun lying unconscious on the ground, Su Chen snorted, a smile playing on his lips. If he hadn't stepped on the brakes at the critical moment and shifted slightly in direction, with that terrifying speed, Nyo Taijun would have died on the spot. I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. Su Chen waved his hand and walked towards where Nyo Taijun was. Su Chen, are you really okay? Officer Hong was worried. Seeing the other party curious, he added, we just checked, Nyo Taijun's injuries are not light. But it's okay, there are no major life-threatening injuries. This time, we really have to thank you, brother Su Chen. Without Su Chen, they really couldn't have stopped Nyo Taijun. It's nothing. Su Chen smiled. Then, he grabbed Nyo Taijun's left middle finger, exerted force in an instant. Ah! Nyo Taijun, who was unconscious, suddenly woke up. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd looked at Su Chen in confusion. Was he venting his anger? He just snapped. Nyo Taijun's middle finger was forcibly bent by Su Chen. Officer Hong and the others thought Su Chen was venting his anger, punishing Nyo Taijun. Little did they know, with this move, the fractured middle finger of Nyo Taijun was shattered. Bastard! You wait, I will kill you, I will eat your whole family. Where had Nyo Taijun experienced such pain? He immediately went berserk. Smack! Without saying a word, Su Chen slapped him again. Hiss! The people around gasped in shock, but deep down, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Officer Hong, police cannot physically assault people, let me handle this. Before Nyo Taijun could curse, Su Chen struck him with a powerful blow. The force was just right, a crisp and satisfying sound. Striking forward, striking backward, jumping up to strike, a lightning-fast 5 consecutive strikes. Police cannot hit people? Yeah, police cannot hit people, but here you are bending fingers and slapping. At this moment, the crowd looked at Officer Hong in confusion. Unable to hide it any longer. Actually, Su Chen is not a police officer in our criminal investigation team, Officer Hong said with a wry smile. Is he from the Technical Investigation Department? Captain Liu of the Traffic Police asked. So young, so brave, and not a police officer? You should know, most ordinary people, when they see a suspect, when they see a murderer, they would run away without hesitation, very few would actively drive towards them. And, at such high speeds? Not exactly. This brother here is actually a witness to the case. I was thinking of bringing him to assist our criminal investigation team. I didn't expect him to do all our work. Officer Hong led a group of detectives behind him, lowering his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. From the discovery of human flesh, to the gradual extension of case clues, to finding the culprit, chasing and capturing the criminal, throughout the whole process, Su Chen played a crucial role. Without Su Chen, Officer Hong might have already been dismembered. He's a scavenger. Is he really a scavenger? Speaking of which, Officer Hong still hasn't figured out how Su Chen dispelled the smoke. For a moment, everyone around fell silent. As they say, silence is better than words. The shock in everyone's hearts was indescribable. An amateur, a non-police officer, did all the work for the criminal investigation team. At this moment, the live broadcast studio was boiling, like water boiling in a pot. Awesome 666 my baby, so awesome, is this host a jack of all trades? I finally understand the purpose of the show now. Talent shines regardless of the environment, what matters is the individual. A scavenger who did all the work for the criminal investigation team, this is not just damaging, it's extremely insulting. Didn't you see the look in the murderer's eyes? Right now, he probably wants to find a place to hide, right? Ha ha. I heard that host 54 is amazing, but I've never heard of him being this awesome. Who wouldn't love a host so just and full of positive energy? Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. Su Chen's actions completely shocked everyone. Especially Captain Lu of the traffic police, who looked at Su Chen as if he were a treasure. Slap, slap, slap. Several big slaps in a row. Niu Tiejuan's face swelled up like a pig's head. Drool mixed with blood kept flowing down his lips. Truly a tragic sight. Officer Hong, he confessed, there are still hostages in the basement of the slaughterhouse. Su Chen didn't beat him up for no reason. First, this bastard thought of him as food and wanted to eat him, which made him very unhappy, so he deserved a beating. Second, he guessed that this guy often ate human flesh, so there must be some stockpile. And so, after a few big slaps, nearing the edge of unconsciousness, he confessed. In theory, Su Chen has a strong physical condition. Most people wouldn't be able to withstand 2 big slaps, but Niu Taijun could endure a few. It's highly likely due to his tough skin, high fat content, and being injected with an anesthetic. Good. Officer Hong nodded and immediately ordered the team to act. The sky was getting darker. The capture of the culprit and the rescue of the hostages were imperative. Just think, the swift resolution of these serial murder cases, dismemberment cases, and body fragmentation cases today was all thanks to Su Chen. A case that even a captain of the criminal investigation team found overwhelming was resolved on the same day with Su Chen's assistance. It was truly unbelievable. For a moment, their perception of Su Chen underwent a significant change. There was shock, but more importantly, gratitude. Su Chen, my brother, this time, we really have to thank you. Let's go. It's getting late, and everyone hasn't eaten yet. I'll report to the chief. You guys go back and have your meal. I'll inform the canteen to add more meat and vegetables for you. This time, Hong officer spoke without Su Chen's intervention. Heroes must have an extra meal. Before leaving, Hong officer verbally praised the taxi driver, who was the kind-hearted contestant number 88. The contestant number 88 was at a loss for words, saying, "Officer, you are too kind." He hurriedly drove away. Although contestant number 88 received repair fees supported by the police, he couldn't find joy in his heart. Comparing oneself to others can be frustrating. The driving profession he loved no longer felt appealing. Even a ragpicker seemed more capable than him, causing a significant psychological gap. In the police car, Hong officer personally drove. Su Chen and Wang Fan sat in the back seat resting. Traffic police captain Lu lay in the front passenger seat, constantly observing and caring for Su Chen through the rearview mirror. Young man, are you really okay? Don't you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? No need. Su Chen waved his hand and explained, I have decent physical fitness, just some scratches. Just go back to the police station for bandaging, it's not a big deal. The other 3 in the car swallowed hard, finding it unbelievable. 2 cars collided at speeds of over 100-200 yards, with their front ends embedded together. The cars were completely totaled. Even the Land Rover drivers were taken away by the emergency services. Yet, Su Chen seemed unharmed, just some scratches. What kind of physical fitness is this? Is he human? Is he a monster? Traffic police captain Lu was amazed, this was incredible. Su Chen, I heard from Officer Hong that you are currently unemployed, are you a ragpicker? Yes. A familiar feeling surged in his heart. As expected. Traffic police captain Lu bravely said, in that case. I think you have extraordinary talent, how about joining our traffic police team? I guarantee. Forget it, old Lu. Before he could finish, Hong officer, who was driving seriously, interrupted. This feeling was all too familiar to him. I shouldn't be the one saying this, but now Su Chen is injured. Su Chen has a job, he won't join your traffic police team. If you don't believe me, then let me tell you the truth, both our criminal investigation team and Dr. Wang's side have been rejected. After saying that, Traffic Police Captain Lu was dumbfounded. The selection criteria for the criminal investigation team and Dr. Wang's side were much stricter than their traffic police team. I see. Alright then. I just thought. Traffic Police Captain Lu didn't continue halfway through. He found it hard to believe that Su Chen was a ragpicker. Look at the eyes of the traffic police captain, shocked, right? Who would have thought that a ragpicker could be so amazing? A little cow goes to Antarctica, reaching the pinnacle of awesomeness. Longhai City Police Station. Under the night sky, the steps of the police station were crowded with people. Everyone from the police station was there. Director Chen personally led the team to welcome the heroes. Excitement was evident on the faces of all the police officers in the entire station. Just received news from the criminal investigation team's Hong officer, the serial murder case, the dismemberment case culprit has been caught. This meant that those long-lost missing cases, the headless cases, could finally be closed. Officer Hong is really amazing, in just a few hours, such a big case has been solved. On the steps, voices of people discussing could be heard. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the fastest case solved in our Longhai City Police Station, right? The record has been broken. Looks like there's a chance to learn from Officer Hong. His speed in solving cases is comparable to Holmes. As the police officers discussed and praised, a police car drove in. Officer Hong was the first to get out of the car. Officer Hong! Officer Hong! Clap clap clap, thunderous applause rang out in the police station courtyard. Officer Hong was taken aback, then walked to the back and opened the rear car door. Amid the puzzled looks of the crowd, he put Su Chen's arm over his shoulder and helped him down carefully. Ha! Officer Hong, what's this about? Is someone injured? The police officers hurried forward to help. Director Chen approached. Old Hong, what's going on? How did this young man get injured? Looking up, Officer Hong noticed the admiring and respectful gazes from everyone at the police station, realizing they had misunderstood. Director Chen, maybe I didn't explain the situation clearly. The culprit was stopped by Su Chen risking his life. Director Chen? Police officers? So the culprit wasn't caught by Officer Hong? It was someone else? Wait, this handsome guy looks familiar? Director Chen, belatedly, realized he had seen Su Chen somewhere before. Young man, have we met somewhere? Let me think. That person who found the body while collecting garbage at the construction site, was it you? Gasp, with this revelation, everyone present felt a chill down their spines. A group of excellent police officers stared at Su Chen, scrutinizing him. This young man, this ragpicker, he solved the last case, and now, he solved this one too. Not far away, in the canteen kitchen, the chef heard the commotion and saw the familiar faces of Su Chen and Wang Fan. He couldn't help but laugh and cry, these two, do they really love my cooking so much? No wonder, no wonder. Director Chen suddenly understood. In that moment, his perception of Su Chen underwent a significant change. He was their specially invited safety ambassador. It seemed that since then, Su Chen had been solving cases one after another for their police station. Impressive. Impressive. Director Chen didn't say much more. He personally took Su Chen's hand and headed towards the canteen. As they walked, he shouted, Chef Li, prepare the side dishes for me. I'll personally cook to reward the great hero. The police officers behind watched enviously, feeling itchy inside. Who didn't know that Director Chen used to be the head chef in the military before retiring? Being able to eat the dishes personally made by Director Chen meant that he truly admired them. And such people were rare. Guys, I heard that the brother is a ragpicker. Nonsense, can a ragpicker be this amazing? No. I must find Officer Hong to clarify. Second floor of the Longhai City Police Station canteen. Director Chen, wearing an apron, kept serving dishes to Su Chen. Come on, young man, eat while it's hot, taste my cooking. The table was filled with exquisite dishes. If there were more than 2 vegetarian dishes, it meant Director Chen's hospitality was lacking. Thank you, Director Chen. Su Chen quickly bandaged his wound. The two of them started eating voraciously. Officer Hong sat beside them, recounting the details of the entire case to Director Chen. At first, accompanying the investigation was fine. But as the story became more and more unbelievable, Director Chen looked at Su Chen as if he had seen a ghost. The smoke that could confuse Officer Hong didn't affect Su Chen? A speed and thrill show on the asphalt road in the outskirts of the city. $1 million Land Rover couldn't match their police station's beat-up Chang'an. These unbelievable things truly happened to Su Chen. This is talent. Brother, slow down, you are truly a monster. I still can't figure out how you managed to avoid the smoke. And your driving skills, did you have another profession hidden from me before? A beat-up Chang'an in your hands performs better than 1 million Land Rovers. How did you do it? Wang Fan's curiosity couldn't be stopped even while eating. Director Chen and Officer Hong both looked at Su Chen at that moment. Well, regarding the smoke, in that situation, there was only one thing that could detoxify. It was something left by our ancestors. I won't say more while eating. As for driving skills, there's not much to say. The performance of a car, expensive doesn't always mean better, and cheap doesn't always mean worse. The car, it also depends on who's driving. Su Chen didn't explicitly say. That self-confidence deeply impressed the three present. Ha ha. Brothers, I've already guessed what that detox thing is. I don't know if I should envy the host or mock the host. I won't say more. I'm going to find our 5-fingered girl. Whether a car is good or bad depends on who's driving it. I deeply understand this. Let's use ex-girlfriends and current girlfriends as an analogy. Their conditions may be different, but I can make them unable to resist me. Top-notch understanding. Longhai City Police Department cafeteria, 2nd floor. After 3 rounds of drinks and tasting 5 flavors of dishes, Director Chen highly praised Su Chen. If it weren't for Officer Hong holding back a bit, he would probably have treated Su Chen like a brother. Brother, you are now so popular, even Director Chen wants to personally invite you. Wang Fan laughed. Anyone could see that as long as Su Chen spoke up, the police detective team would definitely have a place for him. Alright, stop boasting. Feeling a bit dizzy, I'm going back to sleep. The two were left to spend the night at the police station. It was the same lodging house, the same long-lost large bedroom. The difference was that there were 2 cups of steaming honey water and a plate of fruit on the table. The treatment is really good. A rag picker can reach this level, glorifying the ancestors. Without saying anything else, if I, a rag picker, could be like the host, even the clan leader would have to ask me if I want to hold hands. Am I here to see the host pick up junk? I'm here to see the host show off. The Strongest Challenger variety show, discovering bodies, uncovering human flesh, solving major criminal cases. All major short video social platforms are completely ablaze. Overnight. The program headquarters backstage is pushing traffic to room 54, Su Chen's live broadcast room. Now, as a rag picker, he ranks first in popularity. Financially, he ranks in the top 10. In the overall ranking, he is outrageously in 2nd place. Just a hair away from the 1st place CEO's secretary. The chief director at the meeting pointed out, contestant number 54, Su Chen, dares to think, dares to do, dares to act. He is the biggest, darkest horse I have ever seen since hosting the show, no doubt about it. Various departments at the program headquarters began to exert their efforts. Late at night, the live channel had already closed, but the backstage display showed that there were still over 200,000 people coming in and out. The head of the logistics department sighed in unison, contestant number 54 is good, but it would be better if he didn't find any bodies. A rag picker hasn't found much junk, but has already found many bodies, right? Knock, knock, knock. 6 o'clock in the early morning. The door of the lodging house was knocked, waking up Su Chen in a daze. "Officer Hong? It's only 6 in the morning, what's the matter?" If he wasn't holding back a pee and in shallow sleep, he wouldn't have opened the door. Hearing this, Officer Hong smiled bitterly and apologized. "It's like this, there's something that requires your assistance, Brother Su Chen. Let's go, let's have breakfast at the cafeteria first." It was just past 6 in the morning, and the sky was just starting to brighten. The chefs at the Longhai City Police Station cafeteria were already busy preparing breakfast. It wasn't too extravagant, but it wasn't too shabby either. A simple breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks, plus 2 tea eggs. Another day of enjoying a free breakfast. "Brother Su Chen, yesterday we took Nyo Tai-jun to the nearby hospital emergency room. That guy is tough, plus internal injuries, we are worried he might have some accidents. Last night, we conducted a preliminary interrogation on him in the hospital ward. The result?" Officer Hong looked troubled. It was clear that the interrogation result was not very ideal. "Officer Hong, are you saying you want me to help with the interrogation?" "Well, I was thinking, since you were able to find out the whereabouts of those hostages yesterday, maybe." Officer Hong didn't finish his sentence, but Su Chen already understood. After finishing the last sip of soy milk, he wiped his mouth. "Officer Hong, let's go, I know what to do." At 7 in the morning, they arrived at the Longhai City First People's Hospital. In the inpatient department, Su Chen followed in the corridor, with the mechanical voice of the system echoing in his mind. Ding! Today's check-in successful. Wishing the host to find more treasures. Today's check-in reward, a heartfelt slap in the face. Extra reward, Constitution +1, Wisdom +2. Today's fortune-telling, great luck with a little misfortune. Not bad. Strong and smart. What caught Su Chen's attention first was the fortune-telling result, as he was a bit superstitious. Finally, it wasn't just a small fortune. After finding 2 corpses, small fortune and great misfortune were almost the same. Great luck is good. Although there's a little misfortune behind, it's not a big deal. Because Nyo Tai-jun is the perpetrator of a special serial murder case, the police placed him in a single patient room. Inside and outside the ward, 4 detectives were on duty at all times. Doctors and nurses who went in to diagnose and treat him had to go through a simple identity confirmation and examination. Officer Hong. The officer in the ward nodded to Officer Hong and then left on his own. In the single patient room, on the hospital bed, Nyo Tai-jun was wrapped all over, with a strong smell of medicine and disinfectant. Hey, this guy looks much better now, but I can't help but want to beat him up. Wang Fan felt nauseous at the thought of almost being eaten. Brother Su Chen, it's up to you. Director Chen arranged for me to have a task, and I really had no choice but to come to you. Officer Hong pleaded earnestly. Just by looking at his big dark circles, you could tell that he had been working non-stop since after dinner yesterday. Because of the show, because of Su Chen, the dismemberment case had been under intense scrutiny. The outside world was pressuring the Longhai City Police Station, and Director Chen was pressuring Detective Captain Hong. Sigh. We have investigated Nyo Tai-jun's file. This guy is just different. He was excellent in academics since childhood, outstanding in intelligence and emotional intelligence, graduated from a prestigious university. His family conditions were good, everything was good, our officers in the bureau envied his life. But in the end, he didn't follow the right path. Officer Hong was very puzzled about Nyo Tai-jun. He was also very troubled. Last night, we spent a lot of effort to hire interrogation experts from the field and psychology field to interrogate Nyo Tai-jun rigorously. The result, apart from some superficial information, he didn't reveal anything. Hypnosis didn't work, psychology experts were also ineffective. There was really no way. Thinking about how Su Chen had pried open this guy's mouth yesterday, he decided to knock on the door early in the morning to try. I see. Xiao Wang, go prepare a basin of water for me. I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face since waking up early this morning. Su Chen instructed, and Wang Fan complied. A basin of cool water was brought in. Seeing Officer Hong standing there anxiously, Suchen smiled and said, "Officer Hong, didn't get any sleep last night? Wash your face, wake up, there's no use being in a hurry." The three of them washed their faces and brushed their teeth. As grown men, there was nothing to be picky about. After finishing, Wang Fan was about to go pour out the basin of water. However, Suchen pointed to Niu Taijun lying on the bed and said, "Don't rush to pour it out. Didn't you see that this guy hasn't washed up yet? Let's wash him too." Saying that, Suchen took the murky water from Wang Fan's hands and splashed it directly on Niu Taijun's face. Niu Taijun suddenly woke up, tried to sit up, but then moved his freshly bandaged wound from last night. "What are you guys doing?" Just as he opened his eyes, a piece of dead skin mixed with a thick phlegm flowed into his mouth. The strange taste made Niu Taijun feel nauseous. Officer Hong glanced at Wang Fan, thinking, did he spit that thick phlegm into his mouth just now? He. Wang Fan scratched his head awkwardly. He had a bit of a cold recently, his throat was itchy, and he had phlegm. So when he drank it down, along with the toothpaste water, thick phlegm, and dead skin washed off his face, it had quite a flavor. Officer Hong and Wang Fan looked at Suchen eagerly. Niu Taijun glared. When he realized it was Suchen who splashed him, he wasn't even angry. "What? It's you again, kid? Here to chat with me?" Something like that. Suchen sat down and then looked at the two behind him. Officer Hong, Xiao Wang, could you guys step out for a bit? I want to talk to him alone. Also, please prepare a bundle of hemp rope, a set of earphones, a projector, and a screen for me. Give me half an hour. Is the interrogation about to begin? Officer Hong was surprised. The interrogation tools were a bit strange, but if Suchen wanted them, he would provide them. In just over 10 minutes, all the necessary tools were prepared and handed over to Suchen. As the door of the ward closed, only Suchen and Niu Taijun were left. Kid, do you think you're more skilled than those psychologists? Niu Taijun sneered, I'll tell you the truth, I'm a top psychology professor. I've studied the human psychological environment. You think you can get useful information out of me? Forget about it. Yesterday, under the influence of anesthesia and a mild concussion, Niu Taijun had said a few useless things about the hostages. He was wealthy, he was intelligent. He immediately requested to contact his lawyer, he wanted to turn the tables. The evidence definitely couldn't be revealed. Facing Suchen setting up a projector, screen, and other items in the ward, Niu Taijun was completely unimpressed. Alright, put on the earphones. Next, let's start with a horror movie. Suchen drew the curtains in the ward, plunging the room into darkness once again. He randomly searched online and projected a bunch of horror movies. Niu Taijun put on the earphones and stared straight ahead. Kid, do you think I'll give in like this? He was a cannibal, a serial killer, would he be afraid of watching these horror movies? Wasn't he more terrifying himself? Suchen remained silent. Outside the ward, Officer Hong and Wang Fan looked in through the only glass window, puzzled. Stimulating others to make them mentally collapse for interrogation was a smooth process. But the person lying on the hospital bed was a genius with high anti-psychological abilities and split personality. Would it work? A few minutes passed. A short horror film ended. Suchen took out a notebook from the table and a ballpoint pen. He handed it to Niu Taijun. Come on, write a 5,000-word reflection after watching. Also, list out the horror characters, ghosts, monsters, etc. inside. Are they single eyelids or double eyelids? Do they have pimples on their face or not? How did they die? Why do they harm people? Write it all out for me. Time limit, 10 minutes. Niu Taijun? Hong officer? Niu Taijun, lying half on the sickbed, was full of question marks on his face. I'm a serial killer, and you want me to write this? Even if I have good grades, you want me to write these, isn't it insulting me? And write a reflection after watching. Who interrogates suspects and then writes a reflection after watching a horror movie? Hong officer, an old detective, was stunned. Young people still know how to play. Nyo Taijun crossed his hands and placed them in front of his chest. Smiling, he said, "Sorry, I can't write a word." Smack! As soon as he finished speaking, Su-chen raised his hand and gave him a crisp slap on the face. Ha! Nyo Taijun was stunned, his head buzzing. "You hit me!" Smack! Another big slap came. The calm heart was completely provoked at this moment. Nyo Taijun wanted to resist. But suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of emotion surged. He self-examined his heart. What's going on? I'm an ogre, I'm a demon who kills without blinking, and I'm actually shedding tears? I actually feel sorry for those I've killed. Smack! Another big slap came down, and Nyo Taijun cried. He picked up the ballpoint pen. All right. 10 minutes later. Nyo Taijun rubbed his sore and painful wrists. The 5,000-word reflection was all done according to Su-chen's requirements. Not bad. Su-chen glanced at it, not even looking twice. Adjusting the projector. Come on, let's move on to the next one. Nyo Taijun? Smack. Look. Can't I even look? After a few more minutes, a more terrifying short film was watched. Nyo Taijun rubbed his aching ears. Kid, what kind of crappy film are you showing me? It's ugly, and why is the volume so loud? Can't you show me one that I like? Hearing this, Su-chen slapped him again. You're picky now? Come on. Same as before, 10 minutes, this time, I want a 10,000-word reflection. The description should be detailed, and the narrative should be moving. Nyo Taijun's forehead veins bulged. He's a serial killer, he's an ogre. Are you torturing me like this? Even a genius with a top psychology certificate can't stand it, right? 10 minutes and 1 second. Looking at his cheeks swollen like a pig's head, the talented Nyo Taijun wrote furiously. Su-chen slapped him again, hitting him hard. You only wrote 6,000 words in 10 minutes? What have you been doing? Aren't you a genius? Is this all the talent you have? Nyo Taijun's eyes were bloodshot. He was angry but couldn't express it. If he dared to resist, the next second a big slap would come. The key is, this slap is very strange. One after another, breaking through his psychological defenses. Each slap felt like torture. Tears streamed down. I can't take it anymore. I can't watch anymore, I'll go crazy if I watch more. Brother! Please, stop hitting me, I really can't take it anymore. Just confess to the crime, right? I confess, isn't that enough? A big slap wins over the heart. If one is not enough, then please bring more. In a few minutes, a complete criminal process written by Nyo Taijun himself. Putting down the ballpoint pen, half lying on the hospital bed at that moment. Closing his eyes, he felt happy. Is it over? Officer Hong was called into the ward, very surprised. Looking at the complete confession. Record with the time specified. He was stunned. All night yesterday, they had consulted interrogation experts and psychologists from the bureau. A big group of experts couldn't solve the problem, but Su-chen solved it in half an hour. It was a bit unrealistically easy. What's wrong? Still feel it's not enough? If it's not enough, I can write more. I'm tired, exhausted. The world is not worth it. Nyo Taijun mumbled. Looking at his expression, his eyes, this guy was indeed tormented. At this moment, he didn't even dare to look at Su-chen. Officer, please remember to close the door when you leave. I never want to see this handsome guy again. I want to take a nap, thank you. Nyo Taijun obediently lay down. Crying and laughing, writing reflections and confession letters, he was too tired. Officer Hong grabbed Su-chen's hand, smiling happily. Su-chen, my brother, you really have a way. You really solved this big trouble. How can I thank you? Hearing this, Su-chen said, Officer Hong, it's just a small effort. Oh right, Director Chen just messaged me. Last time you found the body of an S-level wanted criminal, rewarded with 20,000, this time, assisting our police in solving a major case on the same day, rewarded with another 20,000. A total of 40,000. Give me your bank account number, I'll transfer it to you. In a few minutes, 40,000 arrived. As he was leaving, Officer Hong awkwardly smiled. Su Chen, my brother, let's stick to what we're good at. Let's discuss, but please, let's not pick up bodies. Su Chen. I really don't want to pick up bodies. No, I need to find a new place to enjoy myself. Currently, Su Chen's show is ranked first in popularity and income. Ranked first overall. Leaving Longhai City People's Hospital, Su Chen brought photographer Wang Fan to the self-service ATM. Let's withdraw 2,000 first. With this 40,000 bonus, we won't have to worry about food and drink for the next few months. Swish swish swish. Holding 20 red bills in his hand, that real money felt great. Bro, let's go to heaven on earth tonight. I heard the girls there are great. They are pretty and wear black stockings. I've been single for over 20 years, never held a girl's hand. Wang Fan was excited. Su Chen thought for a moment, let's go. Let's skip picking up trash today, take a break for half a day. I also heard that place is nice, you can bathe, eat, and get a massage. Bro, today, I'll fulfill your little wish. Heaven on earth. A high-end entertainment venue that combines entertainment, dining, massage, and movies. Here, as long as you have money, you can experience a heavenly feeling. Su Chen and Wang Fan indulged themselves. Each ordered the 999 package. After having a buffet lunch, the two lay on small beds, applying face masks, waiting for the technicians to come for a massage. Listening to music, eating fruit platters. The atmosphere and comfort were at their peak. This is the life. Wang Fan exclaimed. At this moment. Although late, the live broadcast room had just opened. Tens of thousands of fans were flooding the barrage. Heaven on earth? Did the host and his friends go to enjoy themselves? Damn, even trash pickers can go to heaven on earth? I give up. Looking at the room setup, did the host order the 999 package? Creak. The room door slowly opened. Wearing standardized uniforms, with skirts short to the base of the thighs and black stockings on their legs, two beautiful women walked in. Hello, sir, I am the technician you requested, number 8, and I am happy to serve you. Hello, sir, I am the technician you requested, number 6. The two women carried toolboxes and stood straight in front of Su Chen and Wang Fan. Wow! Wang Fan was so excited that he sat up. He had seen the world and experienced facial cleansers. At first sight, these two, technicians number 6 and 8, were amazing. Everyone says number 8 is good, and today he got to see it. Sexy wavy long hair, big eyes, curvy figure, tight skirt, black stockings. The two didn't speak, just standing there made people feel good. Sir, can we start now? Let's begin. Su Chen nodded. He thought it was okay. The only thing that surprised him was the numbers on the white chest of these two. How, did it feel like a camera? At the same time, at the headquarters of the program group, department heads and team leaders watched the live broadcast of Su Chen in room 54. They envied and also noticed the two female technicians who had already bent down to start massaging. The observant head of the monitoring team was stunned. These technicians, aren't they our program group's contestant number 66 and her photographer friend? It seems so. The other leaders were shocked. The chief director recognized the two female technicians, and for a moment, he was too emotional to speak. Originally, this contestant number 66 and her photographer friend had always been highly ranked in the program. Masseurs, a good profession. Now, contestant number 54, a scavenger, went for a massage with a photographer to enjoy it. And coincidentally, they picked the sisters who were also contestants in the program, number 66. Is this too outrageous? Are these two working hard for the program or causing trouble for it? Su-chan, contestant number 54, are you really a contestant of the program group? Are you here to enjoy yourself? Ha ha ha. Beauty, I didn't expect you to be a contestant on the Ultimate Challenger variety show. I was wondering why you were carrying a camera with you. The photographer Wang Fan was familiar. Contestant number 66 and her photographer friend exchanged a glance, with a faint smile on their faces. They had just found out that the handsome and calm man in front of them was the popular contestant number 54 on the internet. Who would have thought that such a handsome man would end up as a scavenger for a living? And, not only did he scavenge, but he also became so popular. For a moment, contestant number 66 tightened her legs. Women, always admiring strength. Handsome, are you comfortable? It's okay, put in a little more effort. Can you spread your legs a bit, I'll massage your thighs? Handsome, should I ride on top? Can I sit on top? This way you'll be more comfortable. Contestant number 66, in front of the camera, flaunted her figure wildly. The rise and fall, the alluring curves, ah. I can't take it anymore. I'll explode if I look at it for a moment longer. I'll melt if I get any closer. Folks, who's getting such a seductive massage at home? Report. Contestant number 66 is taking advantage of my brother. Ha? Is no one going to do anything about this? Can I watch this? This is exactly what I love to see. A 999 yuan package, experiencing a service worth 9,999 yuan. Wang Fan lay on the side, dumbfounded. A massage that was supposed to be a point, the beautiful contestant number 66 only did half a point. When she was finally called away by the manager of Heaven on Earth, she was reluctant to leave. Bro, being handsome is great, you can have an easy life. Wang Fan chuckled. What are you talking about? Hurry up, pack up your things, let's go eat. Su-chan washed his face. In the bathroom. He turned his head, glanced at the plastic bottles and the trash can. Hey! Once the professional habit kicks in, it's hard to resist. He picked up the plastic bottle of iced tea and stuffed it into his pocket. He didn't have to pick up junk. But that doesn't mean he can resist picking it up when he sees it. The iced tea felt heavy in his pocket. This person is really bad now. It's one thing to put water in the plastic bottle, but why stuff things in it? What is this? Su-chan walked out of the bathroom. Under the dim light, the iced tea plastic bottle was filled with small umbrellas that caught his eye. There were plain ones, patterned ones, and even sixth sense ones. Most of the high-selling ones on the market had them. As for how Su-chan could tell the brand from a transparent small umbrella, he wouldn't tell you. Oh my god, is there any special service in this world? How about we call the number 8 technicians over and ask them? Wang Fan blurted out. Su-chan carefully examined. There were large and small umbrellas. This doesn't seem right. Ding! Just as Su-chan was about to use a knife to open it and take a look, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Then, a detailed and precise information panel appeared in his mind. Item, plastic bottle. Contains, small umbrellas? Rock sugar. Note, the rock sugar inside has an extremely high purity, reaching 99.99%. Hiss. Su-chan took a step back, inhaling sharply. A sudden system analysis appeared in his mind. Real rock sugar. With a purity of 99.99% and almost 100% high concentration rock sugar? This is insane. Su-chan's back was covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect that a casual move of his hand. He just wanted to pick up a plastic bottle. How could there be rock sugar with such a high concentration? Bro, what's wrong with you? Wang Fan, seeing Su-chan's pale face, asked with concern, did number 66's massage make you feel unwell? No. Su-chan had no mood for jokes at the moment. Right now, he only had one thought, which was to leave immediately and call the police. Let's get out of here first. In the bustling place, no one could judge what had happened. Along the way, the photographer Wang Fan's camera focused on the beautiful girls, either in black stockings or white stockings. The fans and viewers in the live broadcast studio had no idea what had happened when they left Tianshangrenjian. They were all clamoring to go back quickly. "Anchor, don't make me kneel down and beg you, please come back soon. The girl in jeans just now had an amazing figure, please help me get her contact information, bro. The 999 yuan package, at least enjoy it until the evening, right?" Could it be that the anchor can't let go of his career and suddenly wants to go out to pick up junk? "Anchor, I want to say, I can't rest assured about the spicy girl from number 66, can you take care of her for me? I just want her to be happy. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. Various speculations in the live studio. However, there was no hesitation. Su Chen took out his phone. "Officer Hong, I need to report a crime." On the other side. A few hours ago. After solving the Nyo Tai-jun case, Officer Hong hurried to the Longhai City Police Station to report. He found Director Chen and recounted the entire bizarre interrogation process. As expected, Director Chen highly praised Su Chen's intimidating and torturous interrogation methods. "Su Chen is really good, it would be great if we could recruit him to our police station." Director Chen's eyes were full of regret. They knew that Su Chen had a reason to pick up junk. A team leader in criminal investigation and a director meticulously reviewed all recent case processes in the office. Officer Hong was organizing things when he made a discovery. "Chief Chen, it seems, in the recent two cases, the culprits were not caught by us. We have no connection to solving the cases. The records were released." Officer Hong was dumbfounded. They had only kept records throughout the whole process. Major clues were found, criminals were apprehended, all done by Su Chen alone. This. Chief Chen also looked a bit embarrassed. Technically, the credit for solving these cases should go to Su Chen, but he was not part of their police department. The final reward would only be in cash. "Chief Chen, I got the credit lying down. Isn't that a bit, not quite right?" Officer Hong felt guilty. It felt like Su Chen was a lucky charm? Wherever he was involved, major and serious cases were solved directly. The credit would still go to their criminal investigation team. Thinking this way, Chief Chen also noticed a problem. "How about, you and Su Chen become sworn brothers? I mean, you be the younger brother, and Su Chen be the older brother." Officer Hong was speechless. Just as he was thinking about how to properly reward Su Chen. Ding-ling-ling, the phone rang at that moment. "Officer Hong, I need to report a crime." "Ah." Officer Hong jumped up from his chair. "Su Chen, what's wrong? Why do you want to report a crime again? Could it be that you found another body? Don't scare me." Hearing Su Chen's voice on the phone, Officer Hong felt a bit uneasy. "I can't explain clearly over the phone. I'm at a massage parlor and found rock sugar." Officer Hong didn't understand. With the phone on speaker, even Chief Chen was confused. "What rock sugar? The edible kind?" "Officer Hong, you better come and see for yourself. I'll send you the location. This isn't the kind of rock sugar we eat. Well, technically you can eat it. I mean, this rock sugar is light blue in color, with a purity of 99.99%. Almost 100%. Such high concentration rock sugar? Wouldn't it be super sweet to eat a piece?" Officer Hong's mind hadn't caught up yet. And Chief Chen on the other side, his face went through crazy changes. Rock sugar, light blue, purity. The only thing that could involve these terms was that terrifying thing. No time to think. Chief Chen exclaimed, "Old Hong, mobilize the criminal investigation team. Immediately. Right now." In the earthly paradise, a few hundred meters away from the roadside, Su Chen unexpectedly made a direct call to the police. The photographer Wang Fan was stunned. "Brother? Why are you calling the police again? Having experienced the previous incident with Nyo Tai-jun. For safety reasons, the production team specially arranged a Huawei Mate 60 phone for Su-chan and his team. In the live broadcast room, tens of thousands of fans and netizens were puzzled, speculating one after another. Is it possible that the host is worried about Officer Hong and asked him to come for a massage? Can't be that boring. It must be that the host discovered some illicit transaction in the earthly paradise. The host was even advising streetwalkers to take the postgraduate exam. Besides, Miss 66 is still inside. Unable to understand. Su-chan picked up the heavy iced tea bottle in his hand. In the dimly lit private room just now, it was hard to see clearly. Now, under the sunlight, the light blue rock sugar wrapped in a small umbrella looked particularly dazzling. What is this, brother? Is it ice? Wang Fan was clueless. Su-chan frowned. This is rock sugar. With a purity of 99%, reaching almost 100% high concentration rock sugar. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the photographer Wang Fan fell silent. His hands holding the camera trembled like in Parkinson's, his face turned pale in an instant. Subconsciously, he lowered the camera lens. Brother! Let's run now. Trying to hide it now was already too late. The live broadcast room has tens of thousands of viewers. Who knows if the criminal trading in ice sugar is inside? Wang Fan's hands were trembling, cold sweat running down his spine. He was speechless now. They just came out for a massage, wanting to enjoy themselves for a bit. How come? My brother picked up a plastic bottle, and there was ice sugar inside. And damn, with a concentration of up to 99%. It's quite outrageous. Su-chan remained silent, standing still with a pensive look on his face. In the live broadcast room, the barrage had already exploded, with a group of netizens eagerly discussing. Hashtag leaving the original score. Hashtag Dogecoin cameraman, please respect our audience, what are you doing pointing at your crotch? Hashtag family, if I didn't hear wrong just now, did the host mention ice sugar? Hashtag what kind of ice sugar? The kind used for stewing soup? We also have ice sugar at home. Hashtag the person upstairs is a fool, everyone ignore them. Hashtag damn, host, why don't you turn yourself in? You're really daring. Hashtag ice sugar with a concentration of 99%, almost reaching 100%, taking a sip of this will be so refreshing, right? Hashtag that's right, you can see your grandma and wave to her in an instant. Various hot search headlines were flooding the director's meeting room at the program headquarters. Department heads, leaders, all sat around the long table in the meeting room. The atmosphere on site was strange, with each department head bowing their heads. Ah! Don't stay silent, speak up, what are your thoughts on this matter? The director sighed, breaking the silence. The first to speak up was the monitoring team leader who admired Su-chan to the extreme. Director, I think contestant 54 is very good at creating buzz. Although I'm not sure if this was intentional, the program effect is really great. As soon as he finished speaking, the editing team leader exploded in anger. Bullshit. Great program effect, right? Do you know how we, the editing team, were criticized by netizens last time? Do you know that after dealing with those disgusting scenes, our editing staff didn't eat for days? It was either rotting, stinking corpses or swollen pieces of human flesh. The logistics team leader patted the editing team leader's shoulder with a smile. Director, how do you think we should handle this? The topic was thrown to the director. He pondered for a moment. Let me tell you this. We received a message at headquarters that a company wants to poach contestant 54, Su-chan, at a high price. Advertisers, brand partners. This group of people with no limits for popularity had set their sights on Su-chan. As soon as this was said, for a moment, the various department heads and leaders embroiled in disputes fell into silence. Although Su-chan picking up a corpse was quite outrageous, the program effect was significant. Currently, their show The Ultimate Challenger continued to dominate the top 3 in the hot search rankings. The total accumulated popularity, with 1 million views, browsing. You know, this is the highest height their program has ever reached. The director contemplated, a high popularity is real. There's no way. Contestant 54's profession is scavenging, we can't control what he picks up. What was the original intention of the program? Isn't it just reality? Although Su-chen, contestant 54, was a bit outrageous, this was the reality. As long as the show is popular, this approach can work. Dancing on the edge of a knife. I'll find an opportunity to discuss this with the group company above. To prevent Su-chen from being poached by rival companies, we need to give him some rewards. Involving rock sugar, with a terrifying purity reaching 99%. The Longhai City Police Department paid special attention. A 10-minute journey arrived in 5 minutes. Officer Hong saw that Su-chen was fine and breathed a sigh of relief. Su-chen, did you really find rock sugar? Yes. Su-chen threw the plastic bottle of iced tea over. Be careful. The group got into the car. Carefully took out the light blue rock sugar. After careful examination, it was indeed as Su-chen had described over the phone. Only with extremely high purity would the rock sugar show a light blue color. Su-chen. Let's discuss the rest later, please come with us to make a statement. Officer Hong didn't know what to say. Think about it. Things happen in threes. Everyone in the police station thought that Su-chen's previous findings were just coincidences. They shouldn't meet again in the future. But what happened? They just met in the morning, and within a few hours, they met again. And the most frustrating thing for Officer Hong was that before leaving, he had told Su-chen, don't pick up dead bodies. Indeed, he didn't pick up any dead bodies. But instead, he picked up rock sugar. Rock sugar with a purity of 99%, almost reaching 100%. Heavy, filling up half a bottle of iced tea plastic bottle. Weighing about 1 to 2 pounds. A terrifying amount. Now, Officer Hong didn't know whether to thank Su-chen or what. This young handsome guy is incredible. In the Longhai City Police Department, they may not handle such big cases in a year. But Su-chen, in just 3 days, brought them so many surprises. The barrage in the live broadcast room continued to soar. Eating melon, eating melon. Front row eating melon. Yesterday, someone said the host wouldn't find anything good today? Slap in the face. No way. Host, are you a lucky fish? Finding these things. Every day? Longhai City Police Department, Chief's Office. Involving high-purity rock sugar, Chief Chen personally inquired. Su-chen sat in a chair and detailed the entire incident. Worried that Chief Chen wouldn't believe him, he proactively played back the live broadcast. Fortunately, there were many backup cameras for the show, all in high definition. Chief Chen could see clearly. In the bathroom, Su-chen casually picked up a very nice plastic bottle of iced tea. It was exactly the same as the one he was holding now. Chief Chen fell into silence. His current mood was not much different from Officer Hong's. The way he looked at Su-chen gradually became strange. Is this kid dangerous? The first time he handed in a gun with several bullets. The second time, he found a corpse of an S-class wanted criminal at a construction site. The third time, he found human flesh at a garbage dump, exposing a terrifying serial killing and dismemberment case. The fourth time, he didn't find a dead body, but started finding high-purity rock sugar? Have you ever seen such an outrageous young man? Have you ever seen a young man who was so good at picking up junk? It's only been a few days. The previous cases were sent to the prosecutor's office. They might not have finished with those cases yet, and now you're starting again? Accuse him of doing it on purpose, but he really didn't mean to. After all, dead bodies and human flesh are disgusting things that you can't avoid. Accuse him of doing it on purpose, but he has videos and evidence. Sitting in front of him, both of them looked more innocent than the other, haha. Look at the chief's expression. Chief, who allowed you to do this? I'm asking you, who allowed you to do this? So thrilling. The host is really thrilling. Luckily there's a live playback, otherwise even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash it clean. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. After a while, Chief Chin composed himself. Officer Hong, the rock sugar incident is of great concern. Investigate it. Yes. The police officer Hong's face didn't look good. You should know, once crystal meth appears, it means there is a production base in Longhai City. At the same time, it is very likely that there are many buyers, users. This stuff, with such a high concentration, is already enough to reach hallucinogenic levels. Losing everything is a small matter, but the serious consequences of destruction and addiction leading to death are the most terrifying. Filing a case, searching for clues, investigating, ordered by Director Chen personally. The Longhai City Police Department, all departments, have considered this crystal meth case as a top priority. This cancer must be eradicated as soon as possible. Brother Su Chen, I'm troubling you again this time. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Officer Hong personally drove. Anyway, Su Chen provided and discovered potential risks for their police department, which is a big deal. Our director said, Su Chen, you have done us a favor at the Longhai City Police Department. You have the most credit for several cases. Director Chen intends to apply for a personal award for you. The bonus may not be much, but the 5-star Good Citizen Award will be added to your file. Officer Hong said as he drove. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled and said, Officer Hong, please thank Director Chen for me. The 5-star Good Citizen Award. Not to mention how prestigious it is, for ordinary people, honor may not be as valuable as the bonus. However, if it is added to the file, it's a different story. Just like having a high education level, the more information in the file, achievements, certificates, the higher the chances of being hired by high-paying companies. It's a direct proportion. 6 p.m. The sky darkened as the sun set. At the entrance of Tianshan Renjian, Officer Hong led the team to investigate the case and found crystal meth inside, temporarily sealing off the entire entertainment venue. A large number of wealthy people, heavily made-up masseuses, walked out with the crowd. Wow! So eye-catching. Huh? Wait. Isn't that my wife who said she was working overtime at the company? Who's the bald guy next to her? Anchor. Turn your camera around. Poor brother upstairs, whenever my wife says she's working overtime, I make her send me a video of clapping hands as proof. Damn. Isn't that the hot girl from number 66? Now, she's out of a job. Things change, as more masseuses walked out of Tianshan Renjian. Su Chen, leisurely watching the show by the roadside, was quickly spotted by the hot girl from number 66. Oh no. Run. Wang Fan grabbed the still-dazed Su Chen and turned to run. Ha ha. So you two are scared too. Probably afraid that number 66 will cling to them. Damn, you guys are blind. Number 66 is so pretty. Have a drink at night, get a room. Isn't that a direct invitation? Black stockings and a headscarf. How enjoyable can it be? I dare not even think about it. Netizens lamented the lack of progress. A group of leaders in the backstage of the program headquarters also had a headache. Director, number 66 lost her job. What should we do? Number 66 masseuse, outstanding looks, stable salary, was a highly regarded candidate by many. Now, due to the police investigation, she might not be able to work temporarily. Hearing this, the chief director twitched his lips. Just improvise. Since the program aired, how many contestants have left due to subjective or objective factors? Things change, no one can guarantee that a job will last forever. Just like the zookeeper at the beginning, wasn't he a jerk? There are too many situations. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen and Wang Fan arrived on the outskirts on a tar road. This time, to avoid a situation like last time, they chose the East District. The outskirts of Longhai City's East District. Although it is considered suburban, there are many villages and towns in this area. The previous problems all occurred in the city center. Now, Su Chen and his team happened to try a different place. Stable, let yourself calm down. The city is deep in routines, but I still prefer the countryside. Wang Fan chuckled. Bro, that town ahead looks nice, must be quite wealthy. Let's stay at a farmhouse for the next few days. Okay. Su Chen had never experienced farmhouse living before. The two hurried on the road until it was dark before finally reaching the village entrance. From a distance, the village didn't seem big. But up close, they realized this village was actually quite large. What a cool village! Bro, this village seems to still have a clan system in place. Wang Fan exclaimed. As it was getting late, the two headed straight to a well-decorated farmhouse at the village entrance. Boss, can we stay here? Who are you? The innkeeper, who heard the commotion, came out from the backyard. The boss was a young man, around 30 years old. There weren't many customers in the shop, perhaps they had closed early. The innkeeper was very cautious upon Su Chen and Wang Fan's arrival, looking them up and down. Are you from out of town? You should find another place to stay. In our Tazai village, we don't welcome outsiders. Tazai village. The innkeeper's words surprised Su Chen greatly. Wasn't that the ice sugar village he had seen in a TV drama in his past life? It had caused quite a stir back then. Stay calm. Su Chen tried to control his emotions. The innkeeper explained further, I'm really sorry. In our Tazai village, the clan leader has regulations. Outsiders are allowed during the day, but not at night. You should find another place. Su Chen quietly left Tazai village with the photographer Wang Fan. Bro, why did you hold me back? I think that guy is asking for trouble. All these rules and regulations, in my opinion, he just looks down on us. Give him a good fight, I bet he'll let us stay. Wang Fan's stomach growled, cursing. Don't rush, I need to confirm something. We will come back. Su Chen teased. He realized. In this parallel world, he hadn't figured out what kind of village Tazai village was. Of course, Su Chen wasn't entirely sure. If it was as he suspected, or as it was in his past life. This Tazai village might be related to ice sugar. As night fell, Su Chen quietly approached Tazai village from a small path. The village committee, the largest building in Tazai village. If he remembered correctly, this should be where Lin Yaodong lived, right? Before they could make any further moves. Clatter. As expected. The next second, countless villagers armed with sticks rushed out of the alley. Oh my! A bunch of troublemakers. Wang Fan was dumbfounded. While Su Chen remained calm and composed. Just as he had guessed. The entire Tazai village, streets and alleys, were all equipped with high-definition surveillance cameras. They appeared at the village committee, naturally the heart of Tazai village. In no time, surrounded and encircled. A figure that was extremely familiar appeared. Wearing a Zhongshan suit, not particularly burly. But this person's appearance made countless villagers around him step aside in awe. Uncle Dong, Uncle Dong. Lin Yaodong arrived. He glanced at the camera in Wang Fan's hand. You all can leave now. This is a misunderstanding. The villagers were stunned, then scattered and left. Lin Yaodong waved at Su Chen and Wang Fan. Then he smiled, Gentlemen, what brings you to my Tazai village? Oh, it's like this, it's too late, and we have nowhere to stay. We thought of staying at a farmhouse in the village for the night. Since the innkeeper didn't agree, we thought of sneaking into the village to find a temple to spend the night. Who knew, we were inexplicably discovered by a group of troublemakers. Su Chen pretended not to know anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong scrutinized the two individuals with a few glances. Fortunately, the villagers had already dispersed at his command. Otherwise, upon hearing Su Chen's words, some villagers might have immediately gone berserk, right? Their Tazai village has always maintained a clan system, with genealogical records. The ancestral hall is considered the most important place by the villagers of Tazai village. The ancestral tablets of ancestors from past generations are enshrined, and incense burns continuously. Lin Yaodong squinted and pushed his glasses. I see. I'm truly sorry, but it is indeed a rule in our Tazai village that outsiders are not allowed to enter. This is a rule left by our ancestors, and we must abide by it. However, I see that you two are quite pitiful. How about this? Our Tazai village has a factory, you can stay there for the night. I'll have someone drive you there. Lin Yaodong's attitude was very good, or rather, he was very enthusiastic towards them. The one responsible for driving was Lin Yaohua. They rode in the latest top-of-the-line Maybach. Wang Fan felt a sense of unreality. Brother Yaohua, is everyone in your Tazai village this wealthy? What kind of business are you all in? It's not bad, mainly our village practices collective economy. We get rich together, we make money together. Lin Yaohua didn't say much more. They remained silent all the way. They arrived at the factory. Su Chen and Wang Fan were arranged to stay in the employee dormitory. Rest well, call me if you need anything. After Lin Yaohua left, Wang Fan looked around the clean room filled with smart furniture. He had a look of someone who had never seen such luxury before. Wow! Is this the employee dormitory? Bro, this factory run by Tazai village, the treatment is too good, isn't it? What is this? A plasma TV. Bro! How about we work here? Inside the employee dormitory, there were beds above and desks below, air conditioning, and separate wet and dry bathrooms. 4 beds in one dorm. It could be said that this setup was even better than some university student dormitories. Bro, finally, we don't have to squeeze onto one bed. I suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable. Wang Fan blushed like a young girl. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Alright, hurry up and wash up and get ready for bed. I guess we can't order takeout here. There are snacks on the table, have some to fill your stomach. I'll go out for a walk. As a time traveler. As someone who was very familiar with past life movies and TV shows. Su Chen was extremely worried. Tazai village is an extremely closed-off village. They are very hostile to all outsiders. It can be confirmed. Su Chen and the others accidentally intruded into the village today. They were not beaten to death with sticks. Thanks to the live broadcast of the camera. Thoughts of Lin Yaodong's ruthless methods kept flashing through Su Chen's mind. Su Chen arrived at the employee dormitory, and at the end of the corridor was the toilet. Well, it looks like we can only stay here tonight. As for verifying whether Tazai village produces rock candy, this matter had to be put on hold for now. After all, they didn't even have a chance to enter the village. If all else fails, they could simply remind Officer Hong and the others to come here for a stroll. Perhaps they could provide some clues to help them solve the case of the high-concentration rock candy? Su Chen shook his head and planned to leave Tazai village tomorrow. Squatting down. A few minutes later, he reached into a box and pulled out some paper. Pure wood pulp paper, very comfortable, very expensive. Thinking that Tazai village was wealthy, Su Chen stuffed a few extra sheets into his pocket. Clatter! Suddenly, something wrapped in tissue fell out. What was it? Su Chen picked it up. Opened it. Huh? This thing looks like a memory card? Small, black. Back in the room. Su Chen was curious. He called Wang Fan, who was playing King of Glory on his Huawei Mate 60. Taking the phone, he inserted the memory card. Hey, what are you doing, bro? The Lonling King is killing people indiscriminately. Brother, don't just interrupt like that. Be careful, there's a virus inside. 3 million. I'll give you 3 million every month. In the future, our Tazai village and you will be like grasshoppers on the same rope. Think about your wife and children. The video is blurry. But the voice of the speaker is very familiar. Lin Yaodong? It's him, no mistake. Could it be? Su Chen trembled all over. He played the video on the memory card again. Damn! A chilling sensation pierced his forehead. This can't be so coincidental, right? Su Chen's lips twitched. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life there was a TV series about Tazai Village. The reason why Tazai Village attracted police attention in the end, was it because of the video on that memory card? Su Chen himself was starting to doubt it a bit. He just went to the bathroom casually, thinking of grabbing a few more pieces of paper. How did he end up picking up this crucial memory card related to Tazai Village? Please, he really didn't intend to pick it up. Although, it is still impossible to confirm whether Tazai Village is producing ice sugar. But, looking at the situation, it's almost certain, right? So, this is what it feels like to stumble upon a big deal? A strange smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Bro! What's wrong with you? Why are you laughing? Bro, don't scare me. I'm easily scared. Wang Fan didn't understand. Bro, are you running a fever? Where did you pick up this memory card from? I thought there might be a movie left by some great god inside. Turns out it's two grown men. Boring. Wang Fan complained about the memory card. However, Su Chen completely ignored it. He didn't bother to explain anything. Without hesitation, he took out his phone. Officer Hong. I want to report a crime. The night was deep. The village committee of Tazai Village, the ancestral hall, was brightly lit. The village head Lin Yaodong urgently called a clan meeting. All parties were required to be present. After all, in the late night, the elders in the clan were not happy. Speaking their minds, the complaints were endless. Yaodong, what's the matter so late at night? Your aunt and I just got into bed, the bed wasn't even warm yet and we were called over. Sigh, we're old, can't compare to you young people, our bodies will fall apart if we're tossed around too much. The elders' words carried complaints, but when spoken, there was a smile on their faces. Well, sorry for delaying everyone's rest, I, Lin Yaodong, deeply apologize. As the village head of Tazai Village, I must fulfill my duties. Tonight, two young people came to the village, I checked. They are participants in a certain variety show. Lin Yaodong pushed his glasses and continued, it's better to be safe than sorry. Tazai Village has been happy for so many years, able to live in peace and prosperity, thanks to everyone's caution. I've thought it over, those two young people cannot stay. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. The rule in their Tazai Village is, any outsider who trespasses by mistake must die. The secret of Tazai Village must not be leaked. Lin Yaodong's efforts cannot be in vain. Everyone, convening late at night is really a last resort. Tell me, what are your opinions on this? As the words fell, the elders and heads of households looked at each other. They had some speculations about what Lin Yaodong said. Lin Yaohua took the initiative to speak. Brother Dong, I trust you, whatever you say, we'll do. He and Lin Yaodong were as close as brothers, naturally having no objections. The other elders knew what was going on. But, upon careful consideration, killing the two unfamiliar outsiders is just that, killing them. This kind of situation has happened before. It's normal for strangers who are unfamiliar with the terrain to get lost, right? It's normal for them to fall into the river, right? It's normal for them to slip and fall from the mountain, right? There are many ways to die, and there's no need to choose at all. Lin Zhonghui got up and glanced at Lin Yaodong. You are the head of the main house, the decision is yours, I'll follow your lead. In Tazai Village, prosperity and decline are shared. It's not difficult to make two young strangers disappear at this stage of development. The two main house heads made their stance, and the elders had no objections. Figures in the ancestral hall moved quickly and dispersed. Lin Yaodong smiled and waved his hand. Lin can handle this matter of martial and literary victory. Deal with it cleanly and come find me when it's done. The three men put their hands in their pockets. Dealing with two ignorant outsiders is simply too easy. In Tazai Village, Uncle Dong is like the sky, invincible. If you make Uncle Dong unhappy, he will make you disappear. Tazai Village, beer factory. Su Chen and Wang Fan hastily left the employee dormitory. 1 minute later, several Tazai Village residents rushed into the neighboring employee dormitory. Ha? No one here? Maybe they went to the restroom? Let's check. Uncle Dong instructed to get rid of them. We can't be careless. The entire beer factory employee dormitory sprang into action. Lights were turned on one by one. A few minutes ago, it was a quiet and peaceful dormitory. A few minutes later, it turned into a large-scale search scene. The reason for this change was just one sentence from Uncle Dong, one thought. Let's block all exits, don't let those two escape. Search everywhere. Release the village dogs to track them down. We must find those two no matter what. Lin Kan commanded. He led dozens of Tazai village residents to search. Not a single trace was found. They were informed upon arrival that the people had escaped. Why would they run if they had nothing to hide? Or did they discover something? Lin Kan called Lin Yaodong. Uncle Dong, those two are likely to have escaped. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yaodong remained silent. His eyes gradually darkened. Understood. Continue the search, I'll be there soon. Under the night sky, the entire Tazai village seemed like an awakened flood beast. On a small hill not far from the beer factory, two figures sat on a cold stone, leaning against a big tree. They were eating sweet potatoes freshly picked from the field. Bro, you're really smart. How did you know they would come after us? Wang Fan looked at Su Chen with admiration. The admiration had turned into worship. In just a few minutes, the beer factory was in chaos. Clearly, everyone in the factory and village was looking for them. I said, the unity in Tazai village is somewhat frightening. Su Chen smiled faintly. He never said that unity was a bad thing. But he couldn't forget Lin Yaohua's words, collective economy is implemented within the village. This meant that unity in the village was tied to interests. And as the village director, Lin Yaodong was the local tyrant. Whether from understanding this character from past movies and TV shows or through brief interactions, Lin Yaodong made Su Chen very uncomfortable. It's hard to tell if he's a smiling tiger. This person showed no emotions, no changes in mood. That was the scariest part. Don't worry. The bigger the reaction from Tazai village, the more issues they have. Officer Hong and the others should have set off by now. Beep beep beep. In the eastern suburbs, on the asphalt road, Officer Hong personally led the team. 5 police cars and 2 armored vehicles were deployed. A vague hint in Su Chen's phone call caused a panic among the top officials of the Longhai City Police Department. Tazai Village. It's a town that has been under constant surveillance from higher authorities. But precisely because of this continuous attention, no problems have been found. Now. Su Chen's words, I have evidence. Shen Bureau dispatched the Special Police Brigade to assist Officer Hong in the investigation. Faster. Faster. Officer Hong said coldly. Involving Su Chen's life and safety, there was no room for error. Woof woof woof. About 10 minutes later, 2 big yellow dogs started barking wildly on a small hill. Oh my god. Bro, there are dogs. Help! Help! Suddenly, 2 snarling big yellow dogs jumped out, scaring Wang Fan so much that he started speaking in a foreign language. Damn it! Dong Shu, we found them. Let's go. Come back with us. Lin Kan scolded angrily. Dozens of villagers took Su Chen and the others straight to the village committee of Tazai village. In the courtyard, figures came out one after another. Old and young men wearing flip-flops came out to join the commotion. When they saw Su Chen, Wang Fan, and Lin Yaodong, a strange smile appeared on their faces. Brothers. You made it so hard for me to find you. Everything was fine, why did you run? Lin Xingwen coldly snorted, saying, Our Dongshu is close to you, are you playing tricks on my Dongshu? Damn it! These 2 are guilty. Dongshu, get rid of them! Lin Xingwen couldn't hold back his anger. This time, Wang Fan was scared enough. My god, are you poisonous? Did my brother and I provoke you? Su Chen remained silent. He observed that after Lin Xingwen bluntly said this sentence, the villagers' reactions were indifferent. It seemed like getting rid of two people was as simple as getting rid of cats and dogs. It seems they are used to this kind of thing. You go down. Xingwen, you don't have a say here. Lin Yaodong frowned. Young man. Tell me, why did you suddenly come to my Tazai village? Just passing by, an unexpected detour. Doesn't that sound a bit fishy? Lin Yaodong didn't believe it. He went back to think carefully. The reason for making such a decision suddenly. First, the two came to find a farmhouse for accommodation. After being rejected, why did they sneak into the village committee? Second, the live broadcast, this number 54 is very suspicious. Lin Yaodong learned that this guy often likes to deal with corpses. Regardless of whether the secret of Tazai village will be discovered. Su Chen's arrival made Lin Yaodong uneasy. Oh. Su Chen scratched his head, looking helpless. I called you Dong Shu. To be honest, we really were just passing by. If you don't pay attention to us, we might just leave tomorrow. Don't make a scene. Dong Shu, I'm really sorry. It's you who wanted to play tricks on me. Bang bang bang. The next moment, 3 gunshots rang out. Accompanied by the roar of police car engines and sirens, the entire courtyard of Tazai village was surrounded by police cars. Ha? Police? Who called the police? How did the police come to our Tazai village? Mom, I want to go home. I want milk. The scene was too big. A 2-year-old child was so scared that he started talking. Don't move. Everyone, immediately put your hands on your head and squat down. The one who fired the gun was Officer Hong. Su Chen was right. Tazai village had a problem. Why were hundreds of villagers crowded in the courtyard in the middle of the night? Clatter. The crowd of Tazai village residents became restless. The older generation had a sense of awe or fear towards the police, while the younger ones were defiant. Do as the officer says. Lin Yaodong growled lowly. The tense atmosphere came to a sudden halt. The villagers who were holding their heads continued to do so, and those who were squatting remained in that position. They saw Su Chen and Wang Fan standing in the middle of the crowd. Officer Hong rushed up. Su Chen, are you okay? Bro? I'm fine. Su Chen shook his head. At this moment, Lin Yaodong interrupted the two. Smiling, he said, Officer, may I ask why you are here in our Tazai village late at night? No one here has reported any incidents. Lin Yaodong. Officer Hong raised his voice significantly. He knew very well the power of Tazai village. Fortunately, Su Chen and the others were unharmed. If something happened, he really didn't know how to explain to Director Chen. As the village head of Tazai village, why are you not sleeping at night and gathering so many villagers? And, to be honest, what were you planning to do to those two just now? The atmosphere on the scene escalated once again. Dozens of police officers. There were criminal police, fully armed special police. Among them, a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man stood next to Officer Hong. Wearing a special police uniform, he stood there like a tower, exuding an imposing presence. This man was Su Tianlong, the captain of the Special Police Brigade of Longhai City Police Bureau, who had heard of Su Chen before. At this moment, the police surrounded the scene. There was an immediate urge to use force at the slightest provocation. Lin Yaodong could vaguely sense that. Are the people from the police station out of their minds? Are they going to take action against Tazai village? Furthermore, why did this group of police officers mobilize such a large force? Lin Yaodong forced a smile. Officer, it's all a misunderstanding. Our whole village welcomes the two young brothers. You are making a big deal out of nothing. Why mobilize such a large police force for such a trivial matter? Su Chen remained silent. Smiling, he handed the memory card to Officer Hong. Officer Hong, please take a look. The appearance of the memory card surprised everyone present. Is there really something on it? Lin Yaodong narrowed his eyes. His face remained calm and composed, but he couldn't help but wonder. These two kids, could they have really found something? In such a short time? It's impossible, it's impossible. Lin Yaodong didn't believe it. Even if Sherlock Holmes were alive, even if Kudo Shinichi appeared, they couldn't have found the secret in such a short time, right? Officer Hong remained silent. The atmosphere at the scene was strange, with even the sound of breathing becoming much quieter. Click. The memory card was inserted into the phone. 3 million. I'll give you 3 million every month. Think about your wife and children. The classic trading video played. Hiss. A gasp echoed from the hundreds of people present. The villagers of Tazai village began to stir. Lin Yaodong widened his eyes. How could this be? The voice was his. He knew exactly when and to whom those words were spoken. When was it recorded? How did these two brats find it? Gulp. Lin Yaodong pretended to remain calm and didn't speak. Humph. Officer Hong was ecstatic in his heart, his face cold. Evidence, naked evidence. Although the figure in the video was not clear, but given the close attention the police had paid to Tazai village all along, one thing could now be confirmed: there were informants planted by the police in the village. Damn it, no wonder every move the police made against Tazai village was always anticipated in advance. Today, thanks to the Su Chen brothers, this crucial clue was found. Lin Yaodong, do you have anything else to say? The evidence is conclusive. Bribery, making crystal meth, murder. I can arrest you now. Rumble. Officer Hong roared angrily. In an instant, the villagers of Tazai village who were crouching on the ground all stood up. They glared angrily, each one staring fiercely at Officer Hong. Corrupt cop, what right do you have to arrest our Uncle Dong? You label our Uncle Dong with so many accusations based on a mysterious video? Slander. Framing. In our Tazai village, who dares to lay a finger on Uncle Dong? The situation was ignited like a spark. Officer Hong clenched his teeth. What a group of troublemakers. At this moment, Lin Yaodong slowly walked out from the crowd. He gestured for the villagers not to get agitated. Looking back at Officer Hong, he still smiled and said, "Officer, a video with an unclear origin, edited a few times, who wouldn't be able to do that? You said I bribed. Let me emphasize, that person saved my life. I give him 3 million every month, and I still think it's not enough." Ah. You said I produced rock sugar, you said I killed to cover it up. Where is the rock sugar? Where are the bodies? In the courtyard of the Tazai village committee. Lin Yaodong refused to admit. Officer Hong was in distress. Indeed. The video was not clear, judging based on a few words from the voice alone, the evidence was not strong enough. Plus, Lin Yaodong's seniority and high status in Tazai village. It was basically impossible to bring him back to the police station for interrogation. What can be done now? In contemplation. Captain Su Tianlong of the special police team, who had been silent all along, took a few steps forward. Lin Yaodong, if there's a dispute, let's resolve it. Now, our police suspect that Tazai village is producing and selling rock sugar. Whether there are murders to cover up, we will investigate house by house. Any problems? One sentence. Agreement meant there was room for negotiation. Disagreement meant both sides could only deal with it firmly. As the words fell, the villagers of Tazai village jumped up one by one to refute. Uncle Dong, our Tazai village has rules passed down by our ancestors, outsiders cannot enter at will. What's the matter with searching every household? It's an invasion of privacy. I studied law for 2.5 years, this is considered trespassing. Hey officer, what are you doing? The villagers' reactions were very intense. Lin Yaodong's gaze swept over the crowd unexpectedly. To everyone's surprise, he nodded in agreement. Good. Since the police suspect, we will let you search. But, we have rules left by our ancestors in Tazai village. If you search and find no rock sugar, no bodies, you must publicly apologize to our Tazai village. And, within a year, you must not appear in our Tazai village for any reason. Cunning. Officer Hong was puzzled. Su Chen had already seen through everything. Lin Yaodong was setting conditions. He was seizing this opportunity to fight for a breathing space for Tazai village. To advance is to retreat. This guy really understands the art of war. Good. Your conditions can be agreed to. But, the premise is that Tazai village will not have any major criminal cases. Officer Hong had his principles. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaodong readily agreed. He said, "It's too late tonight. It's not convenient for you to search now. How about tomorrow? I will have all the villagers ready, you can search as you please." Okay. Officer Hong compromised. The villagers dispersed and went home from the courtyard of the village committee. Only the police and Su Chen remained there. What should we do, old Hong? Really search tomorrow? Su Tianlong frowned. In police work, speed is of the essence. Is there any reason to discover a case one night and handle it the next day? Then, should we be careful? Should we search? Officer Hong hesitated for a moment. Tazai village was covered with surveillance cameras in every corner. It would be difficult to search discreetly, but not entirely impossible. After a detailed discussion, Captain Su Tianlong decided to personally lead a few special police officers to sneak into the village and take a look. Such a large Tazai village. Just a tiny bit of evidence is enough to bring Lin Yaodong to justice. That's it. For the convenience of the formal village search for physical evidence, Officer Hong decided to stay overnight at the entrance of Tazai village. Several police cars blocked all exits. Guard against Lin Yaodong's tricks. Sitting in the police car, Officer Hong handed Su Chen and Wang Fan 2 bowls of instant noodles brewed with cold water. He said, "Just make do with it." The two looked at each other and smiled. Officer Hong looked deeply at Su Chen and said, "You are lucky to dare to come to Tazai village. Haven't you heard that Tazai village is very emotional?" Su Chen buried his head in eating, shaking his head. The two of them, like brothers, are scavengers, going wherever they need to. They don't care about much else. Officer Hong, do you have any clues in the investigation of the Tianshan Renjian Bingtang case? Su Chen asked casually. Officer Hong shook his head, no clues. The place like Tianshan Renjian has too many visitors. Everyone who has been to that private room, we have investigated. No suspicious points. In other words, they haven't found anything yet. After all, there are too many uncertainties. Take it slow, you will find it eventually. I believe there are no secrets in the world. Su Chen comforted with a smile. Woof woof woof. Just at that moment, there was a fierce barking from the village not far away. Before long, Captain Su Tianlong and his special police team came back panting. How is it, old Su? Any updates? Officer Hong asked nervously. Su Tianlong waved his hand, drank a bottle of mineral water in one gulp. Don't mention it. We used special equipment to shield the cameras and searched near the yards of a dozen villagers. Not a trace of Bingtang was found. In theory, there must be a problem wherever Bingtang is made. But they didn't find anything unusual. For a moment, the group of determined special police officers were greatly disappointed. Su Tianlong couldn't understand. He looked at Su Chen. Brother, I want to ask, how did you find that memory card? Huh? Right. As soon as this was said, Officer Hong also looked over. The video in the memory card was of great importance. Observing Lin Yaodong's changes in expression at that time, it was likely true. For something so important, how did Su Chen get it? Well. Su Chen scratched his head. Captains, I forgot to mention. We were actually arranged by Lin Yaodong to be at their beer factory in Tazai village. As for the memory card, I didn't find it. Then who did? The two captains were intrigued. They, as the police, had no clues. How could you, a scavenger, find these things? You two captains may not believe it when I say this. But this memory card, I found it. Suchin said seriously. Found it. Hearing this, the two senior captains at the Longhai City Police Department, who were praised by Director Chen as their right-hand men, were stunned. They had been police officers for at least 10 years. They had solved many cases big and small. What bizarre situation had they not encountered? Searching for clues and evidence was often the most headache-inducing. Today, Su Chen's found it once again refreshed their understanding. It was understandable to find a body, but evidence too. The two captains stared wide-eyed. After so many years in the police force, how could they not find such important evidence? How could you be so good at finding things? The two captains took a good 10 minutes to digest this. In the end, they accepted this absurd reality. The bodies of S-Class wanted criminals can be found. What's wrong with picking up evidence? A night of silence. The first rays of sunlight shine into the car window in the morning. Captain Hong and Captain Su Tianlong woke up. High-intensity work pressure. The two who are used to it early stood at the entrance of Tazai Village. Whether the veil of Tazai Village can be lifted depends on today. For this reason, Captain Hong specifically explained to Director Chen. For this operation, the request for maximum support was made. Lao Hong, you really have it. Not only did the Ice Sugar Brigade come, but also the specially trained ice sugar dogs from the Bureau were all arranged. Plus sophisticated equipment, enough for them to handle. Su Tianlong is full of confidence. Followed by the Ice Sugar Brigade. The three captains gathered to discuss countermeasures. 7 o'clock. Su Chen woke up and stood at the village entrance. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for a full basket. Today's check-in rewards, Constitution +1, Wisdom +1. Today's fortune, great luck. Not bad. Although there is a bit of regret for not having special rewards, fortunately, there is no danger, right? Su Chen strolled at the village entrance, warming up. Photographer Wang Fan opened the live broadcast early. Popularity soared by over 100,000. The barrage was quickly flooded by fans and netizens. Wow, it's great to see the anchor early in the morning. The broadcast ended too early yesterday, I couldn't sleep all night. Why is it so lively around the anchor? So many police cars, so many police officers. Could the anchor have found something he shouldn't have again? That can't be, things don't happen 3 times, how can the anchor be so unlucky every day? Anchor, do a backflip for me. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. The audience in the live stream room continued to increase, gradually reaching a climax. Wang Fan smiled and aimed the camera at the well-equipped police cars. Brothers. Today we will take you to the famous Tazai village to pick up junk. Of course, just picking up stuff is too boring. To add fun and entertainment value, we have invited many guests for everyone. Wang Fan's words echoed in the live stream room. Looking at the cool armored police cars one after another. Tens of thousands of fans and netizens were buzzing in their heads. Damn! The anchor better explain this. What kind of special guests can invite the SWAT team, the Criminal Investigation Team, and the Ice Sugar Brigade? Something big is happening. What exactly did the anchor experience last night? Anchor, don't make me beg on my knees. Oh my, getting excited early in the morning? Am I dreaming? I'm not used to it yet. The police planned and formulated a plan. After finishing, Captain Hong approached Su Chen. Su Chen, brother, did you find anything? Su Chen shook his head, no. Just. He pointed to a small alley in Tazai village. There were very conspicuous banners hanging inside. On the walls, there were white-painted slogans. Captain Hong. I only found out early this morning. This Tazai village is one of the villages nationwide that imitate the ice sugar ban? This slogan seems to imply that there is no silver here. Su-chan hit the nail on the head. Captain Hong nodded with a wry smile. To be honest, our Longhai City Police Bureau, the Ice Sugar Brigade, has searched Tazai Village more than once. No matter how we search, this Tazai Village remains clean. Even, it was once selected as a model ice sugar village for several consecutive years. It may sound sarcastic, but it's a fact. A moment of silence. Captain Hong took a deep breath. Fortunately, this time we applied for assistance from the Bureau. Hope, the ice sugar prohibition dogs, and sophisticated high-tech instruments can find something. Everything is ready. All police officers, in groups of 4. Either leading the ice sugar prohibition dogs or carrying sophisticated scanning instruments. In a single line. Standing at the entrance of Tazai Village, grand and imposing. On the other hand, the villagers of Tazai Village. Under the guidance of Lin Yaodong, they have all evacuated their houses to make room for inspection. Officer Hong, I wish you good luck. Lin Yaodong greeted amidst a crowd of elders and villagers, smiling. Officer Hong. He was very uncertain. But since they had come, they couldn't back down. Each group. As planned, move. Search thoroughly. The 3 captains led their teams separately. The scene was grand. The visual impact was strong. Wow! I think I understand something. The one in that outfit, isn't it from the ice sugar prohibition team? What's going on? Could the ice sugar found in the human world yesterday be related to Tazai Village? Speaking of which, isn't Tazai Village a model village for ice sugar prohibition? Could the police have made a mistake? If ice sugar is found in Tazai Village, then this model title will really be a bit embarrassing. Let's watch and see. Join the fun. At the village entrance, Su Chen and Wang Fan stood there. Lin Yaodong and others occasionally glanced over. Bro, should we do something? Wang Fan was uneasy. At this moment, Lin Yaodong approached first. Gentlemen. Guess, can the police find the ice sugar this time? Lin Yaodong's tone was contemptuous. Su Chen remained silent. He couldn't guarantee that Officer Hong would find it. But seeing Lin Yaodong's attitude, he was very confident. I hope Officer Hong and his team can find it. Su Chen said lightly. Humph. You four-eyed frog. My brother said, there are no walls that can't be breached in this world. Justice will never be late. Wait to face the judgment of the law. Wang Fan was fed up with being watched by a group of troublemakers. He pulled Su Chen along and headed straight behind the search team. Bro. We're here now. We can't go back empty-handed, right? I heard that Tazai Village is quite wealthy. The junk here should be worth something, right? Whether to avoid the villagers or really to pick up junk, Wang Fan took the lead. Following behind the police search team, Su Chen and the others had a fruitful journey. Just as the system had blessed earlier, wishing for a full basket. It had to be said. Tazai Village was indeed wealthy. The latest top-of-the-line Apple 15 phone, just thrown away like that? In the morning, Su Chen picked up 2. The program's backstage salary display kept increasing. Bro, I think I understand why outsiders are not allowed in Tazai Village. This place is a hidden treasure. The fat water doesn't flow into someone else's field. These troublemakers are really cunning. Wang Fan never dreamed he would one day pick up an Apple 15. What a satisfying feeling. Noon. The scorching sun directly hit their heads. Su Chen's basket was full. They found a place to rest and cool off. Coincidentally, they arrived at the Tazai Village Committee office where they had mistakenly entered for the first time. Stepping into the courtyard. The first thing that caught their eyes was the ancestral hall filled with spirit tablets. Bro, there are offerings here. Lunch is sorted. Tazai Village Ancestral Hall. Su Chen and Wang Fan were really hungry. They casually picked up some apple sausages and started eating voraciously. Bro, Tazai village is really wealthy. Look at these fruits. There's enough variety to open a fruit shop. They can't change these offerings every day, right? Wang Fan is useless, and he doesn't have much of an appetite. Judging by their achievements in Tazai village this morning, it's possible that Tazai village changes offerings every day. In the clan, they are more respectful of their ancestors. The two of them sat resting in the ancestral hall. These brothers are really something. Tazai village has refreshed my understanding of the countryside. Oh, this is nothing. You guys should have the chance to look up the #1 village in the world online. Don't talk, watching the live stream of them eating, I'm hungry. At the same time, at the entrance of Tazai village, hundreds of villagers sat under temporary cooling sheds. Ice-cold watermelon, ice-cold fruit tea, a variety of items were available for casual visits at each table under the sheds. In addition, each cooling shed was equipped with a central air conditioning system for maximum efficiency. Come on, everyone, eat while it's hot. The hot pot lid was lifted, and the fragrance filled the air. Lin Kan ran out from the village and reported to Lin Yaodong's ear, Uncle Dong, you can rest assured, the police didn't find anything. Lin Yaodong nodded, indicating to sit down and eat. From start to finish, he showed no signs of panic. A group of police officers, so what if there were many of them? Police dogs, even with sophisticated equipment? Even if the video evidence is authentic. Without physical evidence, Lin Yaodong could rest easy. The villagers, young and old, enjoyed hot pot under the air conditioning. They were all happy. In their default thinking, as long as Uncle Dong was there, their Tazai village would be safe and sound. Meanwhile, a group of young people from Tazai village, led by Lin Xingwen, stood up and raised their glasses. Everyone, it's rare to be happy today. Our Tazai village hasn't been this lively in a long time. We can have a good mood today. First, we are grateful to the police for helping us solve our problems in the village. Without them, we wouldn't have time to gather for a meal, right? Second, we should toast Uncle Dong. Cheers! At this point, everyone in the village stood up together. Cheers to Uncle Dong! Hundreds of villagers shouted in unison. Even 2 or 3-year-olds who had just learned to walk imitated them, holding their parents and saying, %#Yuan, hashtag. What's going on? Are the villagers of Tazai village celebrating? Could it be that they've gone crazy? In the village, the police officers who heard the commotion looked at each other in disbelief. Their eyes were full of incredulity. They had never seen such arrogance in a village before. The police were investigating, but the villagers were celebrating? What was this? This was a blatant provocation. Officer Hong clenched his teeth. Lao Su, Lao Lu, how's the situation on your end? Su Tianlong, so far, no abnormalities have been found. Captain Lu of the Forbidden Rock Sugar Brigade frowned deeply. This is unbelievable. When our police dogs came in, it felt like entering a maze. Even the special equipment didn't work. After searching hard all morning, we didn't find a single clue. It was incomprehensible. In the past, their Forbidden Rock Sugar Brigade had never encountered such a situation. Watching the sweat-drenched police officers under them, enduring the scorching sun, hungry and exhausted, but there was no result. This sense of disparity. None of the police officers came forward to complain. But the 3 captains were holding their breath. Could it be that they had misunderstood Tazai village? Could it be that the video was fake? Ding-ling-ling. Just as Officer Hong was thinking about what to do, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, Su Chen exclaimed on the other end, Officer Hong. I need to report a crime. Over a dozen minutes ago, in the ancestral hall of Tazai village, Su Chen and Wang Fan sat on chairs, full and rested. They were feeling quite satisfied with their gains today. Wang Fan, this guy, couldn't sit still, his hands itching. Carrying a camera, I went to see what the ancestors of the Taizhai village looked like. Ha ha! The photographer is too mean. Don't be disrespectful. Do photographers really take pictures like this of you? How are you so good at taking pictures? By the way, Why do these spiritual tablets in the Taizhai village ancestral hall have photos on them? Wow, rich people are really different. This photo is really high definition. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. A group of fans and netizens kept commenting in the barrage. Suddenly, Wang Fan pointed to a photo on one of the spiritual tablets. Stunned, hey? Bro, come take a look. There's a person here, looks fierce and scary. Should we inform Officer Hong and have them investigate? Su Chen stood up. Glanced at the photo Wang Fan mentioned. Hiss. It's not just fierce. This photo looks so damn familiar. Wearing glasses, bald, goatee. Damn. Isn't this Heisenberg from the most powerful and beautiful drama I've ever seen in my past life, Breaking Bad? Not sure, take another look. That classic scene, the line, say my name. It's really him. Su Chen frowned slightly. What's going on here? Is Heisenberg involved with Lin Yaodong from Taizhai village? And, Heisenberg's spiritual tablet is different from the others. Positioned at spot C. Right in front of the incense. Bro, this person doesn't look like a person from our Huaxia country, right? Could he be mixed race? Wang Fan also noticed. Su Chen shook his head. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Phew. He took a deep breath, reached out and picked up Heisenberg's spiritual tablet. Bro! There's something here. Su Chen picked up the spiritual tablet at the same time. Wang Fan, quick-eyed and quick-handed, swiftly picked up a sealed document hidden behind the spiritual tablet. Opened it. What came into view? Was a letter, a key, a bag of light blue rock sugar. Wang Fan's eyes widened instantly. Bro! This. They found something again? Su Chen instinctively took the document. A bag of light blue rock sugar, exactly the same as what he found at Tianshan Renjian that day. A key, the purpose of which is currently unclear. A letter. Su Chen decisively opened the envelope. Hiss. At just one glance. The first line instantly caught Su Chen's attention. Taizhai Village, list of villagers producing rock sugar? Taizhai Village, customers for rock sugar sales? Taizhai Village, history of rock sugar production. What the hell? Su Chen's mind was filled with countless grass mud horses. Lin Yaodong, he's really bold. Did he record all these things? It seems that he accidentally grasped the lifeline of the entire village of Taizhou. Uncle Dong, I'm really sorry. I'm not the kind of person who likes to meddle in other people's business. He looked at the photo of Heisenberg. Su Chen didn't hesitate. He took out his phone decisively. Officer Hong. I need to report a crime. Taizhai Village Ancestral Hall. Officer Hong led the team. 3 police teams rushed to the scene. Reporting a crime? My brother Su Chen is reporting a crime again? By the way, everyone is in the same village and you're reporting a crime? Others didn't understand. Officer Hong, on the other hand, was getting excited. Quick! Seal off all entrances and exits of the ancestral hall immediately. 3 captains arrived and gave orders. Taizhai Village entrance. Lin Kan, who noticed the police's big move, quickly informed Lin Yaodong. All the police went into the ancestral hall? Lin Yaodong furrowed his brow. He had never touched a drop of alcohol. Why would the police suddenly all go into the ancestral hall? He knew what was there. But that place. Normal people wouldn't be able to find it. Uncle Dong, what should we do now? Lin Kan realized the seriousness of the situation. A group of young people from Taizhai village, led by him, stood up in unison. Full of youthful vigor. As long as Lin Yaodong says a word, they have no problem being police officers. Stay calm and go check the situation. Lin Yaodong couldn't sit still. Hundreds of Taizhai village villagers followed closely behind in a grand procession. Stop! Police are handling the case, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Immediately leave. The special police team members shouted. 3 police teams, armed with real guns and bullets, arrived. Faced with hundreds of Tazai village villagers in a grand procession, they must be cautious. He. Lin Yaodong pretended, squeezing out a smile. Comrade, the ancestral hall is a sacred place in our Tazai village. I'm going in. Let them in. Before the words fell, Officer Hong shouted in the ancestral hall. Clutching a spirit tablet in his hand, a sealed envelope. At this moment, he was confident. With these things, nailing Lin Yaodong to the board would be no problem at all. Clatter. As the Tazai village villagers were allowed into the ancestral hall, Lin Yaodong and others noticed it immediately. Officer Hong was holding a spirit tablet. How dare they touch the ancestral spirit tablet? Lin Xingwen was originally fierce. Seeing this, he didn't think much. He raised his fist ready to fight. Damn. Do you police want to die? Touching our ancestral spirit tablet? You must be held accountable today. Everyone? After speaking, the villagers in the courtyard came forward one after another to protest. Damn. Are the villagers of Tazai village so arrogant? Do the police need to be held accountable to them for handling the case? A group of troublemakers. Damn, this silver-haired guy, is he out of his mind? What if we touch your family's spirit tablet? Delaying police work, we can even desecrate your ancestral graves. The atmosphere on the scene was tense. At this moment, Officer Hong stepped forward, neither humble nor overbearing. His not-so-broad figure stood in front of hundreds of resisting villagers. Tazai village. Producing and selling rock candy, smuggling rock candy. Killing to cover up. Illegal foreign trade. Various crimes, documented. Explain. This is the explanation I give you. Officer Hong lifted the file bag with one hand. In an instant, the Tazai village villagers were stunned. Their eyes dodged, seeking help as they looked towards Lin Yaodong. Uncle Dong, he was their last straw in Tazai village. However, at this moment, Lin Yaodong was already numb. He stared fixedly at the file bag in Officer Hong's hand. How was this found? It's impossible. He understood the logic of things being hidden in the dark. Things that couldn't be found even by dogs and sophisticated instruments in the past. Humph. Officer Hong snorted coldly. Lin Yaodong, the evidence is conclusive. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Yaodong. He was the village head of Tazai village, the head of the main house. Without physical evidence, he could act with impunity. Now, the police evidence was right in his face. He couldn't escape. Lin Yaodong sighed, took off his glasses. His eyes were dull, no longer the spirited look of the past. I just want to know. How did you find it? This was Lin Yaodong's only demand at the moment. Even if he dies, he wants to die knowing the truth. At this point, Officer Hong looked at Su Chen. He weighed the spirit tablet in his hand. Smiling, he said, "It was your revered ancestors who caused you trouble. Are the people in this photo on the spirit tablet from your Tazai village? Ancestor?" Except for Lin Yaodong, all the villagers looked over in unison. The image of a bald man wearing glasses and a goatee. People from Tazai village? Don't insult our ancestors. When did people from Tazai village start looking so international? But then again, why would such a special photo be placed on the ancestral spirit tablet? The villagers began to discuss one after another. Is that our ancestor from Tazai village? There are only 2 situations where one can have a memorial tablet. First, they made significant contributions to Tazai village, and second, they have a high status and are respected. We never noticed before, when did Tazai village ever have a bald person? Damn, we offer food, drink, and incense every day, and this ancestor still can't do anything. It makes me unhappy. Burn the memorial tablet for him. The villagers on the scene were extremely excited. As for Lin Yaodong, he remained silent. That desolate state. Officer Hong couldn't bear to watch. Curiously asked, "Brother Su Chen, tell us, how did you discover it?" "Yes." When it came to the crucial documents, Captain Lu of the Jintang Brigade raised his face and said, "Brother Su Chen, speak up quickly. How did you do it?" "It's strange. I searched the ancestral hall with a police dog at least 10 times. We used sophisticated instruments to scan the entire ancestral hall countless times. Because they knew the ancestral hall of Tazai village was important, they did it this way. Unfortunately, there were no results at all." At this point, Su Chen knew he couldn't keep up the act. He touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed as he stepped forward. "To be honest, I didn't do anything. We spent the morning picking up junk. We were hungry, so we came to eat some buffet. Well, we wanted to see how many of Tazai village's ancestors had double eyelids. As a result, we found this uniquely looking old guy." Su Chen shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Everyone. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, they stared at Su Chen with extreme incomprehension. "Well, you may not believe it when I say it. I accidentally picked up this document bag. It wasn't intentional." Su Chen rubbed his hands, with that honest and sincere look. The tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. "Ha, the anchor is killing it. The police and the villagers are all speechless. Oh, the anchor has the skill of silence. Silencing countless cuties at random, looks like the police can't match the anchor's skills. Captain Lu of the Jintang Brigade, alright. We don't need police dogs anymore, you come? Police dog, who understands, my job is being taken away. Picked up." It was picked up again. Watching Su Chen's innocent and sincere face, Officer Hong didn't know what to say. "Look at this. Isn't this infuriating?" Special Police Brigade Commander Su Tianlong looked puzzled. Captain Lu of the Jintang Brigade opened his mouth wide enough to fit 2 light bulbs. The officers looked at Su Chen as if they had seen a ghost. The police dogs lay on the ground, tails drooping. Who understands, indeed? They had hundreds of officers, police dogs, and high-precision instruments. Yet, they couldn't match one person. Is it a case of accidentally planting willows and creating shade? A coincidence? Officer Hong couldn't agree. This wasn't the first or second time. Finding a body, finding pieces of meat, finding rock candy, fine, they could understand. But picking up evidence like this? Did anyone ever pick up evidence like this? Officer Hong and the others wanted to resign. It was too insulting. What kind of nonsense was this? They worked hard all morning and found nothing. And you accidentally picked it up? Everyone fell silent. Photographer Wang Fan tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. In a low voice, he said, "Brother. See, I told you not to tell the truth. It's mainly too damaging to one's self-esteem. How about, we think again and retell it? Everyone? Ha ha. Photographer, you really owe it to yourself. Officer, do you think I can't hear you? Treating me like I'm invisible? Dare to speak up louder? You are really afraid that everyone won't hear it. You are really rubbing salt in other people's wounds. Too cruel. Is this guy invited by a monkey to be a clown? Tazai Village Ancestral Hall. The police remained silent, not knowing what to say. Lin Yaodong. He felt like his world was collapsing. Being cautious for a lifetime. Working hard for a lifetime. Busy for a lifetime. Tazai Village finally made it to today. The local police were helpless against them. And then, 2 troublemakers stumbled into the village. Arranged for them to eat and drink, arranged for them to stay. We opened our hearts to them, and they hid their true intentions from us. We had thought that one day Tazai village would be exposed. But We never thought it would be exposed in such a ridiculous way. For some reason, he would rather be discovered by the police than be picked up by Su-chen like this. Ahem, ahem. Officer Hong coughed a few times, breaking the silence. All right. Comrades, let me say something. Seeing the three police teams feeling discouraged, Officer Hong spoke up. Comrades, don't worry about the details. In police work, we must consider the possibility of luck. You all have heard of it, luck is also part of strength. Don't be discouraged, don't be sad. And so, the officers still remained silent, each one forcing a smile on their faces. The live broadcast program was a hit. Officer Hong, sir. Have you ever been so comforting to people? It's better not to say it. The more you describe, the darker it gets. Luck is also part of strength, that anchor is really powerful. Very good, Officer Hong has stabbed the heart full of holes again. The atmosphere was not right. Su Tianlong couldn't bear to watch. All right. Old Hong, you don't need to explain anymore. It's exhausting to listen to you. Brother Su-chen, I understand. You can't look at it with a normal mindset, right? People who are out of the ordinary must have something out of the ordinary. Get ready to notify the Bureau. Let the Bureau arrange for more buses to come. Otherwise, we won't have enough space. Next. Dealing with the case would be much easier for the police. Wasn't there an envelope in the file bag? It clearly recorded every villager who made and sold rock sugar. So, the scene of the arrest turned into a scene of elementary school students being called to class. Lin Xingwen, making rock sugar, selling 100 kilograms of rock sugar. Lin Can, murder and arson, making rock sugar. It was too detailed. There was no reason not to arrest them. Special Police Brigade Su Tianlong, Ice Sugar Prohibition Brigade Captain Liu. The two captains looked eagerly at Officer Hong as he read out the names. The two looked at each other, at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Since becoming a police officer, handling cases, I have never been so relaxed. It's like a dream come true. All the criminals were there, all that was needed was to arrest them. As for whether the villagers would resist? Of course, there would be resistance. But special police officers were not just sitting around. If you say you didn't find evidence, and argue with me, I might ignore you. Now, with solid evidence, you are a criminal. You want to argue with me again? The entire arrest process was exceptionally smooth. Lin Yaodong was a smart man. He knew that resistance was futile, so he surrendered willingly. These scenes made the audience feel relieved. Great. It's hard to imagine, a village actually has so many people making rock sugar. How many families have been harmed? Damn, this live broadcast is so stress-relieving. Popularity +1 +1 +1 popularity +1 +1 +1. Rumbling. Buses left one after another, fully loaded. Watching the villagers being escorted up one by one, the bus driver's head was buzzing. It seems like the whole village is involved in crime? There weren't many villagers left in Tazai village. The process of capturing and escorting proceeded without incident. Su-chen found the crucial document bag. The scene of murder and burying bodies were all discovered by the police. At the entrance of Tazai village, the last bus was sent off. Officer Hong ran back into the village. Su-chen, come, let me help you carry. A basket almost overflowing with luxury goods. 2 more Apple 15 phones. What's even more outrageous is that there were quite a few pieces of gold and silver jewelry. Su-chen asked, Officer Hong. We picked these things up from the garbage dump. They were things others didn't want. Is it too much for us to take them back? There were so many, feeling a bit guilty. Officer Hong chuckled, if others don't want them, why can't we pick them up? It's not stealing, nor is it robbing. It's picking up with a clear conscience. Officer Hong personally helped Su Chen carry the basket. The three of them swept around Tazai village again. Confirming that there was nothing valuable left, they slowly walked towards the village entrance. Outrageous! Can I still go pick some up now? Is he picking up trash? That's clearly money. One day's turnover surpasses my annual salary. I envy the purple chicken. Basket, sorry. It's full. Let's go. Put these things in our police car. It's time for us to go back. Having solved such a big case, Officer Hong was very happy. Su Chen got into the police car. Going back meant going back to the police station. Everyone was already familiar with it and used to it. Going back to the police station felt no different from going home. At the headquarters of the Ultimate Challenger program. In the office of the chief director, figures were bustling. Heads of various departments and leaders came uninvited. Because of contestant number 54, Su Chen, the program was a hit. The popularity continued to soar. The viewership was about to break through millions, reaching tens of millions, bringing an unprecedented surge of traffic to the program. Most directly affected, the technical department was struggling a bit. The traffic was too high, and the live backend was close to crashing. Chief Director, think of a solution. The program is about to be ruined by contestant number 54. The head of the technical department was in a bind. The program being a hit was a good thing. But being too popular became his burden. Sigh. The chief director was stressed. These past few days, contestant number 54 had him on edge. You all work hard and come up with a solution. If it doesn't work, eliminate some other contestants. Today's meeting was of utmost importance. The chief director crossed his hands, looking pensive. I believe everyone knows the content of the meeting. Yes, contestant number 54 assisted the police in solving a major case. I believe the police will announce this soon. Our program headquarters must take action. The program headquarters was truly in a panic. Contestant number 54, Su Chen, was gaining more and more attention from companies and advertisers. Although there was a 1 billion prize in the program, the process was lengthy. It was unknown when it would end. Guard against Su Chen being poached by rival companies. The chief director decided, sign a special contract with Su Chen. Let me explain. This contract is only beneficial to us regarding Su Chen. It does not impose any restrictions on him. In simple terms, it was giving money. Because it was a contract, it didn't count towards personal financial rankings. We have no objections. Heads of various departments and leaders nodded in agreement. This time, the program became popular nationwide. The biggest contributor was contestant number 54, Su Chen. Whether the program headquarters gave 1 million or 5 million. Now, the head of the monitoring group raised a point. The chief director, do we need to change the photographer? Wang Fan, that chubby guy, has no eye for talent. How about we replace him with a beautiful female photographer for number 54? Maybe it will be better? In the police car. Wang Fan, as a photographer and assistant, saw the documents sent by the program group headquarters. He said, bro, the program group has sent you a beneficial contract. It says on it, the total program revenue, you get 5%. Wang Fan widened his eyes, looking incredulous. 5% of the total program revenue is not a small amount. There is no specific amount mentioned. But, judging by the current popularity of the program, the revenue will certainly not be low. For example, if the revenue is 10 million, Su Chen can easily earn 500,000. If the revenue is 100 million, Su Chen can get 5 million. This directly gives 5% of the revenue. It's obvious that Su Chen is being tied to the program. Bro, I told you, it's your charm. Wang Fan smiled sincerely, feeling happy for Su Chen. Then, he continued reading. Bro, the program group. Damn. These shameless old guys, do they think I can't take photos? Bro, they want to send you a beautiful female photographer. Bro, you must not fall for it, this is a beauty trap. Wang Fan clung to Su Chen's thigh. Tears were about to come out. Bro, we have suffered together, slept together, and even dug up bodies together. You can't abandon me. Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly rolled his eyes. Enough. Don't wipe your snot on me. Longhai City Police Station. Learning about the successful resolution of a major case, Director Chen led the police officers to line up and welcome them. Officer Hong, Su Chen, and 3 others got out of the police car. All police officers, salute. Director Chen ordered, and all police officers saluted. To the heroes, too. The champions, paying the highest respect. Damn, bro, I'm a bit nervous. Wang Fan swallowed his saliva, his eyes blank. We are just scrap collectors, how can we handle such a big ceremony? Not to mention that the police officers were all handsome and older than them. In the past, during the new year, as the youngest in the family, he had to kneel down and pay respects to his uncle who was still in first grade. This sudden was uncomfortable. Su Chen smiled bitterly and bowed back to Director Chen and the others. Director Chen, you guys, make me feel embarrassed. Actually, we didn't do much. Director Chen's face was solemn as he shook his head. Su Chen, you are being modest. I heard the details of the case from Officer Hong over the phone. Without you, this major case might not have been solved. Without you, I, as the director, might have been held accountable. High-purity rock sugar, with a presence of up to 99.99%. Not to be underestimated. Next. Director Chen instructed the canteen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Su Chen and the others. Originally, Officer Hong and the others should have been together. Suddenly, Director Chen called for an emergency meeting. That night. As expected, Su Chen and Wang Fan moved into the temporary accommodation at the police station. The familiar big bed, the familiar furnishings, almost made tens of thousands of fans laugh in the live broadcast room. Still in that big bedroom, still in that familiar accommodation. It seems like you 2 broadcasters are treating this place as your home, right? Big bed, you didn't come last night, do you know how lonely I was? Can't stop laughing, this broadcaster stays at the police station every day. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. The popularity in the live broadcast room has always been high. Perhaps due to being too tired from a busy day, Su Chen and Wang Fan lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Longhai City Police Station issued an official announcement. Recently, our city's police station successfully cracked a major case of manufacturing and selling rock sugar. Involving criminal personnel, more than 100 people, suspected of rock sugar, up to 3 tons. Currently, this case is being jointly enforced by the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Special Police Brigade, and Anti-Rock Sugar Brigade of our city's police bureau, and all criminal personnel have been apprehended. Here, all the officers and cadres of the Longhai City Police Bureau express sincere thanks for the strong assistance of Comrade Su Chen. We hope that all netizens and friends stay away from rock sugar and pay attention to personal safety. At one time, the announcement spread far and wide. In the vast sea of the internet, a huge wave was stirred up. Official media outlets, video comment sections. Kidney stones no longer hurt, damn. Suspected of 3 tons of rock sugar. Amazing 666. Only the mouth is tough, Su Chen? The contestant number 54 on the show, the ultimate challenger? Tang Seng washed his hair with rejoice. Yes, the one who found the body, the one who found human flesh, the safety ambassador. The little match girl who sells girls, I want to see. I love to see. Which kind person can throw a link in my face? My milk often slaps Xiao Zilong, huh? There are such amazing people? Doesn't the police station give them awards? 7 o'clock in the morning. Su Chen, who was washing up, heard the mechanical sound of the system echoing in his mind. Ding! Today's check-in is successful, another day full of hope. Today's check-in reward, grow 1 centimeter taller. Special reward, a needle threader, as long as you have eyes, there's nothing we can't open. Today's fortune telling, slight fortune and great misfortune. Hey, what are you doing? A slight fortune is a slight fortune. What does it mean to have great misfortune? Yesterday was great fortune and slight misfortune, almost beaten to death by the troublemakers in Tazai village. Today is great misfortune? Almost beaten to death by the troublemakers in Tazai village. This great misfortune. Su Chen's lips twitched, even brushing his teeth became cautious. Brother, come out for breakfast. Hong officer brought hot buns. If you're late, you won't get to eat. At the dining table, Su Chen chewed slowly. It took nearly half an hour for breakfast. Home officer smiled. Su Chen, do you have any plans for today? Because of the case in Tazai village yesterday. Someone from the director's office wants to see you. Who? Is it Director Chen? Su Chen asked. Let's go, you'll find out when we get there. Hong officer was mysterious and didn't explain. Knock knock knock. Knocking on Director Chen's office door. Every move Su Chen made seemed very careful. Great misfortune, great misfortune. Since the check-in, he had never encountered great misfortune. Today, he was the one with great misfortune. Come in. The office door was pushed open. A mature face, full of vicissitudes yet exceptionally resolute, appeared in front of Su Chen. The appearance was very unfamiliar. Police. Rank. Hiss. First-level police supervisor. This, even a deputy bureau-level figure is here? Could it be because of the good things he picked up yesterday? But Hong officer said there was no problem with what he picked up. Assisting the police in solving the case, theoretically, should not be a mistake. Su Chen stood still, unable to understand. Director Chen waved his hand. Su Chen, why are you still standing? Please sit down quickly. Come, let me introduce you, this is our Deputy Director Zhang. Zhang Jianguo stood up slowly. The imposing yet sincere smile on his stern face. His big hands instinctively held Su Chen's. He smiled. Su Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Huh? Su Chen was a bit confused. Suddenly, a first-level police supervisor, a deputy bureau-level figure. Holding your hand and saying I've heard a lot about you. Who wouldn't be puzzled by this? Su Chen pulled his lips. You're too kind. I dare not take those words I've heard a lot about you seriously. No. Before he could finish speaking, Deputy Director Zhang immediately withdrew his hand and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. The weighty words said, Young brother Su Chen, you are not aware of something. You may not realize how remarkable a thing you have done. Tazai village has always been a key focus for our police department in combating crime and drug trafficking. For many years, our police department has kept a close watch on it without ever letting up. There have been numerous undercover police officers who have failed in Tazai village. Among them, my youngest son became paralyzed in one undercover operation, and is now confined to a wheelchair for life. At this point, Deputy Director Shang's eyes revealed complex emotions. He felt heartache for not being a good father and not fulfilling his fatherly duties. He felt anger towards the criminals producing and selling drugs in Tazai village. Deputy Director Zhang wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. With a resolute expression, he showed a relieved smile. Su Chen, young brother. Now you should understand how extraordinary your efforts have been. For us. The process is no longer important. As long as the outcome is good. On behalf of the police department and personally, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you. A middle-aged man in his 40s. A father as strong as iron. A police department's first-level police inspector. After saying these words, he raised his hand and saluted Su Chen solemnly. This time, Su Chen did not evade or refuse. He stood tall and accepted the respect from the man in front of him. He knew that this gesture was a father's gratitude on behalf of his son's benefactor. There was also the helplessness and frustration of being unable to solve problems for the people while in his position. At this moment, as a junior, Su Chen scratched his head and smiled. Deputy Director Zhang, helping the police solve cases is something every citizen of Huaxia should do. To the best of my ability, I will not back down. If you want me to face those criminals head on, I really can't do it. Ha ha ha. With these words, several middle-aged men in the office burst into laughter. The gloomy and sorrowful atmosphere dissipated. They sat down and reviewed and documented the case of Tazai Village, which had significant implications that Deputy Director Zhang should be involved in. As the meeting neared its end, Deputy Director Zhang patted Su Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Su Chen, according to regulations, we plan to award you a third-class individual merit." Ha? Third-class merit? Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Deputy Director Zhang, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not a member of your police force. This individual merit. Don't worry, you deserve it. Before Su Chen could finish, Deputy Director Zhang immediately provided an explanation. In fact, civilians can also receive individual merit awards. It's just that such cases are rare, even non-existent. Compared to the individual merit awards given to police officers, civilian individual merit awards tend to be more of an honorary recognition. Of course, it is still an individual merit award that can be recorded in your personal file. Understood. In simpler terms, Deputy Director Zhang and his team were finding ways to reward themselves. Su Chen did not refuse. At this moment, Director Chen stood up and said, "Su Chen, today is a rare day off. Deputy Director Zhang and I would like to invite you to go fishing, what do you think?" Fishing? One was the first-level police inspector Deputy Director Zhang, and the other was the police station director. How could Su Chen refuse their invitation? I don't have a problem. It's just that. Director Chen, Deputy Director Zhang, you know I am currently participating in a program. So, with the live broadcast and all. We don't mind. Director Chen and Zhang Jianguo exchanged a glance. Su Chen's acceptance was enough to make them happy. What did a camera matter? Do you mind? It also depends on who you are fishing with, right? Who would have thought that Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen would agree in unison? Director Chen explained, "Don't worry, we won't go where there are many people, nor will we go too far. Behind our Longhai City Police Bureau, there is a not-so-small wild river. I've been there, it's quite nice over there." Longhai City Police Bureau, near the wild river behind the mountain. Zhang Jianguo, Director Chen, changed into professional fishing gear, carrying a toolbox. Compared to them, Su Chen appeared more relaxed. In fact, Su Chen himself doesn't know much about fishing. Haven't fished much. But there is a saying, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig run, right? A deputy bureau-level police inspector, a police bureau director. The two walked ahead, leading the way, chatting and laughing with Su Chen. At this moment, the fans in the live broadcast room realized the seriousness of the situation. Oh my! I know this man with a square face. Deputy Director of the Police Department, Police Inspector. Don't be silly. I bet 2 packs of spicy sticks, the first comment is all true. Early in the morning, before the broadcast, what happened? I think, the Deputy Director and the Director are quite approachable, very down-to-earth. Yes, that's how it is now. Normally, if you can meet these two, you're considered lucky. Who wouldn't agree? 2 big shots from the police department inviting someone to go fishing. In the past, where could such a fresh thing happen? Wang Fan followed along. His thoughts were in line with the tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room. My brother has made it. Find the right fishing spot. The 3 chose a cool and shady place. For easy communication, they were only about half a meter apart. Setting up the bait, casting the rod, a set of standardized movements, smooth and natural. Zhang Jianguo and Director Chen exchanged a glance and started fishing. Clearly a seasoned fisherman. Old hand. Without at least 5 years of fishing experience, you can't cast such a perfect hook. What's so difficult about casting a rod? As long as you have hands, you can do it, right? The last barrage comment, just as Wang Fan wanted to say. Now, Su Chen is his idol. Seeing the 2 big shots from the police department casting their rods, Wang Fan encouraged, "Bro, cast one far for them to see." The desire to win was at play. Su Chen prepared the bait, stood up. Swish! The fishhook spun 360 degrees. Ah! Behind him, Wang Fan exclaimed. Tears streamed down directly. The fishhook landed precisely on Wang Fan's lips. Bro, are you targeting me here? Are you fishing or fishing me? My bad, my bad. The boat of friendship almost capsized. Stop fooling around, focus on fishing. Su Chen, who was serious, still looked very handsome. The only downside was that fishing was quite boring. After half an hour, Zhang Jianguo and Director Chen each had their catch. Only Su Chen. Either he hooked an old shoe or watergrass. The garbage on the shore was about to pile up. Netizens started to gossip wildly. Ha ha! I thought the host could catch something new this time. Is the professional habit acting up again? On land, you use an iron arm to pick up trash. In the water, you use a fishing rod to pick up trash, right? Is there anyone more dedicated than the host? River cleaner, please stop fishing. If you keep fishing, I'll lose my job. Ha, the comment above is so funny. Are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my credit card debt? Time passed by second by second. Zhang Jianguo and Director Chen, as experienced fishermen, kept hooking fish. In contrast, Su Chen seemed to be jinxed, unable to set up the bait properly. The fish only took Zhang Jianguo and Director Chen's hooks. Su Chen's hook remained untouched. This is strange. Another half an hour passed. The garbage around Su Chen kept increasing. Photographer Wang Fan couldn't bear it and adjusted his camera. Brothers, let me show you the police security patrol. Captain Su Tianlong happened to be leading the special police brigade in this area for patrol. The special police officers, dressed in uniforms, exuded a powerful aura. The sense of security was at its peak. Wow! My biggest wish in this life is to date a special police boyfriend. At night, tie up my hair, it's me without him. Ha! What's going on? Why are Captain Hong and his criminal investigation team here too? Fans in the live broadcast room noticed carefully. In the camera, there were the figures of Captain Hong and his criminal investigation team. Su Tianlong, old Hong, isn't your criminal investigation team's patrol area not here? Why are you all here causing a commotion? Captain Hong glanced in Su Chen's direction. Scratched his head. Acted confused. Is there something going on? Why don't I know about it? There's nothing going on today. Vice Director Zhang is here. Safety is of utmost importance. Old Su, don't worry about these details. The Special Police Brigade and the Criminal Investigation Team jointly took on the patrol task. They hadn't walked a few steps when another familiar group appeared. In a grand manner. Old Lu. The Ice Sugar Prohibition Brigade, coming out in full force? Weren't they supposed to be searching for ice sugar? What were they doing here? The three team captains met. They asked each other. Old Lu replied, solving the ice sugar case in Tazai village is equivalent to solving 80% of the ice sugar cases in Longhai City. There's nothing going on. I'm taking my team out for a stroll. Stroll? Captain Hong and Su Tianlong looked strange. Have you ever strolled like this before? Leading all the members of the Ice Sugar Prohibition Brigade out in full force, and carrying weapons with them? All right. The three of them tacitly understood each other. They continued to patrol and observe along the wild riverbank. It started off well. Until the Longhai City Police Bureau's Technical Department, Archives Department. The police officers more inclined towards clerical and technical fields appeared. Everyone met, staring at each other. The head of the technical department said, everyone is here, right? Since everyone is patrolling here, let's go to the other side of the river. It's all for the safety of Vice Director Zhang and Director Chen. Everyone is working hard. The heads and captains of various departments of the Longhai City Police Bureau exchanged wry smiles. It seemed like everyone had come. At this moment, All the fans and viewers in the live broadcast room saw everything. Can't stop laughing, folks. Epic scene. They all work in the same police station, why do they seem so polite? I think they must have planned this in advance, otherwise why such a coincidence? Ha ha. Are these people here to take credit? Can't help it, the host is too outrageous. Wherever he is, something good will definitely happen. Please captains, can you control your laughter, is it harder than AK? After experiencing several major cases before. Now. The heads of various departments of the Longhai City Police Bureau confirmed one thing, following Su-chen means getting benefits. Just look at Captain Han leading the criminal investigation team. Every time something happens, Su-chen's first reaction is, Captain Han, I need to call the police. Just by appearing, how much glory does the criminal investigation team bask in? Other captains and leaders looked on eagerly. Feeling anxious. Everything should be normal today, right? Su-chen and the viewers had the same thought. He had noticed Captain Hong and his team around early on. He dared to say, this area near the Wild River is now the safest place in Longhai City. Vice Director Zhang, Director Chen, saw everything. They smiled, not saying a word. They were also thinking, what else could happen today? There shouldn't be so many coincidences, right? By the shore. Photographer Wang Fan watched as Su-chen's bait caught only trash. Anxious. Bro, if you like fishing for trash, try catching a plastic bottle. Water, grass, old shoes, worthless stuff. They may be scavenging, but shouldn't they pick up unwanted trash from others? Hearing this, Su-chen felt it made sense. It's okay if he can't catch fish himself. He still needs to show off his skills in front of the camera, right? Can't let his image collapse. Reeling in the hook. Changing the bait once again. Su-chen, whose physical functions had been enhanced and developed by the system, was very capable and had strong learning abilities. Cast the rod. Splash. The fishing line went out far. Looking at the floating plastic bottle on the water's surface. Su-chen scratched his head, feeling a bit speechless. He pretended, but not completely. Cast the rod. He cast it to an unprecedented distance. Unfortunately, Su-chen started reeling in the line, planning to try again. Bang! Suddenly, during the reeling process, the line tightened. The float began to sink. Caught it. Hooked it. Is it true that if you plant flowers with care, they won't bloom, but if you plant trees without care, they will flourish? It must be like that, right? Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen saw it all. They genuinely felt happy for Su-chen, looks like it's a big one. Lao Chun, guess how heavy it is? Deputy Director Zhang became interested. I estimate at least 20 caddies, right? The two smiled at each other. The barrage in the live broadcast room was all cheering for Su-chen. The host is awesome. Looks like he's got some skills. Is this a beginner's luck? To catch over 20 caddies on the first try is already impressive. What about that guy who said the host would always come up empty-handed? I ask you, does your face hurt? Usually in this situation, I would hang the fish on the license plate and go back. Su-chen exerted slow force. The process of reeling in the fish requires skillful force. Su-chen knew this well. Splash. As the fishing line tightened, then loosened. Back and forth a few times. Bubbles and mud began to appear on the water's surface. What the heck? Could it be an eel that was caught? How could there be mud? The people on the shore didn't understand. Splash. As the fishing line tightened, a mysterious object slowly emerged from the water. Only to see, surrounded by mud on the water's surface, a medium-sized black object covered in mud came into view. Wow! Bro, did you catch a bag of trash? Judging by the weight, it can't be just a bag of mud inside, right? Wang Fan was speechless. Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen didn't know what to say at this point. They had thought of going fishing with Su Chen to relax and strengthen their relationship. But what happened? This kind of funny incident occurred. Just by looking at the thick layer of mud on the bag's surface, it was basically confirmed that a bag of trash was caught. At this moment, Director Chen smiled. Su Chen, brother. Don't be discouraged. Judging by the weight of this bag, it must be 70 to 80 caddies. To be able to reel in such a heavy bag without the fishing line breaking. It shows that you have a natural talent for fishing. Su Chen. No wonder he could become the director of the police station. His reaction speed and emotional intelligence were unmatched. Looking at the bag he had caught on the shore, Su Chen was at a loss for words. Fine. On his first fishing trip, he didn't catch a single fish, only trash. Bro, don't be discouraged. I'll always support you. Director Chen is right. Others would have broken the fishing line trying to catch this bag. Look, you caught it on your first try. Wang Fan added. Sprinkle salt on the wound as much as you like. Su Chen noticed something was wrong with his expression. Wang Fan scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. Bro, you've caught something while fishing. Let's see what's inside. Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chen smiled bitterly and sat back down. Su Chen was the same. What else could be inside a sack thrown into the river by someone else? No need to think, it's just mud. Wang Fan was ignored. He wasn't angry. He firmly believed, everything my brother does is great. Sigh, what a false alarm. Sorry, I spoke too loudly just now, I apologize. Photographer, don't be busy, what can be caught in the wild river is just mud. Boring, I'm leaving. The fans in the live broadcast room reacted normally. However, Wang Fan was someone who didn't believe in superstitions. Ripping open the sack full of mud, Wang Fan sniffed, not smelly. It was dark inside. Just as everyone guessed, there was mud. But Wang Fan's sharp eyes spotted something in the mud. This thing was wrapped in a plastic bag? It was tightly wrapped and not ventilated. Wang Fan slowly unwrapped it. A small round stick lay in the palm of his hand. Damn! Wang Fan's face changed dramatically, pale as paper. In front of the camera, an object appeared that was cylindrical in shape but smaller than a cylinder. Wang Fan stood still, not daring to move. This thing, it can't be real, right? Tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room. At the sight of this object, they fell silent. The barrage was cleared like a screen. No one spoke. Bro! What's up? Su Chen turned his back to Wang Fan. Don't bother me, I'm not in a good mood right now. He. Deputy Director Zhang smiled while baiting, and said, Wang Fan, little brother, you better be quiet. Exactly, your voice is too loud, it will affect fishing. Director Chen cast his line. Wang Fan? He looked at the grenade in his hand. He tried to touch the fuse. Judging by the weight, it should be a dummy grenade, right? A simulation toy model? Really, toy manufacturers nowadays are making toys more and more realistic. Moreover, even if it's real, this thing is definitely defective. Thinking carefully. In the wild river behind the Longhai City police station. How could a hand grenade appear? This is one of the safest places in Longhai City. And it's an old type of hand grenade. Thinking this way, Wang Fan felt a lot more relaxed. Oh, which naughty kid threw this toy model into the river? Why throw a toy model into the river? Really? Scared me for nothing. Wang Fan patted his chest. Then he looked at the camera lens. He. Folks, false alarm, false alarm. This hand grenade should be a simulation toy model. It's quite boring to fish like this. Next, it's my performance time. Guess how many buoys I can hit with this hand grenade. There's a prize for the correct answer. Wang Fan aimed at the camera, smiling mischievously. In the live broadcast room. Upon hearing this, The fans breathed a sigh of relief. Barrages popped up one after another. Scared me. If anyone else was scared, press 1. So it's a simulation toy model. Boring. Will the photographer dare to hit the buoys at this time? Let's not talk about how many buoys you can hit. Will you get scolded? The photographer is crazy about creating program effects, pushing the boundaries and testing limits. Okay, I bet my girlfriend, if you can hit 3 buoys, my girlfriend is yours. Is it true what the person upstairs said? If that's the case, I'm going to be excited. Is it possible that his girlfriend is naturally feisty? The live broadcast room became lively again. Wang Fan began his performance. Rolling up his sleeves. Imitating the action of throwing a grenade in a war drama. Guys, watch this. First, let's pull the fuse. Sizzle. Wang Fan casually pulled out the fuse. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, after a series of reactions, the grenade inside emitted a burning sound of sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Oh my god? This simulation toy is quite realistic. Wang Fan grinned. He admitted that for a moment, he was scared by this simulated grenade. But not now. Show time. Watch my performance. Wang Fan leaned to the side. With a whoosh, the grenade slipped out of his hand. Splash! Due to gravity, the grenade pierced the water surface. Wang Fan scratched his head. Folks, Xiao Wang Fan, are you looking for trouble for no reason? We are fishing. Who told you to throw stones? Su Chen turned around, raising his fist. Bro, I didn't throw a stone. Then what was it? Boom! A loud noise was heard. The slightly rippling water surface stirred up waves over 2 meters high. Splish splash. Water splashed everywhere. The float placed in the water exploded over 2 meters high. The huge explosion caused even the ground on the shore to tremble slightly. Su Chen, Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chen. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Thud thud. Several gasping large grass carp lay at their feet. With a few slaps, they died. Su Chen and the others were dumbfounded. They were soaked like drowned rats by the splashing water. At this moment, they really wanted to know. What did you throw into the water? Wang Fan? Opening his mouth, he couldn't say a word for a long time. Wang Fan's head buzzed. Isn't it? Where is my float? Wasn't it a simulated grenade toy? How did it explode? The large grass carp that flopped a few times on the ground and died. And Su Chen and the others were soaked like drowned rats. The fishing rod was shattered. That grenade was real. That damn thing is real. After realizing this, the photographer Wang Fan trembled. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Wang Fan burst into tears. Su Chen, Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chen, were all dumbfounded. Isn't it? Why are you crying? What did you throw into the river? Su Chen didn't understand. Wang Fan, still trembling with fear, said, Bro, just now, I accidentally threw a grenade. 3 people? At this moment, in the live broadcast room. A loud noise, waves over 2 meters high. Tens of thousands of fans and netizens were stunned. Where is my float? I was supposed to show people how to cast a float. Damn it! You scared the piss out of me. I asked you to cast a float. Who told you to throw a bomb? You said it was a simulation toy. Are you really doing this, photographer? Damn it! Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. Su Chen, Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chen, looked at each other. They were numb from the loud noise. Ignoring their wet hair. You look at me, I look at you. The fishing rod was shattered, grass carp flying around. These things were no longer important. What mattered was, where did you get the grenade? Splish splash. At this moment, several teams who heard the commotion rushed to the scene. They watched the chaotic scene in disbelief. Hong the police officer, Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chen, weren't you fishing? How did it turn into this while you were fishing? Is this a battle? The fishing rod was shattered. Zhang Jianguo, Director Chen, remained silent. Su Chen's face was serious as he solemnly questioned, Xiao Wang, don't joke around. This is a serious matter. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Fan, who had been crying just a second ago, straightened up the next second. Pouting, he said, brother. I really wasn't joking. The grenade that was just thrown was real. And it was you who caught it while fishing. Su Chen? I caught it? When did I catch it? You thick-browed, big-eyed fatty, you need to provide evidence when you speak. As they were talking, everyone present turned their gaze towards the muddy sack. Wang Fan continued, brother, I pulled it out from inside here. I thought it was a realistic toy model. I was planning to use it as a float. Brother, if you don't believe me, you try pulling one out. Wow. Brother. You scared me. I'm afraid. After Wang Fan finished explaining, he hugged Su Chen's thigh and started crying without reservation. The tears and snot seemed genuine. Su Chen. What to do? It seemed like he accidentally caught that sack. Faced with the undeniable truth, he felt a bit flustered. Damn it. I just wanted to fish for some fish. Fishing out trash was already frustrating enough. How did I end up fishing out a grenade too? Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was not quite right, Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly and tentatively said, Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chen. You were both present just now. Why don't you try pulling one out? Deputy Director Zhang? Director Chen? Regarding the actions of the anchor, I summarize the following 6 points. Deputy Director Zhang, this young man is handsome and young, why does he have so many bad ideas? Director Chen, I invited you to fish, and you wanted to blow me up. Police officers, can we still leave now? Oh my! Why does the beef taste off today? Upon opening it, turns out it's all top-notch. Contestant 54 never keeps idle people. I'm impressed. Su Chen, tell a cold joke, I'll get so mad, I'll blow myself up. Family members, today the anchor will perform for everyone, blowing himself up with a grenade. Anchor, don't go too far. The live broadcast room's popularity soared. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, the tension in the air reached its peak. Deputy Director Zhang swallowed nervously. He cast a wary glance at Su Chen and said, for safety's sake, notify the relevant technical personnel to come and take a look. In the Longhai City Police Department, there were specialized bomb disposal personnel in the Special Police Brigade. As they didn't have their equipment with them, they returned to the station to gear up before coming back. Bomb suits, helmets, tools, and everything else were ready. Truly professional. Damn, I came here to watch fishing, how did it turn into bomb disposal? Isn't it because the anchor is too good at picking things up? Isn't it? Isn't this anchor too mysterious? I thought today would be uneventful, sorry, I underestimated the anchor's abilities. Whether they wanted to fish or not, everything had already been fished up. At that moment, the Special Police Team, Criminal Investigation Team, Anti-Drug Brigade, the Technical Department, Forensic Department, all departments of the Longhai City Police Department that could come, came. They eagerly watched as over a dozen grenades were pulled out from the muddy sack. Among them were some special grenades, landmines, pressure mines, and so on. In one sack, beneath a thick layer of mud, were all these explosives. It was clearly a nest of explosives that had been fished up. The heads of various departments and captains looked at each other, their minds in turmoil. What were they here for? Were they here to steal the credit? Thinking about getting closer to Su Chen to grab some credit. But what happened? Just a few days ago, you were picking up corpses, meat chunks, and rock sugar. And today? Seeing Deputy Director Zhang, seeing Director Chen. Are you trying to fish out a bomb directly? Don't talk about the complexity of the bombs. Even if it's not complex, just one hand grenade is enough to make everyone present break out in a cold sweat. For a moment, the way people looked at Su Chen became strange. No, this kid is too mysterious. Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen deeply understood. Everyone was joking and fishing. We are fishing, and you are directly fishing for bombs. Ruthless. Anyway, one after another different types of bombs were taken out. Neatly arranged on the riverbank. Oh my god. What's inside those sacks are all bombs. Who on earth threw them into the river? Speaking of. When Su Chen fished them out, they didn't explode, so he was lucky. At this moment, as one after another different types of bombs were taken out. Well packaged, not eroded by the river water. Photographer Wang Fan stayed far away. Bro. Did you not check the almanac before going out today? I did. The almanac said, it's not auspicious for me to go out today. System's fortune telling for today, very bad luck. Okay. Su Chen thought that the bad luck only applied to picking up junk. It seems that his fishing is also affected, right? Just now, the garbage in the river was not what he wanted to fish. Thinking that if he couldn't catch fish, it would be fine to catch something familiar, right? To achieve picking up junk from land, sea, and air. He wanted to show off a bit. But the result was that all he fished out from the sack were bombs? Looking at it this way, photographer Wang Fan felt relieved. It turned out that the hand grenade he accidentally threw into the river was the worst. Bro, even though you fished out bombs. But, my heart still admires you. Wang Fan was afraid that Su Chen would be sad. Fishing for fish, fishing out bombs, is that okay? I seriously suspect that the host is a nemesis of evil. Get rid of doubts, be more confident. Ha, with so many bombs, it will take forever to deal with them. Bomb disposal officer, thank you so much. About 10 minutes later. The special bomb disposal officers of the SWAT team carefully removed each type of hand grenade and bomb. Placed neatly on the riverbank. The cordon was raised. Around. Some fishermen and onlookers rushed over. Watching the numerous police officers. Passers-by were curious, what's going on? Why are there so many police officers? Oh. It's that kid who found the corpse at the construction site last time. Someone recognized Su Chen. Jokingly said, this kid is really mysterious. Is he going to find another corpse? Make way, let me go to the front to take a picture. This time, I must stand in the front. Outside the cordon. The first wave of onlookers and passers-by rushed over. Peeking through the gaps between the police officers. Seeing the neatly arranged hand grenades and bombs on the ground. Hiss. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to their heads. Bomb. Run. It's really a bomb this time. The tough guy who was just shouting and standing at the front to take pictures turned around and ran. For a moment. Outside the cordon. Among the first wave of onlookers and passers-by, only a few brave ones remained. Ha ha. This is hilarious. Watching the excitement and gossiping is indeed human nature. Passerby, this melon will explode, I can't afford to eat it. Fisherman, I've been fishing for so many years, it's the first time I've seen someone fish for bombs. Come, let me light a cigarette for you. The caution line is set at a safe distance. At least several tens of meters. The officers are fully focused on the bombs on the riverbank. Officer Hong, the captains of each team. Looking at the land covered with landmines and bombs, their scalps tingle. Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chen, look strange. Lao Chun. How do we handle this? Deputy Director Zhang is starting to feel overwhelmed. What happened to the sacks filled with mud? What happened to the fishing trip? Director Chen grits his teeth, with black lines all over his face. We saw Su Chen brothers fishing up the sacks. It's already good that they didn't explode. Now, let's seal off this area near the Wild River. I will mobilize departments from the Bureau to salvage the river water and conduct inspections. Eliminate the threats in the river first. As for these, a sack is pulled out, filled with landmines and bombs. All of them are things that could explode with a slight mistake. Seriously. Thinking about it now sends chills down the spine. Just now, they joked that Su Chen's ability to fish was impressive. Indeed. Now their faces are swollen and painful. At this moment, they should say, to fish them out without them exploding is truly impressive. Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen are embarrassed. They almost sacrificed themselves recklessly. Director Chen looks at the two bomb disposal officers from the special police team. He smiles bitterly. You two. Are you confident in defusing them? Hearing this, the two officers look at each other, feeling helpless. Generally, there are few people in the police station who study bomb disposal. Firstly, it's a matter of professional knowledge and skills. It greatly tests a person's composure and calmness. Secondly, bomb disposal is a very dangerous task. A slight mistake could trigger an explosion. Even with bomb suits on, at most, it ensures that your body remains intact when you die. Those who can be bomb disposal officers are the elite of the elite in the police force. At this moment, the two bomb disposal officers show no fear or hesitation. After some thought, they reply, Director Chen. There should be no problem with defusing them. It's just, we can't guarantee the time. The current situation is special. It's near the Longhai City police station. Personnel safety can be assured. However, the defusing process is indeed challenging. Because the landmines and bombs fished out by Su Chen are very tricky. Not just grenades, there are also some older, more complex custom-made bombs. Glancing around, the two bomb disposal officers explain on site. Grenades, landmines, and similar items can be defused without a problem. Bombs, on the other hand. Some of these are special. The reason they didn't explode when they were fished out earlier is because they have protective devices on the outside. Now, after we've removed them, because of the long time passed, the protective devices are extremely unstable. In other words, the defusing process will be very complicated. Deputy Director Zhang asks, what about detonating them directly? Evacuate the surrounding personnel and detonate these safety hazards. Hearing this, the two bomb disposal officers shake their heads. They directly refuse. They can't be detonated now. The bombs have missed the optimal safe detonation conditions. Some of the bombs, if we move them now, will explode. Hiss. As soon as this was said, everyone present gasped in shock. The current situation is that they can't be detonated, can't be moved recklessly, they must be defused. Director Chen can anticipate the complexity of the situation. Deputy Director Zhang, there's no other way. Should we seek approval from higher-ups now? Deputy Director Zhang nods. He says, the current situation is beyond our control. In Longhai City, there are only these two officers who can defuse the bombs. I think we should apply to the higher-ups, go to the capital city and hire some bomb disposal experts. Bombs are not to be taken lightly. Nor can we be careless. They must be disarmed, not detonated. So let's hire more experts. Su Chen stood on the side. He could feel the tension of the bomb disposal officers. And even so, Chief Chen and Deputy Chief Zhang did not blame anyone immediately. After deciding on a strategy, Deputy Chief Zhang and Chief Chen walked slowly to Su Chen. Deputy Chief Zhang, Chief Chen, we are really sorry for causing you trouble. Su Chen scratched his head guiltily. It's a shame. Deputy Chief Zhang patted Su Chen's shoulder. In a casual manner, he comforted, Su Chen, don't be like this. Don't have any psychological burden. Our police should thank you. If you hadn't exposed this hidden danger, maybe, the next time someone accidentally triggers it, it will explode. No casualties, that's the best outcome. Chief Chen nodded beside them. He also thought so. Although Su Chen had exposed the bomb. But before that, they all knew there was danger here. Think about it. What he exposed was the hidden safety hazards lurking around. Such behavior should not be blamed, but rather commended. Brother Su Chen. When our police professionals inspect this wild river, after all the bombs are removed, next time, we will come here to fish again. By then, Deputy Chief Zhang and I will personally cook and make you the old pickle fish. Chief Chen changed the subject. A hint of smile appeared on his face. This made Su Chen feel much more relaxed. He was looking forward to fishing next time even more. How should I put it? He might not be very interested in fishing. He was completely drawn to the last sentence of Chief Chen. Having eaten the meal cooked by the police chief himself. Deputy Chief Zhang cooking. He was already curious about the taste. Su Chen glanced at the hand grenades and bombs scattered on the riverbank. A thought flashed through his mind. Deputy Chief Zhang, Chief Chen, is bomb disposal difficult? Deputy Chief Zhang, Chief Chen? It's not just difficult. The process of bomb disposal, it's like standing at the gates of hell on the way to report to the King of Hell. A game between the death god. Chief Chen's face turned serious. In the police station, there was a tradition of sticking to the rules. Bomb disposal officers. If they don't act, it's fine, but once they do, it's dealing with death. So, asking if bomb disposal is difficult is not as good as asking if there will be accidents during bomb disposal. Bomb disposal officers are the most dangerous. SWAT teams may not be fatal when dealing with terrorists, but bomb disposal officers are different. Enough said, let's have a smoke. Deputy Chief Zhang began to contact the higher-ups, notifying bomb disposal experts to fly over from the capital city by special plane at the fastest speed. At the scene, Officer Hong and his team began to clear the area, leaving only 2 officers in bomb disposal suits to disarm the bombs. Brother Su Chen, let's go. Officer Hong patted Su Chen's shoulder. Officer Hong, do you have a needle here? Su Chen asked casually. What do you need a needle for? Officer Hong didn't understand. I want to try, give me a needle, I think I can also disarm the bomb. Officer Hong? Everyone? With one sentence, Su Chen left everyone puzzled. Can bomb disposal be tried casually? Try and you'll die. A newbie isn't afraid of challenges. Wanting to try everything will only harm yourself in the end. Don't do it. I've never seen anyone dismantle a bomb with a needle before. Don't give up. Think about your parents. Think about the number 8 masseur in the massage parlor. Life is worth it, bro. Officer Hong didn't take it to heart. Of course, he couldn't let Su Chen try it. Dismantling a bomb, even he wouldn't dare to try it easily. Su Chen, brother, don't burden yourself. Didn't the chief and others tell you? Relax. They have already hired a bomb disposal expert to come over. Before he could finish speaking, the 2 bomb disposal officers by the river suddenly lifted their masks and shouted, "Get back! Everyone! Get out of here now! It's going to explode!" The 2 officers were holding a specially made hand grenade. Due to a misjudgment, they triggered the firing pin. Now, the bomb disposal work couldn't continue. They had to maintain this position without moving. An accident had occurred. Officer Hong and the other department heads immediately began evacuating the crowd. Su Tianlong looked at the 2 bomb disposal officers from his special police team. Known for his tough image, he was sweating profusely at this moment. You too. Hold on for me. If you dare to move, I'll skin you alive. By the riverbank, within the cordon, the 2 bomb disposal officers didn't dare to move. Su Tianlong, as the captain of the special police team, gave a strict order to the 2 officers. Don't move now. The bomb disposal expert will be here soon. Bite the bullet and hold on for me. Every member of the special police team was like a brother to Su Tianlong. They were as close as siblings. He couldn't bear to watch 2 team members die in front of him. Hearing this, the 2 bomb disposal officers smiled bitterly. They revealed the truth to Su Tianlong and the others. Captain. It's too late. You know our capabilities. This special bomb contains a mercury device. The firing pin has been triggered. Even if the bomb disposal expert comes, it will be a waste of effort. The two had already seen through everything. They looked deeply at Su Tianlong. Captain, quickly evacuate everyone. At this moment, Director Chan and Deputy Director Zhang also arrived. Seeing the two officers with a resolute and determined look as if they were ready to sacrifice themselves, Director Chen shouted, "Hold on, the bomb disposal expert is on the way." Deputy Director Zhang also didn't expect the situation to escalate to this extent. "You two, don't think about anything now. Hold on, don't move. It's over, it's going to explode, why is this happening? No, please don't." The two bomb disposal officers remained silent, not saying a word. They glanced at everyone one last time. Captain, Director Chen, Deputy Director Zhang. It's no use. You better get out of here. Their unusual gaze fell on Su Chen. It seemed like they were worried that Su Chen would feel guilty. They smiled and said, "Su Chen, you're the one for this." The two raised a thumbs up with one hand that could still move. Damn! A sense of annoyance inexplicably rose in Su Chen's heart. Perhaps he wasn't used to such sentimental scenes. Taking a step forward, he ran straight towards the two. "Su Chen, what are you doing? Su Chen, you're crazy. Come back. Don't be foolish. Quick, stop him." The people behind were completely dumbfounded. "What are you doing? It's about to explode. Are you not afraid of death?" However, before Officer Hong and the others could catch up to Su Chen, he, in an extremely skillful manner, snatched the specially made hand grenade from the other's hand. The bomb disposal officer was dumbfounded. With such a big move, why didn't the grenade explode? Officer Hong and others stopped. They dared not to continue approaching. Nervously said, "Brother Su Chen, don't act recklessly." At this moment, Wang Fan was already numb, standing foolishly in place. And the tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room were boiling like hot oil. Damn! What are you doing, streamer? Streamer, don't act recklessly, now is not the time for showmanship and program effects. Dude, streamer, are you really daring to use a bomb? Damn, no one can die in my phone, I'm fainting, I'm out first. Oh my god, I'm begging you, streamer, can you please not die? It's so hard to raise an electronic boyfriend, don't be reckless. They have seen ruthless people. They have seen haunted house explorers, they have seen those who thrive on excitement for views. But they have never seen someone damn near blow themselves up with a grenade. In everyone's eyes, Su Chen's actions were out of guilt, wanting to sacrifice himself for the greater good. However, faced with the nervous and confused crowd, Su Chen suddenly rolled his eyes. You guys don't think I want to blow myself up because I can't face reality, do you? Come on. We are all adults here. Can we be a bit more mature? Officer Hong? Everyone? Be more mature? Who the hell can stay calm in this situation? Even Chief Chen and Deputy Director Zhang, who have weathered many storms and have extremely rich life experiences, couldn't believe Su Chen's foolishness. They couldn't do it. Chief Chen took a few steps forward and advised, Brother Su Chen, let's talk things out. Whatever is on your mind, say it, and we can solve it together. Can you please put down the grenade first, Sob? I'm so scared of you, streamer. Streamer, you're a ruthless emperor. Chief Chen, I've never cared so much about a man in my life. Deputy Director Zhang, I'm begging you, please put down the grenade. Su Chen. He knew. No matter what he said now, everyone would misunderstand. Anyway, it would all be a misunderstanding. So, he decided to act directly. He opened the toolbox of the bomb disposal officers and found a specially made silver needle inside. He tightly held the custom-made grenade in his left hand, and firmly grasped the silver needle in his right hand. With a thud, he found the core hole of the custom-made grenade. He inserted the silver needle, turned it, twisted it. With a click, the troublemaking custom-made grenade that even the bomb disposal officers couldn't handle was disarmed. Gunpowder, mercury device, detonator. Whether it was triggered or waiting to be triggered. With a clatter, Su Chen casually threw it on the ground. A pile of garbage, a pile of parts. Bomb disposal officers? Everyone? Tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room? Am I dreaming? I'm seeing things. Isn't it? Streamer, is this really a coincidence? Oh my god, can this really work? It must be a coincidence, right? After all, the bomb disposal officers had already disassembled part of it before. At this moment, all the police officers on the scene were dumbfounded. Everyone looking at each other. Their expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. In broad daylight, were they daydreaming? Chief Chen, Deputy Director Zhang. The two big shots, standing in the wind looking disheveled. Isn't it? Su Chen, little brother, are you really doing this? Are you really disarming the bomb? A trouble that even bomb disposal officers couldn't solve, and you solved it with a single silver needle? Coincidence, right? Everyone was too scared to say a word. And Su Chen didn't care how everyone viewed him. He glanced at the bomb disposal officer who was still in a state of shock, and casually took the custom-made bomb from his hand, saying, "No one can die under my watch." "You two, don't even think about making me feel guilty," he admitted. At the moment when he pulled the bomb out of the river and exploded it, he felt a little guilty in his small heart. But, when the two bomb disposal officers gave him a thumbs up, the fire in his heart was ignited. Guilty? Let it disappear. Let it not exist. As usual. Left hand with a special hand grenade, right hand gripping a silver needle. Find the hole of the special hand grenade. One turn, one twist. Click. Clatter. Another special hand grenade shattered into pieces. At this moment, the officers' heads were buzzing. Especially the two bomb disposal officers who had bravely sacrificed themselves before. A sense of inexplicable shame appeared. No way. Brother, you're really good at bomb disposal. Is it a coincidence that he casually disarmed two special hand grenades? Is it not a coincidence that he learned this skill from somewhere? The officers' heads were buzzing. The trouble that the special police bomb disposal officers couldn't solve, you solved it easily? Director Chen and Deputy Director Zhang stared at each other in disbelief. This. Brother Su Chen. It takes 10 minutes for bomb disposal officers to disarm a special bomb. In Su Chen's hands, it only takes 1 second. Wang Fan was dumbfounded. Is my brother so awesome? The first time was a coincidence, the second time was luck, right? Ah yes, whatever the upstairs says is right, the host is lucky no matter what he does. I really want to go through the internet and give the first floor a few big slaps. Are you blind? The host really has some real skills. To disarm a bomb, you must first understand the internal structure of the bomb. Without 10 years of bomb assembly experience, it is impossible to disarm a bomb in 1 second. Host, tell us, what did you do before? Suggest checking. The popularity of the live broadcast room continued to soar. It's too unbelievable. I used to think that picking up corpses, picking up rock candy, and so on, was just a matter of luck. Now, can disarming a special hand grenade also be attributed to luck? The crisis was solved so easily. Everyone felt like they were living in a dream. Officer Home looked puzzled. Brother Su Chen, how did you? You can disarm bombs too? It's too unbelievable. Hearing this, Su Chen shrugged. Helplessly said, actually, I'm not too sure myself. I just know how to pick locks. I thought, grenades, bombs, they must have eyes, right? As long as they have eyes, they can be disarmed. Unheard of. Unheard of. The bomb disposal officers were dumbfounded. There was a big misunderstanding. They analyzed the internal structure of the bomb, avoid the detonation device, find the core key. How did you disarm the bomb, Su Chen? They look for the detonation device, and you look for the eyes, right? Damn. Can't stop laughing, folks. This is so outrageous, I'm going home to find my mom, it's so outrageous. Bomb disposal officer, from now on, we'll leave the bomb disposal work to you. My brain is shrinking, is disarming about poking eyes? Is the host growing up eating cow dung every day? Knows a bit about lock picking. As long as you find the right eye to insert, you can disarm it. If the two bomb disposal officers weren't so sharp-witted, they would have believed it. Officer Han's lips twitched. Brother Su-chen, why didn't you say so earlier? Su-chen helplessly said, no one asked me, did they? Besides, is it my fault? I want to disarm it, will you let me? That's right. Speaking of which, no one is to blame for this misunderstanding. If anyone is to blame, it can only be the heir. Yes. It must be the heir's fault. Officer Hong scratched his head awkwardly. Brother Su-chen, you can go from picking locks to disarming bombs. Indeed, you have extraordinary talent. By the way, you must have a very skilled locksmith master, right? Su-chen shook his head, no. Then where did you learn to pick locks? The crowd was puzzled. Su-chen took out his phone. He said, if you must call someone a master, does Baidu count? Actually, I didn't really learn much, just treated it as a hobby. Hobby? At this moment, the crowd was once again shocked by Su-chen. Their minds couldn't keep up. Oh my god. Who in the world would consider dismantling bombs as a hobby? Even the two bomb disposal officers wouldn't dare say that. Let's just say, have you ever seen a bomb disposal expert enjoying dismantling bombs? Even if you have. Those people, either geniuses or lunatics. Furthermore, how much knowledge can you gain from Baidu? And that too through picking locks to understand bomb disposal. A prodigy. This is definitely a once-in-a-century bomb disposal prodigy. Director Chen and Deputy Director Zhang stood aside. The two big shots were already stunned. Brother Su-chen, truly a great talent. To be honest, he's wasting his talent, such a pity. With his skills, in our police department, he would have received top honors long ago. To say they weren't surprised would be a lie. The on-site officers deeply felt the gap between naturally talented individuals and hard-working ones. To become a bomb disposal officer, one must undergo rigorous, high-level bomb disposal training. Systematic learning, systematic training. To graduate, it takes a long time. And what about Su-chen? Treating lock-picking as a hobby. And then, by some twist of fate, he ends up dismantling bombs. Photographer Wang Fan patted his chest. I told you my brother is awesome, who wouldn't agree? Explanation over. Su-chen ignored the astonished gazes of the police officers. His stomach was growling with hunger. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could eat. Is everything okay now? If it's okay, you guys step aside, don't get in the way. I'm going to dismantle the bomb. Waving his hand. The crowd? Now they truly felt like they couldn't express their feelings, like a mute person tasting bitterness. You're amazing, you go. The two bomb disposal officers, initially skeptical, stood next to Su-chen. Learning and guiding at the same time. Brother Su-chen, this lump of iron is a landmine, containing over 100 steel balls, with a large blast range. Brother Su-chen, this is a standard mercury bomb, with a very complex internal mechanism, you need to handle it delicately. The two kept talking non-stop. And the result? Su-chen heard with one ear and let it out the other. Whatever bomb it was. Got eyes? With eyes, I can dismantle it. The old routine. One turn, one twist. Click, you're a landmine, you're a mercury bomb, but you're useless. The two bomb disposal officers were completely impressed. Want to guide? They weren't worthy at all. Want to learn? Just by looking, they would understand, but trying it themselves would be useless. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of one turn, one twist operation. Only Su-chen himself knew. One turn, the silver needle directly inserted into the bomb, the grenade's core detonation device. One twist, skillfully dismantling all core components. Saying it's a needle in a haystack, it's a needle in a haystack. The two bomb disposal officers who couldn't understand or learn silently took off their bomb suits. Brother Su Chen, if you don't, before the words were spoken. A pile of bombs, half of them already dismantled by him. This is not human at all. With this level of proficiency, this skill, do you even need a bomb suit? Sorry, this bomb suit should be worn by Su Chen. It's almost like an insult, click click. The sound continued by the riverbank. Unconsciously. This sound of dismantling was so pleasing to the ears. And so, it continued for over 10 minutes. A special plane slowly descended from the sky. An elderly man in his 70s or 80s emerged with a group of young people before the helicopter had even landed smoothly. They headed straight for the riverbank. Professor He, the bomb disposal expert, has arrived. Professor He was extremely well known in the industry. Many big shots and bomb disposal scholars in the capital had heard of this old man. At the age of 78, he was considered elderly. He didn't seek wealth or fame, wherever there was a need, he would go. A true expert and professor. Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen hurried forward to greet him. Professor He, you've worked hard, please take a rest. The two men knew that Professor He hadn't even had a sip of water in the past hour. In fact, it was true. Professor He led 7 or 8 bomb disposal students behind him. Waving off their kindness, he said, Old Jean, where is the bomb? Is the situation serious? There's no time to rest now. Hurry, bombs wait for no one, take me there quickly. Deputy Director Zhang smiled bitterly. He understood that Professor He always put bomb disposal first. There were rumors online. Netizens said, Professor He is definitely not a good father. But he is definitely an expert. When his wife was pregnant and hoped that Professor He would stay in the delivery room with her, what happened? A phone call came, and before his wife came out of the delivery room, he set off again. Since then, Professor He had either been disarming bombs or on his way to disarm them. Deputy Director Zhang dared not delay and pointed to the center of the crowd. Professor. He understood. His brows furrowed instantly. Old Zhang, how do I explain this to you over the phone? Multiple types of grenades, bombs, it's very dangerous. Didn't I tell you to evacuate the crowd as far as possible immediately? Why are there still so many people here? Is this a time to join in the fun? Are there not enough casualties at bomb disposal sites? Professor He scolded, showing no mercy. Deputy Director Zhang lowered his head. He seemed to admit his mistake, but his emotions were complex. Professor He, why don't you go and take a look? Actually, the situation is simpler than you think. Professor He didn't say anything more and quickly led the team to the scene. The police officers made way for Professor He and his team. Clatter. The last ordinary grenade was disassembled by Su Chen. Parts were scattered all over the ground. This scene happened to be witnessed by Professor He. Is it over? I just arrived, and it's over? Who? Who did this? Who disarmed these bombs and grenades? The place was a mess. From some detonators and components, it could be seen that the types and complexity of the bombs and grenades far exceeded what Professor He and his team had imagined. And in this situation, was the crisis averted? They looked at the two police officers still wearing bomb suits. Professor He was very surprised, it's you two? These two bomb disposal officers from the Longhai City Police Special Forces recognized Professor He at a glance. This strict and demanding teacher. They were fortunate. They had attended Professor He's bomb disposal training course. They highly respected the old man's abilities. It was not an exaggeration to say he was the #1 bomb disposal expert in China. Understanding Professor He's intentions, the two officers shook their heads repeatedly. Professor He, you misunderstand. We can't disarm these grenades and bombs. Then who did it? Professor He was puzzled. Deputy Director Zhang had reported the specific details to Professor He over the phone. Professor He had already been briefed. The complexity of the on-site components and parts confirmed what was said over the phone. So many bombs, grenades, such a complex situation, on his way there. How long has it been? Everything has been dismantled already? Not only the dismantling itself, but also the time it took to dismantle. It completely overturned Professor He's understanding. Even if it was Professor He himself leading a team of professional students to dismantle, it would still take at least a day to dismantle safely. Not to mention, all these scattered parts on the ground. They look trivial. In fact, within the industry, insiders who observe carefully will find that these parts scattered on the ground are categorized. Components are categorized. Wires are categorized. Among them, there are primary classifications, secondary classifications, tertiary classifications. Very clear, very precise. Professor He dares to say, without 20 years of experience in bomb disposal and bomb assembly, it is absolutely impossible to achieve this. For a moment, Professor He's face tightened, and his eyes became sharp. Tell me, who dismantled the bomb? Wow! This old man is amazing. Someone worked hard to come over, only to find that the work has been done. Who wouldn't be upset? Bomb disposal expert, promised to come for bomb disposal. Where's the bomb? Blame the anchor for being too awesome. No more talking, just bow down. Professor He's aura is very strong. Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chen at this time, dare not come forward to help. Seeing this, Su Chen scratched his head and said, I dismantled the bomb, is there a problem? You. Professor He, along with 7 or 8 students behind him, all looked at Su Chen. From top to bottom, from head to toe. With a scrutinizing gaze, they looked over him. Young man, are you saying you dismantled all these bombs? Professor He was stunned. Su Chen looks to be just over 20 years old. Could it be, this kid has been learning bomb disposal since he was in the womb? Would he have learned bomb disposal through prenatal education? Su Chen was awkward, nodding. Good boy. Tell me, how did you do it? Who was your teacher? Which university did you graduate from? Professor He was excited. He believed what Su Chen said. At this moment, no one dared to joke about such matters. After speaking, Su Chen seemed visibly stunned. It seems like this old professor is here to check his background, right? Shaking his head, Su Chen told the truth. At that time, the situation was urgent, so I just wanted to give it a try. Dismantling bombs, just a turn, a twist. Without a teacher, if you must say there was one, would Baidu count? As for the university. Home-based university. Everyone. The scene fell into silence. Ha ha. The anchor just says whatever. Home-based university, so real. Oh. So, brothers, we are all alumni. My bad, my bad. Bomb disposal expert, oh. Not enough brainpower. Wandering turtle couldn't stay in school. Professor He was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Not. Being an avid internet user, he didn't understand. What is a home-based university? Is it an unknown university? Professor He remained undaunted. Pointing to the pile of parts on the ground, he said, Young man, I am very interested in what you said about a turn, a twist. Could you please demonstrate it to me again? Professor He's face was full of eagerness to learn and see. Su Chen glanced at the mess on the ground. He shrugged, the bombs are gone, can't dismantle them. Professor He was puzzled, if the bombs are dismantled, they can still be assembled. Su Chen helplessly said, but I only know how to dismantle, not how to assemble. Bomb disposal expert Professor He blinked. Young man, you're not joking with me, are you? If you can't assemble, why do you classify the structure of the bombs? With just this bit of knowledge, the 7 or 8 students behind him have studied for 1 or 2 years. Failed to learn. Su Chen thought for a moment. I don't understand what structure or lack of structure means. Disarming a bomb, as long as you have eyes, you can disarm any bomb. Assembling, I haven't learned. To put it bluntly, being able to destroy is one thing, but assembling is another. While speaking, Professor He decided to witness Su Chen's bomb disarming skills firsthand. On the spot, he demonstrated once. He assembled an ordinary hand grenade and placed it together. Come on, young man, show us. Okay. Su Chen did as instructed. He used a silver needle to find the right spot and disarmed the grenade. Ha! Professor He's face turned pale. What kind of operation is this? A turn, a twist. Bang! The grenade not only didn't explode, but was disarmed into pieces. Just a few components were left, clearly visible. Professor He? Students? Disarming a bomb, can it be done like this? When did a silver needle become a tool for disarming bombs? He completed these two actions in just 1 second. Wow! Is there a faster bomb disarming time than this? Directly surpassing the world's fastest bomb disarming record. Professor He felt his expertise was being insulted. The grenade was a real grenade. Disarming it was a bit incomprehensible. Shouldn't one first understand the internal structure of the grenade? Using a silver needle to find the spot, what kind of magical operation is this? Wow! The Anchor's amazing operation has a new addition. Expert, call him an expert, he's all unconventional methods, call him a novice, I still can't learn these tricks. Brothers, I came to watch scrap picking, what's this? Eyes, I got it. It's so simple. Brain, give it a try. Feet, I'm so excited, I might dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Hands, brain, you're learning in vain. Just drink some 6 nuclear bombs when you're free. Don't mess with 6. Don't mess with 6. Is it disarmed already? Is it over? Professor He brought 7 or 8 students, unable to contain his excitement. They were the young elite in this field. Even the fastest bomb disarmers in the world take a few minutes. You did it in 1 second? A turn, a twist. Why did you disarm it so quickly? Professor He was quite old. His blood pressure was rising. His heart was pounding, rarely feeling so excited. Young man, what kind of skill is this? Can you teach me? Professor He blinked, full of anticipation. Afraid that Su Chen might refuse, he explained, maybe you don't know me well yet. I am Professor He from the bomb disposal expert team in our Huaxia country. In the future, young man, you can call me Old He. Old He? Director Chen, Deputy Director Zhang's lips twitched uncontrollably. Given Professor He's seniority and status, they really couldn't address him like that. Then, Professor He excitedly said, young man, how about I, Old He, become your student? Su Chen? Everyone? Bomb disposal expert Professor He wants to become Su Chen's student. The live broadcast room exploded. Damn! Am I watching a sci-fi movie? Quick, someone slap me, someone tell me this is fake. A bomb disposal expert wants to become the Anchor's student? This is insane. It seems Professor He really wants to learn. Su Chen's head was buzzing. Of course. At this moment, the most confused person besides Su Chen was Professor He and his 7 or 8 high-achieving students. They were all graduates from Tsinghua University, masters and doctoral students. Being able to study under Professor He was always considered an honor by them. Now, Professor He wants to become a student of a younger man than them. They called Professor He teacher. What should they call Su Chen in the future? Master. Please, don't be too outrageous. Su Chen. At this moment, his heart was in a mess. He just wanted to save people, not show off his skills. Besides, he's just a scavenger. Taking in a bomb disposal expert, what's the big deal? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry, Professor He, please don't joke around. You are an expert in bomb disposal, a leader in the field. You want me as your student, it really puts me in a difficult position. He couldn't accept the apprenticeship. The skills. He wanted to teach. But, one needle through is a special system sign and reward. There's no skill involved. Just one principle, as long as you have eyes, you can disarm, you can decipher. Suchin pondered for a long time. Professor He. This skill, I really don't want to teach unless it's absolutely necessary. My master is strict, he once said, academic knowledge should not be spread outside. Teaching is not to be taught. However, if you ever have difficulties in the future, and if I can help, if you don't mind, you can call me. A polite refusal. Professor He sighed in regret. He left his phone number for Suchen, then was called away by a plea for help. The helicopter ascended and flew away. Director Chen and Deputy Director Zhang smiled at Suchen. Suchen, you didn't go with Professor He. Do you really not regret it? Experts often have the backing of the country behind them. It's not like the invitations from Officer Hong and Forensic Dr. Wang before. I don't understand. Most people would have agreed long ago. The host missed a great opportunity. Too many skills can be burdensome. I believe Professor He won't forget Su Chen. Regarding the questions from Director Chen and Deputy Director Zhang, Su Chen smiled and remained silent. He looked at the technical police officers who had just finished the inspection and come ashore. Several of them hurried ashore with professional equipment. Report to Director Chen. The inspection task is completed, no suspicious items were found. It can be confirmed as safe. Involving hand grenades and bombs appearing in the Wild River. It's a serious matter. Director Chen mobilized all the technical staff in the bureau. Just as Su Chen and the others were disarming the bombs, the investigation had already ended. Good, you've worked hard. Director Chen nodded. Then, he glanced at the hand grenades and bomb parts dismantled by Su Chen on the riverbank. Deputy Director Zhang, we need to report this situation to the higher-ups. Let's go, we'll write a report when we get back. Deputy Director Zhang agreed. Then, the two of them looked at Su Chen with complex expressions. Smiling, they said, Su Chen, do you want to fish a little longer, or come back with us to make the report? Looking at the dead grass carp already blown up on the ground. The blown-up fish doesn't look fresh. Although he's not very good at fishing. But Su Chen dislikes making reports even more. He shook his head and refused. After Director Chen and Deputy Director Zhang left, Su Chen gathered his courage and said, Lao Hong, I want to eat fish. After the river was tested by technical staff using instruments, the entire river water was murky, with a lot of silt floating around. There were also plenty of garbage, plastic bottles, and such. Su Tianlong, Captain Lu of the Forbidden Rock Sugar Brigade, and many other police department heads watched as Su Chen and Officer Hong sat down again. The river water had turned yellow from being stirred up. It would be strange if they could catch fish. Only Lao Hong cared about Su Chen. Emphasizing companionship. Lao Hong, Su Chen, let's go back first. With Su Tianlong taking the lead, most of the police department heads and captains left, except for Officer Hong. Are they in such a hurry to leave? Not waiting a bit longer? There's nothing worth waiting for, right? Even if Su Chen is mysterious, it's only once in a while. The river has been tested by technical staff, there's no problem. Now, besides catching fish, there's nothing else to catch. Just now, it's already lucky to catch fish with that dead stillness. What more do you want? Several team leaders, the person in charge has this idea. Hand grenades, bombs, caught by Su Chen, and solved by this kid alone. Not a single bit of credit was gained. Now hurry back early, maybe you can still be ordered by Director Chen to do something. Just like that. Only Hong, Su Chen, and Wang Fan were left on the riverbank. A new fishing rod was taken out and continued fishing. Su Chen, brother. Let's make it clear, don't blame me if we can't catch anything. My fishing skills are not that great. Hong smiled bitterly. Su-chen nodded, I understand. Mainly my fault, just wanted to fish well, who would have thought we would catch a bag of bombs? It was damn the first time fishing. They say beginners have benefits, a beginner protection period. No matter what species others catch on their first fishing trip, at least they have something to do with fish. What did I catch? Officer Hong. In my opinion, we probably won't catch any fish. Why don't we try catching eels instead? Eels? It's not impossible. With the bait prepared, they could still catch them. Because the river had been thoroughly inspected by technicians. Some eels would come out from the mud, from the holes. Thinking like this, Su-chen and the others searched online for how to prepare bait for catching eels. After some mixing, they hooked it and cast it out. Officer Hong sat on the riverbank, calm and composed. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the barrage was no longer as lively as before. But still, many people stopped by just to catch a glimpse of the size of the eels. Eels are not easy to catch. Those things like to burrow. As long as there's a hole, they'll burrow in as much as they can. Of course, eels, this kind of creature, is associated with the color yellow. This. I suspect you're driving, but I have no evidence. Usually, when our toilet is clogged, I throw in a few big eels. What a waste. The process of catching eels is very boring. The bait was constantly eaten, but the float remained still. Officer Hong put on the bait again, feeling a strong urge to urinate. Su-chen, brother, come, you take this rod. I'm going to relieve myself. Su-chen took the fishing rod. Cast it out, directly throwing it out. Because it was for catching eels, the bait and hook were prepared in a special way. Clatter, clatter, clatter. It was at this moment that the idle photographer Wang Fan picked up a complete fishing net not far from the riverbank. He said, Bro, it's not convenient to catch fish with a fishing net. Look, this fishing net is specially made. Damn, it's sturdy. This guy was quite good at picking things up. Su-chen inspected the fishing net. It was a special kind of casting net, very sturdy, and the mesh was just right. Don't rush. Wait for me to finish fishing with this rod. If there's no fish, we'll just use the casting net directly. Su-chen finally realized the reality, defeated by the wild river. The fish that could survive in the wild river were strong and smart. Splash! While talking, the float on the water surface began to sink rapidly. The fishing line tightened. It's hooked. The effort required should be a good-sized eel. Bro! Keep it up. Today, I want to eat shredded eel noodles. I want to eat eel as noodles. Seeing movement in the float, Wang Fan cheered enthusiastically. Ha! Is this eel still trying to burrow into the water? It was quite a challenge. The eel was diving into the water with the float. If too much force was used, the fishing line would break, so Su-chen kept maneuvering. Ha! Why is it still diving down? Bro, pull it outwards, put more effort into it. Wang Fan urged, and Su-chen began to exert force. Tap. It feels like the fish hook is stuck on something. Can't pull it out. Wang Fan, come here and hold the fishing rod. Let me go down and take a look. Finally caught a fish today. Su-chen must also eat some. As the words fell, Su-chen took off his shirt, revealing a well-defined 8-pack abs. Then with a splash, he plunged into the murky river water. Abs. Let me touch them. When the host undresses like this, people will get excited. The host also has abs? 8-pack? Hoof. 8-pack is for kids, I have 9. 9 becomes 1. Su-chen is really fierce, there's no one like him to eat fish, just for this jump. Sorry everyone, I'm now a fan. Very handsome. If your thoughts are the same as mine, then I can only say, tie hot pants. In the live broadcast, Su-chen plunged into the river water. The water was too murky to see what was below. Su-chen could only follow the fishing line and keep feeling downwards. Suddenly, he felt something hard and pipe-like. Judging by the size, it was roughly the size of a bowl. Did the eel drill into this? Quite clever. After finding the right position, Suchen surfaced for air. He explained, Xiao Wang, hold the fishing rod tight and don't move. This eel is not small, it went into some unknown pipe. Wait for me to move this pipe, then you can pull it up with force. Okay. Wang Fan focused. For a bite of eel meat, he was determined. Gurgle. Suchen plunged into the river water again, stretching his arms and legs. Nothing could stop him from eating that eel face. It was time for him to show his skills. Holding his breath, he hugged the iron pipe mouth with both arms. 5 units of force. Ha! It didn't budge. Is it quite heavy? Suchen started to exert more force. His physique and strength had been modified by the system. One punch could reach over 1,000 kilograms, surpassing the boxing king Tyson. Damn it, no time to waste. 10 units of force. Clenching his teeth, Suchen began to pull the iron pipe mouth outwards. Rumbling. Gurgle. At the same time, bubbles rolled on the river's surface, and the water became even murkier. With a splash, the surrounding fish and eels seemed to be strongly stimulated, splashing towards the river surface. As the commotion on the water surface grew, an iron pipe mouth the size of a trash can lid emerged first. Wang Fan shuddered. Covered in black lines. Brother, what did you pull up? The dark iron pipe mouth was aimed directly at Wang Fan. For some reason, a chill ran down his spine. Looking at the faint iron pipe mouth, Wang Fan seemed to see his grandma and himself waving frantically. The river water churned, fish and insects wriggled. Tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room stared intently. What's causing such a commotion? Damn! How did the host pull out my immortal mansion? I was in the process of refining the golden core. Godzilla, who touched my nuclear waste suction pipe? They are all talents. Can't they just watch the broadcast quietly? I bet it's a big piece of trash. The iron pipe can fetch a good price. Place your bets. I bet $100 on recycling trash. A little bet for fun. I bet on Iron Man, alright? Let's play like this. $200. I bet on the Hulk. The barrage of comments kept coming, creating a lively atmosphere. Nearby, Officer Hong was hiding behind a tree. Before he could unzip his pants, Director Chen called. He said, Old Hong. The matter of the Wild River bomb is quite significant. Deputy Director Zhang and I are going to the office to report. Can you help me keep an eye on Suchen, little brother? Don't cause any trouble. Officer Hong patted his chest, solemnly promising. Don't worry, Chief. I've been following him all along. Suchen definitely won't cause any trouble again. Bombs, grenades have all been fished out. What else can he do? Even if he reaches the sky, it would be lucky if that kid can catch a fish. Should it be according to Newton's second law? Or the Pythagorean theorem? Suchen can only make trouble once a day. Officer Hong held a pinch. Indicating. With him around, there won't be any surprises. Beep beep beep. After hanging up the phone, the strong urge to urinate that had been held back for a long time struck. Unzipping his pants. Boom! There was a huge commotion on the Wild River not far away. The river bank trembled closely. Damn! Wang Fan jumped up in place. Eyes widened. Looking incredulous with his mouth wide open. Watching that dark, muddy, yet still majestic creature that couldn't hide its dignity. Smack! Wang Fan gave himself a hard slap. It hurts. It burns. Damn, this is not a dream. This is real. Wang Fan's lips twitched frantically. He resisted the urge to turn around and run away immediately. Repeating in his mind, I have moved bodies with my brother, I can't run, I can't run. Why should I run? At most, I am just a witness. Oh right. What if it's a model from the toy factory that shouldn't be thrown into the river? Wang Fan mentally prepared himself, trying to reassure himself. Summoning up courage. Watching the field artillery emerging from the river. Mom! I'm scared. Wang Fan broke down again. As for Su Chen, at this moment, he was only focused on wrestling with the majestic creature. Since the moment the iron pipe was exposed, he had dived into the river, holding his breath, determined to catch that eel. Boom! Su Chen completely pushed the field artillery to the riverbank. Clatter, clatter. A yellow eel, thicker than a farmer's 3 punches mineral water bottle, came into view. Wang Fan, well done. Wei. Su Chen raised his head, shaking off water droplets from his hair. Ha! Where did this field artillery come from? At this moment, tears welled up uncontrollably in Wang Fan's eyes. Brother! You did a great job. This field artillery was forcibly pushed out of the river by him. Wang Fan was a mess of snot and tears. Brother! Didn't you say you were going to the river to catch eels? Why did you push out a big cannon? Su Chen? So, the iron pipe he had been pushing was a cannon? It sounded like he really wanted to push out this field artillery. Damn it! How would I know that thing was a cannon? I just wanted to catch eels, not push out a cannon. At this point, the barrage in the live broadcast exploded. Second Lieutenant! Is that my Italian cannon? Fire! 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 Damn, this is outrageous! Can't the host do something normal? It's understandable to fish out a bomb while fishing, but what's the point of catching an eel and pushing out a field artillery? The host is crazy. Let him pick up junk, he only picks up corpses. Don't pick up corpses, go fish for weapons in the river. This is insane, really insane. Refund. Damn it, I've lost everything. Brothers, see you on the rooftop. Who can bet on this thing? Who would have thought he would push out a field artillery from the river? Ha ha. This host is something, he really pushed out a cannon. A field artillery, causing a sensation across the internet. Program headquarters. The leaders who hadn't even had a bite of hot food yet were hastily summoned to the office by the chief director. Seeing everyone impatient and complaining, the chief director understood. Everyone must be feeling tired, right? Everyone thinks I'm just looking for trouble, right? Before the heads of various departments could speak, the chief director pressed the button to turn on the projector. Come. Please watch the live playback screen. The chief director was very humane, starting from Su Chen jumping into the river. The responsible persons and team leaders watched very attentively. Not for anything else, just because that was number 54. At first, everything was fine, just fishing seriously. Chief Director, number 54 is pretty good. Director, don't worry, drowning himself is also his skill. Although it was scary when the bomb was fished out before, fortunately the crisis was averted, right? Chief Director, don't be angry, it's just a mini camera, we can buy more in the future. Young people, it's understandable to be a bit out of line. Yes, Chief Director, we need to broaden our horizons. A group of conspicuous bags thought the Chief Director was concerned about the mini camera Su Chen was wearing. How much is that thing worth? Chief Director. He just smiled and didn't say anything. Boom! It was the moment when Su Chen pushed the field cannon out of the river. The responsible persons and team leaders were stunned. They looked at this group of people with pale faces. Each one was dumbfounded, looking incredulous. The chief director was secretly pleased. Come on, let's broaden our horizons. Everyone. Huff, huff, huff. Everyone took a deep breath, constantly adjusting their emotions. Each one lowered their head, afraid to look at the field cannon. Fishing out a bomb was already out of line. This time, it was a field cannon. Was this done by a person? Head of Monitoring Group, Chief Director, let's run away. Head of Logistics Group, Director, I suddenly remembered, my 80-year-old mother gave birth to another brother for me. Head of Props Group, oh. Director, my wife just messaged me saying our 2-month-old son rode our Siberian Husky and ran away from home. Head of Data Group, Director. I suddenly have a hemorrhoid that needs to be removed. The office was in chaos. The chief director was astute. Couldn't he see what these people were thinking? Everyone sit down. Your hemorrhoid won't kill you if you don't cut it for a day. Believe me, the Siberian Husky will bring back your son. And your 80-year-old mother gave birth? What's up? Did your dad come back to life? Stop talking nonsense. Avoiding won't solve any problems. Let's continue reading. What if this field cannon is a toy model? The chief director didn't believe it was that coincidental. Even if it was really unlucky. If the sky falls, the program headquarters will hold it up. Even if one day, the relevant departments investigate. If the program fails, there will be no regrets. By the wild riverbank. Wang Fan stabilized his emotions, trembling. Brother. This field cannon, it's fake, right? Su Chen. Silence, no words. He would rather push out the cannon himself to be fake. In his sea of consciousness, detailed information appeared. Weapon name, Type 92 105mm field howitzer. Ammunition used, high explosive shells, incendiary shells, chemical shells, maximum range, 18200m. Current status, severe battle damage, no longer usable. No danger. One detail after another. Detail to the point of wanting to list every production line of every screw. Su Chen was speechless for a while. Damn. Is this never going to end today? Am I just too unlucky? The grenades and bombs didn't kill me before. Now, here comes the field cannon, right? Su Chen glanced at Wang Fan. Xiao Wang, you used to be brave, right? Why are you hesitating now? Wang Fan blinked, pondering. Brother. I was really scared during the ogre incident before. But I'm not stupid. A few stabs with a knife might save a life. This cannon, one blast. And I'll be gone. Makes sense. Su Chen smirked, try touching it, it feels great. Don't be afraid, if you're a man, stand up. Really? Wang Fan was eager to try. The curiosity of the chubby boy was greater than that of the skinny one. Even though this field cannon looked intimidating. But, this was the first time in his life seeing a real cannon. Alright, let's do it. Wang Fan's chubby hand wavered, and finally rested on the cold cannon barrel. Damn, it's so hard. Bro, this is the real deal. Ask, which boy can resist the temptation of a field cannon? If I bring out an intercontinental missile, how would you choose? Touch it, let me touch it, really want to touch, a real field cannon. It's great to hang out with the streamer, get free food and accommodation, and even touch the cannon for free. Great, now everyone has forgotten about the bag of bombs the streamer caught. If it's a real field cannon, then it's going to be a big problem. Popularity, +1 +1 +1, popularity, +1 +1 +1. Su Chen naturally knew the field cannon was real. Wanting Wang Fan to touch it was just to let him touch it. Bro, what should we do now? This cannon, should we send it to Director Chen? Su Chen was momentarily out of other ideas. Oh right, where did Officer Hong go? He seems to have gone to release the water. Wang Fan said. No, now we can only call the police. When there's a problem, when there's difficulty, find the police. That's what my mom, teachers, and parents have always told me. From a distance. Su Chen saw that figure hiding under the big tree. The familiar figure with its back to him. Although it looked a bit embarrassed at the moment. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Officer Hong. I want to report a crime. Huh? Someone's calling me? Officer Hong didn't move. He looked towards the riverbank. This can't be true. Watching a field cannon as tall as a person appear out of nowhere. Officer Hong's water release process came to a sudden halt. Where did it come from? Where did this field cannon come from? Have the enemy troops arrived? Officer Hong pulled up his pants and ran over. A mature and dignified face. At this moment, twisted to the extreme. Field cannon. It's really a damn field cannon. Officer Hong's mouth trembled as he spoke. Su Chen, brother. What did you do? Didn't I ask you to watch the fishing rod for me? He just made a phone call and released the water. Su Chen scratched his head and explained the process in detail. For a moment, Officer Hong was dumbfounded, his head buzzing. A small head with a big question mark. You mean? You accidentally touched an eel, and then a field cannon popped out. Officer Hong, just kill me. Officer Hong, don't panic, keep calm. Su Chen, I just wanted to touch an eel. Field cannon, maybe. I should go back. The field cannon stood quietly by the riverbank. The police were called. Officer Hong arrived. Su Chen and Wang Fan rubbed their hands. Officer Hong, look at this. How should we handle this? Officer Hong. God knows how to handle this. Sometimes, even as a police officer, it's frustrating. Even kids know, when you have a problem, find a police officer. But with someone like Su Chen, have you ever considered the feelings of the police officer you're looking for? Officer Hong is the head of the criminal investigation team, not a military expert. He already found the bomb earlier thrilling enough. In the blink of an eye, while releasing the water, another field cannon came up. Can this day get any worse? Sigh. Officer Hong's scalp tingled. He had just assured Director Chen that nothing would go wrong. How? Forget it. I'll call the director to ask. I can't handle the cannon incident. It's not that he didn't want to solve it, he just couldn't. If it's a corpse, Officer Hong can investigate. But if you bring in a cannon, what can he do? You might as well just shoot me with it. Ding-ling-ling. On the ring road, Director Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Senior Captain Hong of the Criminal Investigation Division. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Director Chen straightened up and answered seriously. Senior Hong, what's wrong? Officer Hong. Such a warm, reassuring voice. Who could understand that feeling? When you can't solve it yourself, you have to seek help from your superiors. Officer Hong was moved to the point of choking back tears. Director Chen, there's something. Senior Hong, just say it. Director Chen felt that Officer Hong was hiding something. Well, Director. Why don't you and Deputy Director Zhang come back? Director Chen? Deputy Director Zhang? What's going on? They had just gotten on the ring road not long ago. Why go back now? Director Chen furrowed his brow. Senior Hong. Deputy Director Zhang and I are going to report to the higher-ups. Can't it wait until we get back? No, it can't. Officer Hong said bluntly. Director Chen was momentarily speechless at his decisiveness. Director Chen. Su Chen is in trouble again. Just. Mentioning the name Su Chen left Director Chen dumbfounded. Trouble again? The driver, responsible for driving, smoothly braked and began to move to the slow lane. Deputy Director Zhang perked up his ears. At some point, the name Su Chen had become widely known in the Longhai City Police Department. That man had become a special symbol. He had become a frequent visitor to the police station. Director Chen took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally. Senior Hong, go ahead. What's the matter? Director Chen, take a few more deep breaths. Get ready, I'm afraid your heart won't be able to take it. Officer Hong wasn't joking. Go ahead. Director Chen had seen major incidents before. He had come through many trials and tribulations. Su Chen was only in his 20s. What could he have done that was so incomprehensible? Here's the thing, Director Chen. Su Chen pulled a field cannon out of the river. Director Chen? Deputy Director Zhang? The worst thing is when the air suddenly becomes quiet. The words field cannon were like a bombshell. The two big shots' heads were buzzing. Left brain connecting to the right brain, cerebellum stirring the brainstem. Oh no, their brains couldn't handle it. Senior Hong. Are you joking? Can a field cannon be pulled out of a river? Do you know what that means? Director Chen's mind went blank. He just couldn't comprehend this field cannon. He felt like he was dreaming. Hearing this, Officer Hong smiled bitterly. Director Chen. I'm not lying to you. The field cannon is real. How it was pulled out, you'll have to ask Su Chen. Director Chen. Ding dong. Just to make sure they believed him, Officer Hong sent a photo of the field cannon with Su Chen. Buzz. The moment Director Chen saw the photo, he was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide enough to fit two fists. A field cannon is a field cannon. Retired from the military's catering department, Director Chen had the privilege of seeing one up close. Turn around. Immediately head back. Director Chen ordered. The driver immediately accelerated into the highway service area. Deputy Director Zhang. Meeting with the director will have to be postponed for now. We need to rush back right now. Deputy Director Zhang nodded. He took out his phone and personally dialed Director Chi's number. Old Chi. We can discuss the Wild River bomb incident later. There's an urgent matter to attend to. Goodbye. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Director Chi, who was sitting in the office sorting out documents, looked puzzled. What's going on? Recently, there have been rumors about the rapid solving of cases by the Longhai City Police Department. They have repeatedly cracked major cases, gaining widespread attention online and in the news. He had wanted to use this bomb incident to investigate further. But now he's being told not to come? Director Chi said he wasn't angry, but that's impossible. He was full of doubts. What could be more important than reporting on the bomb incident? At the riverside in the back mountains of the Longhai City Police Department. Officer Hong notified the headquarters for immediate support. In a matter of minutes, the area around the field gun was crowded with people. They were all part of the same group. But the guns were not the same. Special Police Team Leader Su Tianlong, Captain Liu of the Ice Sugar Prohibition Team, the Technology Department, the Forensic Science Department. Upon hearing that there was a field gun on the riverbank, everyone came to see what was happening. They saw a towering steel giant in front of them. Special Police Team Leader Su Tianlong looked bewildered. This is a field gun from decades ago during the war. Why? Why didn't the Technology Department detect it when they searched the river? Indeed. The head of the Technology Department was eager to know why. He led the team himself, scanning the area with precision instruments several times. But they found nothing. They were left scratching their heads. Officer Hong called, Su Chen and his brother brought out the field gun. At that moment, all the officers at the Longhai City Police Department looked at Su Chen with strange, complex, shocked, and fearful eyes. Outside, a circle of barricades was set up one after another. Passers-by, onlookers, were all part of the same group. Wow, this is amazing, my goodness. There's really a cannon, honey, hug me, I want to take a picture. Recording the beautiful life, the cannon strikes. The enthusiasm of the crowd was unstoppable. The Technology Department. Leading the team with precision instruments, they searched the river several times. Still, they found nothing. The head of the department speculated, it must be because the mud is covering it. I believe after the scan, there shouldn't be any foreign objects inside. Let's wait for the director now. Let's see what Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen have to say. A group of people stood together discussing. The crowd grew larger and larger. Su Chen and Wang Fan squatted on the riverbank. Gurgling, they're hungry. Stomachs growled. Wang Fan complained, brother, I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. Su Chen glanced at the eel he had caught with great effort in the bucket. This eel was good at burrowing, specifically targeting the field gun. Thinking about it, Wang Fan got angry. He grabbed the eel from the bucket. Smack! He slapped it hard, saying, don't burrow everywhere from now on. With such big eyes, are you blind? Ha ha! The photographer is furious. Eel, first of all, I didn't provoke anyone. Eel, you pushed the cannon, I took the slap. Sitting around like this was not a good idea. They couldn't leave, but staying meant hunger. Su Chen saw bubbles continuously rising in the river water. Needless to say, there must be a lot of fish there. Sigh, they couldn't eat the raw eel. What if they made some grass carp sashimi as a snack? Officer Hong. The technology department just investigated. They shouldn't find any more weapons inside, right? Su Chen asked. Officer Hong nodded, that's right. The captain of the technology department guarantees it, no problem. Okay. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'll go down and catch some grass carp for sashimi. After saying that, with a splash, he jumped into the river. The crowd. For some reason, everyone suddenly felt nervous. Su Tianlong walked slowly to Officer Hong's side. Old Hong, why did you let Su Chen go down again? Aren't you afraid of something happening? The first time he caught a bomb. The second time was a field cannon. There can't be a third time, right? If there's a third time after the first and second, what will happen? Officer Hong still trusted the technical department more. Old Su, don't worry. Didn't the technical department investigate? If the technical department says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Su Tianlong glanced sideways, not saying a word. He silently looked at the technical department officers who had already left with their equipment. He implied something profound. Old Hong. Tell me honestly. Do you believe in the technology of the technical department? Or in Su Chen's hands? The technical department relies on data analysis. Su Chen's hands rely on something mysterious. No, it's even more mysterious than supernatural. Officer Hong suddenly shivered all over. At this point, it was too late to stop him. Old Su, you're right. The technical department can make mistakes. But Su Chen. He has never missed a shot. If there's a body, he really picks it up. If there's flesh, he really grabs it. If there's a cannon, he really pushes it. He's all about honesty. He's all about daring. Officer Hong was scared. The host is indeed mysterious, that has to be admitted. Humph. It's good enough to push out a field cannon, what's more, can he push out a second one? Place your bets. Where can you find a gambling dog that always loses? The live broadcast continued to soar in popularity. So much so that top trending search, contestant number 54, Su Chen, pushes out a field cannon. Second trending search, contestant number 54, Su Chen, catches a bag of hand grenades and bombs. Third trending search, contestant number 54, Su Chen, ranks first in the program. If there's one person who can dominate the screen, it must be Su Chen. The barrage comments section once said, he's a mysterious man. On the black market online auction, contestant number 54, Su Chen's hands, up to 10 million. That seemingly ordinary iron arm clamp, 1 million. Basket, for sale, 800,000. Shoes, clothes. Anyway, anything related to Su Chen can attract attention. Perhaps even the production team didn't expect that a junk collector's value could be so high. In addition, the top few posts on Weibo. According to our station's intern journalists report after 2.5 years, overnight in Kyoto, hundreds of scavengers appeared, forming teams to collect junk. Hashtag will scavenging become mainstream in the future? Is scavenging really shameful? Hashtag some netizens have discovered that the scavenging organization is expanding continuously, and their leader is contestant number 54, Suchen. Below, please watch an interview. In the video, 5 tall, slender women, with a demeanor comparable to models, holding iron arm clamps, carrying baskets on their backs. The leader in black stockings, holding a flag, beauty team. The reporter quickly approached. Hello. May I ask why you, at such a young age, are collecting junk? When you have your youth ahead of you. Why do something like this? Our reporter, a graduate of a top journalism program. He's good at catching hot topics. The 5 beauties suddenly glanced at the reporter. That look. Some were puzzled, some were questioning. Why collect junk? Do we even need to ask? Of course, it's about having faith in your heart. Working 996, 9 to 5, working for capital? I've long been tired of feeling like a corporate slave. What's wrong with collecting junk? Even picking up trash can make you rich. Well, the journalist's voice had not finished speaking. 5 beautiful women pushed him aside. Move aside a bit, blocking us from picking up trash. From afar, watching the 5 young and beautiful women picking up trash. The visual impact was very strong. However, at this moment, the leader, a beautiful woman in black stockings, received a phone call. She joyfully said, "Really? Another girl who graduated from Tsinghua University wants to join us? Welcome, of course welcome. Come over now to find me. I will provide you with equipment when you arrive." The journalist. The video almost ended here, although it seemed a bit abrupt. But the photographer captured that scene. Netizens clearly noticed the journalist was crying. This video spread widely on the internet. The barrage comments section had already exceeded tens of millions. Are even Tsinghua University female PhD students picking up trash now? I'm just a college student, what am I doing? According to the latest expert statistics, picking up trash has become a new form of entertainment for young people. Has the beggar gang become famous? Starting to pick up trash at a young age, avoiding 50 years of detours. That man's influence is too great. As self-media bloggers, netizens edited the story of Suchen into videos. They played it in various fancy ways. At the headquarters of the Ultimate Challenger program, the leaders of various departments, with cold expressions, rushed to the office of the chief director. Director, contestant 99 is slacking off. He watched those videos on the internet and feels inferior. We hired a psychologist to give him a preliminary diagnosis, mild depression. Director, here on my end, contestants 235, 333. Nearly 20 contestants are facing similar situations. I asked, these contestants are all becoming withdrawn. They said, in their own words, how can I, with my abilities, compete against contestant 54? Imagine. Someone who picks up trash is more outstanding than those white-collar and gold-collar workers in other industries. This, everyone must doubt themselves, right? The chief director rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. Have these contestants mentioned quitting the show? No. Several department heads said with strange expressions. These withdrawn contestants. Not only do they not want to quit. Instead, they are starting to idolize contestant 54. They say, since they can't beat him, they choose to join him. Chief Director. Contestant 54, Suchen's live broadcast room. The popularity, online viewership, exceeded 1 million. The surging traffic brought various barrage comments. Newcomer, reporting in. Contestant 54 never keeps idle people around. Is our leader here? I have an appointment to talk to him. Chubby, move your chubby face aside, I want to see Su-chen. Opening, buy and sell, buy and sell. Alright. I bet on a nuclear bomb. Alright. I bet on a UFO spaceship. I don't believe anyone can launch a cannon, it must be a coincidence. Photographer Wang Fan stood on the riverbank, seeing the live broadcast room getting more lively. Feeling happy in his heart, following the big brother is good. Lao Hong. Su-chen has been underwater for quite a while. Will he drown himself? Should we send someone down to check? Special Police Captain Su Tianlong asked, gurgling. And at that moment, the calm river surface began to churn. Fish and shrimp leaping, water snakes, eels. Various river creatures started fleeing towards the shore. It was like encountering a flood of fierce beasts, being attacked by natural enemies. Rumbling. The vibrations grew stronger. The river water became increasingly turbid. On the shore, hundreds of people watched intently. It seemed like something big was about to emerge. What's going on? An earthquake? So many fish and shrimp, all jumping onto the shore. Is the riverbank going to collapse? The crowd looked terrified. Seeing this, Officer Hong was at a loss for words. His lips trembled from shock. Damn! What is this familiar feeling? Why do I feel like I've seen this scene before? Why? Why is my right eyelid twitching nonstop? No way, no way. Su-chen, don't mess with me. Officer Hong trembled all over. That's it, brother, you're spot on. Rumbling. On the river surface, a thick iron pipe, much thicker than a trash can, slowly emerged. Dark and deep. This time, the cannon muzzle emerged silently, aiming at the crowd. The crowd, so many grandmas. Holy crap! A cannon. Run, this one is even bigger than the last one. I just came to join the fun, you want my life? What's going on? Is this wild river turning into a military arsenal today? Officer. I need to call the police. There's a cannon here. The most conspicuous person finally shouted. Officer Hong felt like he wanted to die. Here it comes, here it comes. Another cannon was brought out by Su-chen. Su Tianlong patted Officer Hong on the shoulder, Sometimes. Actually, the police also want to call the police. The crowd scattered in panic. The officers stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Witnessing a cannon being pushed out of the river. Oh, there's another one beside it, still wet. Wang Fan. He smiled bitterly. Brother. We agreed to go fishing down there. Why did you bring up another cannon? Are we having a problem with cannons today, brother? Brother, what's bothering you? You can talk to me, your little brother. Another cannon. Brothers, see you on the rooftop. I'm speechless, I've lost my pants. Is today's live broadcast all about cannons? Can the host do something else? Officer Hong, please bomb me as much as you want, thank you. Is this never ending? Little cow sitting on an electric blanket, so cool. Another field artillery cannon was pushed out of the river by Su-chen. In fact, he knew. From the moment he touched the field artillery cannon, detailed information appeared in his mind. Name, Type 38 150mm field howitzer. Ammunition, howitzer shells, incendiary shells, chemical shells, armor-piercing shells. Maximum range, 5890 m. Current condition, severely damaged, inoperable, no danger. Alright. Su-chen felt speechless. Today's misfortune is well deserved. Another field howitzer emerged like a lotus flower from the water. Su-chen smiled and waved at Officer Hong. Officer Hong. I really went down to fish. Accidentally. I caught a cannon. I didn't intend to bring it out. But I thought, a cannon is too lonely. Aren't we Chinese fond of pears? My mom always says, pears bring good luck? Officer Hong. If he could, he would want to blow Su Chen's mind right now. This kid. Listen, is that even human language? Because one cannon is too lonely, you brought out another one from the river for me? To make a pair? Why not bring out 2 pairs? Why don't you go up to the sky? Su Tianlong patted Officer Hong's shoulder, afraid that the latter would do something irrational. Lao Hong, we are police officers. We can't make mistakes. Brother Su Chen also did it out of kindness. Young people, we need to learn to educate. It's rare for the tough guy image of Su Tianlong to be so gentle. Su Chen scratched his head and came out of the river. Borrowed a dagger, grass carp sashimi platter. Officer Hong. You guys have worked hard. Do you want some? Officer Hong rolled his eyes. Nothing to say. He immediately sent someone to call the person in charge of the technical department. 8 people. Fully armed, watching another field cannon hanging on the riverbank. The captain of the technical department was stunned. Looking at Su Chen feasting on the ground. He was at a loss. What's going on? Can't get along with me today? First of all, I'm a tester. Secondly, did I offend anyone? Can someone explain to me why? The precision instruments searched 5 times and didn't even find a trace of the cannon. And then I turned back, didn't even drink water, and was called back. The captain of the technical department was stunned. The several fully armed team members behind him. Exhausted face, Captain, can I call the police? Really, sometimes the police are also helpless. Life is unbearable. Training was in vain. The high-precision instruments should be smashed and sold as scrap metal. This is ridiculous. It turns out that high-precision instruments are not as good as your pair of ruthless iron hands, right? At this moment, Officer Hong understands the captain of the technical department better than anyone else. Don't be discouraged, think of a solution. I'll report to Director Chen. Ding ling ling. Just got off the Ring City Expressway, Director Chen's phone rang. It was Lao Hong again. Hello, Lao Hong? What's up? Director Chen's voice was trembling, he seemed to be in a hurry. Officer Hong didn't want to say anything. But couldn't stand another field cannon emerging. They needed a backbone to control the situation. Brief silence. Officer Hong said directly, Director Chen. Just a minute ago. Another field cannon emerged from the river. Director Chen? Deputy Director Zhang? Another field cannon emerged? Damn it! Deputy Director Zhang couldn't help but curse on the side. Is this a joke? What do you mean another field cannon emerged? Do you think a field cannon is a fried meatball? One after another emerged. Watching helplessly. Director Chen's face turned red with anger. All right. Lao Hong, don't worry. Don't panic. Officer Hong smiled bitterly, Director, I'm fine. I'm worried your heart can't take it. Director Chen, what can't I take? I've seen it all. Lao Hong, do you think I'm a narrow-minded person? Open up your mind. It's just another field cannon. If you have the ability, let him fish out an arsenal for me. As long as he dares to fish it out, I'll apply for him another third-class merit. Don't stop him, let Brother Su Chen handle it. Can that brat handle it? Officer Hong. It seems the director has chosen to give up. So be it. I believe Brother Su Chen won't go back into the river, right? Director Chen, rest assured. Brother Su Chen. Plop. Before the words fell, water splashed on the river surface. A familiar figure jumped into the river. Wait a minute. Officer Hong's smile completely froze on his face. He stood there dumbfounded. Shouting at the top of his lungs. Hoarsely shouted, why did he jump in again? Wang Fan. You fatso. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Su Chen? Why did he jump in again? Wang Fan swallowed the grass carp sashimi in one bite. Xiao Pang wiped his hands on his buttocks. Officer Hong. Not enough sashimi to eat, not full. My brother said he will go down again to catch some more. Go down again to catch some more? Heavens! Officer Hong felt like going crazy. However, on the phone, Director Chen was already shouting, "Old Hong! Don't stop him. Let Su Chen go and do his thing. I'm going to watch the live broadcast right now." I don't believe it. Click. The phone hung up. Officer Hong looked helpless. The police officers stared fixedly at the river. As expected, the unexpected happened. The technical investigation team's detection had no effect. In the end, the team leader made a deduction. There must be magnetic interference at the bottom of the wild river. Boom! Just as he finished saying this, a small black iron frame covered in mud was thrown out of the water. Under the water, Su Chen muttered, "Damn! Damn it, so fierce. If you have the guts, blow me up today. If you can't blow me up, I'll fight you to the end. I just wanted to catch a fish. Are you going to bombard me with cannons?" Before Officer Hong and the others could react, after the mortar was thrown out. The next second, a thick iron pipe was thrown out. Damn, a rocket launcher. Then, the police officers on the riverbank stood dumbfounded in place. They just watched as mortars, rocket launchers, tank treads, tank gun barrels, rifles, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, clattered out of the river, each accompanied by a grass carp, a blackhead, or an eel. Su Chen was really fishing in the river. But, fishing is one thing, can you not do this? The riverbank couldn't hold it anymore. This isn't fishing, you practically fished out an arsenal for me. Ding-a-ling. Director Chen, who was about to go berserk while watching the live broadcast in the car, called. "Old Hong! What are you still standing there for? Don't let this brat mess around. Quick, stop Su Chen." Officer Hong's mind hadn't caught up yet. "Director, didn't you say to leave him alone?" Director Chen? That slap on the face stung. But, he couldn't just leave it alone. This kid, he really can fish out an arsenal for you. Director Chen grumbled, "Right now, immediately. Stop him for me. As long as he's not fishing, you can fish me. What are you still standing there for? Hurry. Don't let him fish." At this moment, millions of fans in the live broadcast room all stared in astonishment, paying the highest attention. "Anchor, you're really something. I give up. Can I still give up? Stop fishing. If you keep fishing, you can become a warlord. You were supposed to fish, but you fished out an arsenal for me. This is way more exciting than watching TV dramas. From now on, the scrap collection industry will reach new heights." Officer Hong led the team. After a lot of effort, they found Su Chen in the river. This kid can really hold his breath. Is he a snapping turtle? Holding his breath for more than 10 minutes? Still under the murky river water, still going crazy, continuously throwing things onto the riverbank. This could set a Guinness World Record. Once on the shore, Su Chen looked displeased. Clearly not satisfied, "Officer Hong. There are still many cannons below, wait for me to push them up for you." "Officer Hong? No. You don't need to push the cannons. Just sit there obediently for me." After finally persuading Su Chen, he sat on the riverbank. Together with Wang Fan, the two of them enjoyed their sashimi freedom. Wang Fan felt like he was living in a dream the whole time. "Brother! You're really awesome. Why did you suddenly become irritable while fishing? If it weren't for Officer Hong and the others stopping you. Are you really planning to fish out a military arsenal?" Su Chen remained silent. He wasn't irritable. It was just that he couldn't swallow this anger. He just wanted to peacefully fish. But what happened? He could catch fish, but along with the fish, there were cannons and rocket launchers. Did they really think he wouldn't dare to throw them onto the riverbank? Swish, swish. As they were talking, several police cars rushed over. From a distance, Chief Chen and Deputy Director Zhang had serious expressions. Behind them were a few elderly men carrying toolboxes. Seeing the weapons and equipment piled up on the riverbank like a military arsenal, all of them were heavy-duty. Chief Chen glanced at Su Chen. This kid, he really couldn't accept it. Chief, you're finally back. What should we do now? How do we deal with all these heavy-duty weapons? Officer Hong was feeling a headache. The riverbank was narrow, and they couldn't move these field cannons at all. They weren't professionals and didn't know how to handle it. After speaking, Chief Chen patted Officer Hong on the shoulder. You've worked hard. I've contacted relevant experts on the way. Let them take a look. The elderly men with toolboxes all got to work. Knocking here, tapping there. Explaining and calculating on pieces of paper. It looked mysterious and high-end. Wang Fan, bro, these old guys seem pretty professional. Su Chen nodded, they are experts. He slowly stood up, feeling his half-full stomach. The smell of fish lingered in his mouth. He asked, do you want to have a hot meal soon? Wang Fan's eyes lit up, bro, how did you know I wasn't full? Eating too much sashimi can be really greasy. But we can't leave now. Su Chen grinned, who said we can't leave? Bro, do you really have a solution? Su Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Then he approached Officer Hong and asked softly, Officer Hong, can I ask you something? Once we solve these heavy-duty items, can we go back for a meal? Officer Hong rolled his eyes subconsciously. This kid, how could he think about eating at a time like this? Yes, we can leave once we solve it. But the problem is, these heavy-duty items can't be moved at all. The advice from the experts is to dismantle the field cannons into parts. But, because the incident happened suddenly, we didn't bring enough tools. Dismantling the field cannons is not as easy as it sounds. Let's wait a bit longer. After it's done, the chief has something to ask you. Officer Hong stared ahead, completely unaware. As he was speaking, Su Chen had already approached. Elderly gentleman. May I ask if you are planning to dismantle the field cannons into parts? Hearing this, the elderly dismantling experts looked at each other. Out of politeness, they nodded. Yes. Dismantling the field cannons is challenging. Especially for those from decades ago. The internal structure is quite complex. To dismantle them completely, it may take more than 10 hours. Young man, you. The elderly experts kept talking. In the meantime, Su Chen picked up a relatively hard fishbone from the ground. Crack. Finding the right spot, he accurately inserted it into the field cannon. A twist, a turn. To outsiders, the fishbone was short and brittle. The scene was like a butcher stabbing a knife into a pig to bleed it. And there you were, poking people with a 3D radish knife. It was dramatic and amusing. The elderly experts blinked, thinking, young man, what are you doing? Glancing at the fishbone, then looking at the wild field cannon that was already in full swing. Only Su Chen understood in his heart. The fishbone was right in the depths of the field cannon. Still the same phrase, a needle can do the job, as long as you have an eye for it. The field cannon has quite a few eyes. Of course, using a fishbone to replace a silver needle. The effect is greatly discounted. But can your cannon withstand Su Chen's techniques? Clatter. Just as the old experts were about to say something, the first Type 92 field howitzer fell apart. Rolling, rolling. The Type 92 field howitzer, the barrel rolling and rolling. Rolling under the feet of several old experts. Barrel, get out of my way. Whose feet are so big? Experts? Several people looked at each other in confusion, staring wide-eyed. Oh heavens, God, Buddha, Tao Ancestor, Amen. Open your eyes. Am I dreaming? The Type 92 field howitzer fell apart? We haven't even started yet. Why is the Type 92 field howitzer giving us this opportunity? No. I don't quite understand. The brains of the old experts couldn't keep up. They just stared. A tall and mighty Type 92 howitzer. Instantly, with one poke, it disintegrated into pieces on the ground. Hong, the police officer? Chen, the bureau chief. Zhang, the deputy director. Was it that poke? A familiar feeling. A familiar formula. Except for a few old experts, which police officer at the Longhai City Police Department didn't know. Just now, dismantling grenades, bombs. This guy poked it like this. If you don't poke, you won't win. The atmosphere on the scene was surprisingly quiet. No one wanted to break this beauty. In the background, Wang Fan once again saw Su Chen's great skills. That chubby face trembled. Brother! Awesome! Just like that. You are my god. I love you, brother. Photographer Chubby, please shut up. I finally brewed up my emotions, and you ruined it with one sentence. A scene that seems familiar. Bomb disposal expert, I'm familiar with this. Alright, so you want to shock a group of old experts every day? Oh no, with the host doing this, the old experts will start doubting life. You can dismantle grenades and bombs like this, can you also dismantle your cannon like this? The old experts realized that something was wrong. They hurriedly stopped Su Chen. Young man, wait a moment. How did you do it? Let me see the fishbone in your hand. They couldn't believe it, the old experts just couldn't believe it. The fishbone pierced their hands, sharp and prickly. There was even a fishy smell in the mouth. It really was a fishbone. The old experts looked strange, full of doubt. Young man, how did you do it? This doesn't make sense scientifically. Su Chen. Here we go again. Old man. Have you ever heard of great strength producing miracles? What great strength producing miracles? The old experts were dumbfounded. Just these 4 words almost gave them a stroke. Sai, let me demonstrate. All roads lead to the same end. The technique is the same. You can't just look at the appearance, you have to see the spirit. Su Chen bent down. He picked up a suitable sized twig from the ground. Aimed at the Type 38 150mm field howitzer. Precisely inserted it, striking the sole. A turn, a twist. The twig stood firm. While the Type 38 150mm field howitzer was completely papier-mâché. Clatter, shattered on the ground. Parts scattered and fell apart. The hearts of the old experts also shattered on the ground. After a lifetime of research and dismantling. After a lifetime of learning professional knowledge. Unexpectedly. One day, their own field of expertise would be defeated by a young man. It's a complete defeat. Seeing this, Officer Hong looked helpless. He was also worried that the old experts would be hurt in their pride. Immediately, he stepped forward to comfort them, Professor Fong. Don't compare yourselves with this kid. This kid's hands are really something. Is that so? The old experts saw Su Chen for the first time. Clearly, they didn't understand the rules of the game. Officer Hong, we really want to know. What's the principle behind this turn and twist? Is it a principle of mechanics? Or the Pythagorean theorem? Officer Hong. He didn't understand the principle either. However, if you really want to describe it with an adjective. Charlatan. Or, you can call this kid Su Banxian. Click, click. The wonderful sound echoed by the riverbank. It took the old experts over a dozen hours to dismantle a field cannon. Su Chen, with a tree branch, took just 1 minute, and it was all done. He clapped his hands and looked at Director Chen and the others. Director Chen, can we eat now? Director Chen. This kid is really something. How can you think about eating at a time like this? Are you dismantling so fast because you're thinking about the food in our police canteen? Just eating and drinking for free, acting like you're in charge of the police station? Su charlatan, I bow to you. Watching the streamer's actions, I'm reminded of a classic line. With faith in your heart, you have the power to do anything. Young people, if you're not a bit outrageous, can you still be called young? Boom! In the midst of the conversation, several camouflage trucks parked at the entrance and exit of the Wild River. Schwa schwa schwa, soldiers in camouflage uniforms, holding special tools, quickly got off the trucks and assembled. The engineering battalion has arrived. The armed forces have also sent people. All of this was arranged by Director Chen in advance. After all, cannons and military supplies are no small matter. They had completely exceeded the jurisdiction of the police. Soon, the armed forces and the engineering battalion arrived at the scene. Seeing the neatly arranged military parts on the ground, the engineers looked puzzled and confused. Where's the cannon? Where are the several cannons and the pile of military supplies that we were supposed to dismantle because we couldn't finish it? Who took over our job? What the hell is going on? The situation was awkward for a moment. Director Chen personally explained and asked Officer Hong to take Su Chen back to the police station immediately. This kid is really something, he was starting to feel a bit scared. What if the old experts insisted on taking Su Chen back to dissect and study him? It was all because of a meal. The armed forces and the engineering battalion quickly organized their equipment. They carried out a major operation to deal with the military weapons that had not been cleared from the Wild River. As for Su Chen, he happily enjoyed a hot meal. Oh my god. Bro, the food in the police canteen is really good. I feel like I can't leave here. This old pickled fish stew is really good. Wang Fan enjoyed his meal. Officer Hong watched the two of them eat hungrily and said, "Eat while it's hot, eat more. When you're full, go to sleep, don't wander around." This fish was stewed by the new chef in the canteen. Everyone calls this dish Chef Kang's old pickled fish stew. Early the next morning, the Longhai City Police Department, the Armed Forces, and several other departments jointly issued an official emergency announcement. Hashtag major military arsenal found in the Wild River, now resolved. Hashtag the incident has been handed over to the relevant military departments for management. Hashtag military weapons are no small matter, we hope that all netizens can learn from Mr. Su, the person involved in the case. P.S. Important reminder, learn from his spirit. Do not imitate his actions. The Wild River is in a state of blockade and alert. Local residents of Longhai City, please do not approach easily. Major declaration, military weapons are prohibited in China. They are extremely dangerous. For the safety of the masses, for the lives and safety of most residents, please stay away from flammable and explosive materials. Remember, when in doubt, seek the police, when in difficulty, seek the police. Here, the Longhai City Police Force and Armed Forces express their gratitude to Mr. Su for his heroic actions. One by one after another. The authority of official announcements is beyond doubt. Once again, Su Chen is at the top of the hot search list. Many netizens have commented. Su Chen is the most fierce man I have ever seen in my life. Is that number 54? Dominating the charts every day. When will he pick up some junk seriously? That would be a highly anticipated show. Has Su Banshan not started broadcasting today? Since watching Su Banshan's live broadcast, my back doesn't hurt, my legs aren't sore, and I've never been constipated when going to the bathroom. The time is 7 o'clock in the morning. The system's check-in prompt sound arrives on time. Ding! Check-in successful. Today's entertainment tips for happiness are as follows: put aside personal qualities and enjoy a morally deficient life. Reject internal conflicts and go crazy directly when needed. Ding! Today's check-in reward, +5 appearance value. +2 strength. Today's fortune telling, slight good luck and slight bad luck. Alright. Su Chen looks in the mirror, looking handsome again. There's no way around it, he relies on his talent even though the heavens provide him with food. The fortune telling of slight good luck and slight bad luck is acceptable. After all, he is a person who has passed through a period of great danger. Get up, wash up. Pushing open the door, Wang Fan, the chubby guy, is squatting on the toilet playing with his phone. Looking up, the two lock eyes. Ah. Who are you? Where's my brother? Who let you in? Su Chen. Am I so handsome that you don't recognize me anymore? Is it really that exaggerated? +3 appearance value. Higher nose bridge, bigger eyes, better skin. Doesn't it look like me? Knock knock knock. Officer Hong knocks on the door and enters the shelter. At the moment he sees Su Chen's handsome face, he is also stunned. Kid, didn't see you for one night, and you're handsome again? Putting down the buns and porridge, he sits on the chair. Eat, Director Chen asked me to bring you breakfast. After eating, we'll be on our way. Ha! Su Chen and Wang Fan exchange a glance. The bun that was about to be put in their mouths suddenly doesn't seem appetizing. Wang Fan looks mournful with his chubby face. Officer Hong, is it necessary to rush us on our way like this? The military weapons were brought up by my brother, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, hasn't the relevant department already dealt with the military weapons? Knowing the misunderstanding between the two, Officer Hong smiles and says, "What are you thinking? Director Chen has something to discuss with Su Chen, not with you, chubby." Longhai City Police Bureau Chief's Office. The moment Su Chen steps into the room, Deputy Director Zhang and Director Chen both stand up. Their eyes are fixed on Su Chen's fair hands. Seeing nothing, they finally sit down calmly. Speaking directly, Su Chen, my young brother, please sit down. I called you early in the morning to give you a commendation. A commendation? Su Chen remains silent, listening attentively. It's like this. Yesterday, a military arsenal was indeed salvaged from the bottom of the Wild River. Following your lead, we dug up a total of 12 field cannons, 8 mortars, 5 rocket launchers, rifles, heavy machine guns, and countless bullets. According to the relevant department, experts have made precise analysis. It was buried here by a certain Sunset Country army during the war several decades ago. It's quite dangerous. Decades have passed without anyone noticing. The armed forces mentioned that, in recognition of your brave actions, you will be awarded a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. Our police department will also apply for a second-class medal of bravery for you. How about that? Are you satisfied? 10,000 yuan cash prize, plus a personal second-class medal of bravery. Wow! The 10,000 yuan cash prize is a sure thing, no need to say more. But a personal second-class medal of bravery. It's not easy to come by. Just for a personal second-class medal of bravery. Your name will be written on the first page of the family register. Isn't that too much? Su Chen readily agreed. After all, he had taken a big risk yesterday. There was no reason to refuse. As he was leaving, Deputy Director Zhang stood up with a smile and said tentatively, Su Chen, my young brother. Uncle is asking you for a favor as an elder. Let's just participate in the program properly. We're not in the business of picking up junk, are we? In the future, we'll just pick up junk properly. We won't pick up all that messy stuff anymore. Be good. Listen. Okay? Su Chen? What is he talking about? It feels like he really wants to pick something up. He counted on his fingers. Since he started picking up junk, has he been lucky all the time? He didn't want to pick up bodies or weapons. They just seemed to find their way to him. Forget it. It's all bitter tears if you talk too much, no one can understand. He left the chief's office. Ding dong. A message popped up on his Huawei Mate 60 phone. Bank account ending in times received a cash deposit of 100,000 yuan. Just in time. Ding dong. At that moment, a message appeared on WeChat. Brother, want to fight tonight? Let's have a match. Ha! Su Chen didn't even know when this woman named Bing Bing appeared on his WeChat. She spoke in a flirtatious manner. And after each sentence, there was a picture of her in a bikini? She was so big and so white. It must be that brat Wang Fan's doing. Ring ring. Just as he was about to delete this Bing Bing woman, an unknown number called. Hello? Ahem. The program's chief director cleared his throat on the other end of the line. As soon as he heard it was Su Chen, he straightened up. Su Chen. Have you had breakfast? Are you tired? Do you want me to arrange a few days off for you? This voice was almost flattering. It must be the chief director, right? It made sense, only the chief director had the authority to give contestants special leave. After some thought, Su Chen spoke up, Chief Director, just tell me what you want. What's up? The chief director, hee. It's nothing, really. Our show has been very popular recently. I want to discuss something with you. We previously mentioned a 5% profit share for you, but now, the production team is considering increasing it to 10%. Also, I have a favor to ask. During our live broadcasts, could you, maybe, tone it down a bit? Tone it down? Do they think Su Chen can control it just like that? Why does everyone think it's intentional? That he doesn't want to pick up junk properly? That he wants to be a cop every day? That he doesn't want to be a normal person? Of course, the police department wants a free meal. Su Chen rolled his eyes unexpectedly, Chief Director. Okay, I'll try my best. He hung up the phone, feeling annoyed. That brat Wang Fan. He came back with a camera and started broadcasting without a word. Husband. You look handsome again today. Pat pat, patting will make it grow. Damn, the host is so handsome, just debut right here. Okay, looking so handsome while picking up junk, right? Family, I can't live anymore. The market is open, family, anyone betting big today? Hello, I'm here from the Gambling Addiction Support Group, I'll go first, a corpse, bet 1,000. Atomic bomb. Bet 10,000. Popularity +1 +1 +1 popularity +1 +1 +1. As soon as the broadcast started, the popularity soared to nearly 1 million. Maybe Su Chen himself knows that he is now incredibly popular. Bro, what should we do today? How about getting a foot massage? Forget it. Su Chen couldn't shake off the memories of the last time at Tazai Village. He must maintain a positive image. People online have started giving him nicknames, like Su Banxian, Su Big Cannon. It sounds awful. He can't let others have any misunderstandings about him again. Today, he won't do anything out of the ordinary. Today, we're just going to pick up junk. Let's go. And so, the two of them set off. Walking along the sidewalk, they began picking up junk on the street. At the entrance of the Longhai City Police Station, Deputy Director Zhang, Director Chen got into the car, ready to attend a reporting meeting at the headquarters. Director Chi said, to progress, one must report and summarize more. It was heard that one major case after another in Longhai City had been solved. Director Chi also wanted to learn. He was eager to progress. And so, Officer Hong and several other captains and department heads stood together. Director Chen, don't worry. Nothing will happen at the headquarters. Have a safe journey. We will take care of things at the headquarters. The words sounded strange. Before leaving, Director Chen and Deputy Director Zhang entered Su Chan's live broadcast room and watched for a while. They confirmed that the kid was seriously picking up junk. Only then did they relax and let the driver take them. Phew. Who knows when the director will be back? When we get to the headquarters, we're sure to be praised. This time, our Longhai City Police Station has finally made a name for itself. One can imagine Director Chen sitting at the reporting meeting, looking proud. Officer Hong shook his head and said with a smile, let's go back and watch the live broadcast. Don't forget the tasks the director assigned us. Yongchang Street in Longhai City. Two figures, one fat and one thin, wandered on the sidewalk. In the morning. They didn't pick up much junk, but took a lot of photos with fans. It seemed like the local fans could smell them coming. When they saw Su Chen, they came up directly asking for autographs and photos. Little chubby Wang Fan was left aside feeling aggrieved. Oh no, my brother is not clean. Sigh. Finally sending off the last online friend after taking a photo, Su Chen felt tired. It seems like I'll have to wear a mask when going out in the future. He finally understood how difficult it was to be a star, to be an internet celebrity. Wang Fan picked up a transparent umbrella and threw it into Su Chen's basket. Bro, found a small umbrella, wash it and it can still be used. Su Chen. Chubby, can you stop embarrassing me? There are over 1 million people in our live broadcast room, huh? It's okay. We're all robots. Please continue your performance. Are these two going to fool around at night? Are they going to fight each other? Host, I want to know, who takes the initiative, who submits? I heard, being slightly chubby feels good, damn. Did the wheel just hit my face again? Stop. Let me off the car. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan grinned. It's okay, bro. One find is one find. Su Chen really couldn't understand. Walking and asking, Chubby, do you have a girlfriend? What are you doing picking up this stuff for? Someone else used it, it's so dirty. If you throw it away, I'll buy you a few boxes, okay? Wang Fan shook his head. Brother, you don't understand. We should save where we can and spend where we should. Besides, who told you I don't have a girlfriend? Su Chen said, the girl with the 5 fingers doesn't count. Brother, look at your lack of ambition. Ha! Seeing Su Chen about to take action, Wang Fan immediately surrendered and confessed. He. To be honest with you, brother. I used your phone for WeChat yesterday and found an online dating partner. Is it that Bing Bing? The one with a lot of principles and close to E? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Are you sure that woman isn't out there selling herself? Brother, if you talk about your sister-in-law like that, I'll get angry. Wang Fan rolled his eyes. I didn't realize you were so serious. Well. Brother, can we finish work early tonight? I want you to accompany me to a date. All right. Su Chen understood what the fat guy meant. He just wanted him to keep an eye out and maybe pay for the bill again? Seeing how serious the chubby guy was, he reluctantly agreed. The two continued on their way. Checking the time, it was almost time for dinner. It looks like we won't be able to freeload on the police station's boxed meals today. There's no such thing as a free lunch. They're not short of money, they have tens of thousands in funds. Looking up, squinting at the big sun. Su Chen silently made up his mind, he would only eat after finding one. By the roadside. Su Chen was fully focused, concentrating intently. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Hey! In his field of vision, there was a thick black line the size of a bowl rim. Wrapped tightly. Wow, this thing looks valuable. Without hesitation, Su Chen picked up the basket, threw it aside with his iron arm. He took a closer look. Hey! This black line is quite thick, covered in mud and such. Assessing the damage. It was clear that no one wanted it. Good, today he could make a big profit. Rolling up his sleeves, he got to work. Su Chen was already thinking about how much he could sell the discarded wire for. How much per pound was it again? Can't remember. Oh well, he would take it to the scrapyard later. The owner of the recycling station would surely be happy to take it. Rubbing his hands together, Su Chen grabbed the unwanted black thick wire with both hands. Ripping it. The black line stretched longer as he pulled, dirt flying everywhere. A piece of stone, painted white, the size of a palm, jumped out from the soil. Taking a closer look. 2 incomplete red characters were clearly engraved on it. National Defense. The black line was quite long, with many smaller lines inside. Su Chen pulled out this one. It was strange. It was easy and effortless to pull. The soil under his feet was soft, with signs of being disturbed. This place has been dug up before. Su Chen muttered to himself. He played with the black line in his hand. Even though he didn't know much about wiring. But looking at the many small lines inside the black line. Dense and varied configurations. Optical fibers, glass fibers. There was no copper wire or precious metals in it. It didn't seem very valuable, huh? Not far away. Just as Su Chen was considering whether to return the wire to its original place, photographer Wang Fan came running excitedly. He ran to where the palm-sized stone had fallen. He picked it up. Brushed off the dirt, carefully examining the two bright red characters on it. National Defense. National Defense. Buzz. The moment Wang Fan saw these two words, it was as if he had been struck by a high-voltage current. His mouth, big enough to fit two fists, dropped open. His whole body froze in place. National Defense. This. Could the black line my brother pulled out be a national defense? Optical cable? No way? No way? Could it be such a coincidence? My brother said we wouldn't do anything today. Wang Fan is not sure. Nervously, he handed the stone to Su Chen. Brother. Look, what characters are written on it? National Defense? Su Chen frowned. The characters on the white painted stone were not very clear. But, he could still make out these two characters. He looked at the black line that had long been broken in his hand. There were no copper wires, no metal materials inside. Then he looked at the white painted stone in his hand. On the incomplete National Defense characters, there was a 5-pointed star. Hiss. In an instant, Su Chen felt his scalp tingling. This. The black line exposed outside, exposed on the street, is a National Defense optical cable. Isn't it just a useless old electrical wire that no one wants? How did it turn into a ruin the family National Defense optical cable? At this moment, in the live broadcast studio, millions of fans were watching with great interest. Good boy, picking up a National Defense optical cable from the trash. Do you know why a sign is placed on the National Defense optical cable? That thing is not to protect the cable, it's to protect you. Our military brothers will arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Anchor, you are really bold. Daring to pull the National Defense optical cable. I heard that this thing costs 72 yuan per second? Even if you take off your pants, it's not enough to compensate. I have seen it, the one the anchor is holding is a primary trunk line, which means it's more expensive. More serious. More punishable. Let me explain here, the material of the National Defense optical cable is not too expensive. What's expensive is the military information, military secrets. Since you broke the National Defense optical cable, the satellite has already locked you in, huh? I can't stop laughing. Is the anchor going to be in big trouble this time? Don't. Finally found a live broadcast more exciting than a TV drama, don't go. Su Chen and Wang Fan stared at each other. They only wanted to pick up an unwanted line. How did it turn into a National Defense optical cable? Shouldn't this thing be buried underground? Why is it exposed outside? Are you trying to provoke me here? Su Chen felt 1,000 grass mud horses running in his mind. Wang Fan's chubby face turned pale. Brother, what should we do now? Should we run away? Chubby, you are so naive. Run away? If you can run for 24 hours, then you are considered someone. Be honest, hold your head with both hands, squat down and sing Conquer. I have a question. If I am kidnapped in the mountain area, intentionally cut the National Defense optical cable, will I be rescued because of this? Our military brothers are about to arrive at the battlefield. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Ultimate Challenger Program Group, heads of various departments, team leaders. They were sitting at their desks, trembling. Contestant 54, still performing steadily today. You picked up a corpse, picked up a cannon. I can understand if you pick up weapons, but why are you picking up a national defense optical cable? Is this something you can just pick up? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They were extremely puzzled. Didn't the executive director call contestant 54 this morning? Didn't he give him a bonus reward? Isn't the 10% profit sharing enough? Ancestors, do you have to make the show go wrong to feel at ease? The head of the monitoring team trembled. He wanted to get up from his desk to pack up. He found that his legs were not listening to him. Damn, I'm really useless. The head of the logistics department mourned with a sad face. Brothers, do we still have time to book plane tickets and run away? The head of the editing department was typing frantically with both hands. I need to take care of things at home. The chief director was sitting in the office. He kept calling the chairman, the investors, and the producers. No one was answering. Just as he was feeling frustrated, an assistant secretary who knew the situation pushed the door open. Director. Just received news. The fiber optic cable was cut at 11:30, and the chairman and investors drove away at 11:31. Chief Director. Longhai City Police Station. At this moment, the business hall was already bustling. The chief was not there, and the captains of the major teams were in charge. Officer Hong had a serious expression. He said solemnly, just received news. During a military exercise with other station troops at the Longhai City garrison, there was an unexpected signal interruption. According to the investigation, near Yongchang Street, a primary defense fiber optic cable was intentionally cut. Currently, the military department has requested our support. We hope to find the culprit as soon as possible. Defense fiber optic cable, a primary line? Wow, was it intentionally cut? Who would risk their lives like that? It's crazy. There's no time to dwell on it. Officer Hong immediately assigned tasks to the major teams. Then he said, the defense fiber optic cable is a major issue. It involves military secrets, operational information for military exercises, and so on. Please take this seriously. The chief was not there, and they couldn't disappoint him. Special police teams, criminal investigation teams. Every available officer was preparing and getting into vehicles. Whoosh! It was at this moment. At the entrance of the Longhai City Police Station, a taxi slowly stopped. Chubby Wang Fan mechanically used his phone to pay. The taxi driver smiled. Seeing the two men looking nervous with bulging bags, he thought something unfriendly must have happened. The taxi driver was warm and kind. He patted his chest and said, "Young man, you don't look right. Did something happen? Tell Uncle, I have connections in Longhai City. Uncle can help you out. There are indeed many good people in the world." The taxi driver was genuinely concerned about his passengers. Without asking much, he simply said, "Uncle can help." He was truly touched. Suchen sighed and shook his head. "Uncle, thank you for your kindness. It's not that we don't trust you, but you really can't help in this situation." The taxi driver was taken aback, feeling challenged in his pride. "What? Don't believe in Uncle's abilities? To be honest, I have a friend in the police special forces. As long as you..." Click. Before the taxi driver could finish speaking, Suchen opened the car door, grabbed the broken fiber optic cable, and headed straight for the police station. The taxi driver is kind-hearted, but they should have shown the defense fiber optic cable, at least let others touch it. I've never touched a defense fiber optic cable in my life. Maybe I'll cut one and touch it someday. May the broadcaster be blessed. Surrendering is a good choice. Having a place to rely on, having a place to live. Su Chan walked into the gate at a steady pace. The officers on duty were already used to it. Without asking, they let him pass naturally. Inside the compound, the criminal investigation team, special police team. Officers were getting into vehicles, preparing to depart. When Su Chen and Wang Fan appeared, Officer Hong and others hurried over. They were smiling because, for the first time, Su Chen had not reported an incident all morning. Actually, because they were busy discussing the national defense fiber optic cable over the phone with the armed forces, they didn't pay much attention to Su Chen's live broadcast. In other words, they still don't know exactly what happened. They still maintain a warm and positive attitude towards Su Chen. Officer Hong and Su Tianlong approached first. The former warmly waved and greeted, "Su Chen, my brother. We meet again." Su Chen. What to do? There's a bit of guilt in my heart. But the national defense fiber optic cable has to be dealt with. There's no choice but to face it head on. Su Chen forced a smile. Officer Hong. What do you think this is? A thick black line was pulled out from his pocket and placed in front of Officer Hong and Su Tianlong. What is this? Officer Hong took it. The two carefully examined it in their palms. Su Chen, where did you get this? This doesn't look like a cable. There's no copper wire or precious metal inside. It feels hard, a bit like fiberglass? Officer Hong considered himself knowledgeable. He pondered what kind of line could match the one in his hand. Su Chen, did you pick up this fiber optic cable? This thing isn't worth much. Officer Hong has really seen a lot. Being able to identify it as a fiber optic cable, not bad. Quick, tell him it's a national defense fiber optic cable. Quick. Scare him a bit. Quick. Make him doubt his life. Watching this live broadcast, I'm so excited that I could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. The audience in the live broadcast room was eagerly watching. At the same time, the program headquarters was also paying attention. The boss and investors had run away, so now they could only see what the police had to say. Fortunately, Su Chen chose to surrender instead of running away. Hearing this, Su Chen scratched his head. Officer Hong, you're right. The one you're holding is a fiber optic cable. I picked it up by accident while collecting scrap. So that's how it is. Officer Hong laughed. He looked at Su Chen's nervous expression. He explained with a smile, Su Chen, my brother. You're not afraid to pick up cannons or military arsenals. Why are you afraid of this fiber optic cable? Civilian fiber optic cables can be repaired. Besides, you only picked up a piece, right? Officer Hong didn't take it to heart. He patted Su Chen's shoulder. It's okay. As long as you don't pick up corpses or cannons. I can help you with this little matter of the fiber optic cable. I'll contact the maintenance department later to fix it. Su Chen. It's not about whether it needs to be repaired or not. Officer Hong. Is it possible that this is a national defense fiber optic cable? Officer Hong? Su Tianlong? National defense fiber optic cable? These 4 words entered their ears. Officer Hong's smile froze on his face, and he stood there stiffly. He picked up the black line in his hand and examined it again. Finally, he found a clue on the surface of the line. This mark. Su Tianlong's face instantly turned pale. Old Hong. This seems to be a national defense fiber optic cable. Officer Hong. At this moment, his brain was completely in a state of shutdown. The nerves in his brain were entangled, a mess. Isn't it? National defense fiber optic cable and Su Chen? How are these two related? Weren't you just picking up scrap? He glanced at the nervous look on this kid's face. It seems like he understands what's going on. Could it be that the call from the armed forces mentioned someone digging up? Buzz. His brain exploded, a blank space. Officer Hong was frozen in place. Su Chen, this kid. Just when I was about to praise him for performing well all morning and not causing trouble. He didn't even call the police. As a result, he directly took the national defense optical cable and came knocking on the door. This is like a naughty child who made a mistake and went home to find his mother. Heavens! I just didn't watch the live broadcast for a while. And he managed to pick up the National Defense optical cable? Can you pick that up? Can you touch that? Do you know that this thing can get you into serious trouble? You really dare, kid. He's still performing steadily. Still as stable as an old dog. Officer Hong, this kid is coming at me. Who can help me call the police? Sometimes, police officers really want to cry. Officer Hong, Sugo, please control him. Barbie cue the family members. Really, wiping the butt with a screen missed a trick. Boom. At this moment, in the not-so-distant sky, the sound of helicopter propellers could be heard. Looking up, several camouflage helicopters were heading towards the police station. Swish, swish, swish. At the entrance of the police station, on several main roads, side roads, military off-road vehicles and trucks arrived one after another. This shocking scene attracted many onlookers. Heavens, why are there suddenly so many soldiers? And military helicopters too. Are they going to war? Such a big show of force, so intimidating. The next moment, soldiers in camouflage uniforms jumped off the trucks. They quickly dispersed. They immediately sealed off all entrances and exits around the Longhai City Police Station. Phew! Captain Su Tianlong of the Special Police Force took a deep breath to stay calm. He slapped Officer Hong on the back, shouting loudly, "Lao Hong! Quick, call the chief and tell him to come back. Our police station is surrounded by the military." Longhai City Ring Expressway Toll Station. Successfully entering the fast lane, the driver pressed the accelerator almost to the floor. Director Chen and Deputy Director Zhang were chatting in the back seat. They were on their way to the office to report on their work and summarize. Ding ling ling. Just as they were discussing how to introduce Su Chen to Chief Chi, Director Chen's phone rang. The three people in the car were shocked at the same time. The caller ID showed Lao Hong? Director Chen looked dull and answered the call. Instantly, Officer Hong's excited voice came through the phone. "Director Chen. Please come back quickly." Director Chen? Deputy Director Zhang? The driver, who was stepping on the gas pedal. Last time, they could take it easy. This time, there was no room for relaxation? Director Chen clenched his teeth, his face tense. "Lao Hong, what's the matter? Didn't I tell you before? Don't call me unless it's urgent. Chief Chi is waiting for a meeting." Last time, he stood up Chief Chi. Director Chen had been holding a grudge. However, Officer Hong couldn't care less. Seeing that the military had surrounded the police station, these leaders, captains, couldn't control the situation at all. Officer Hong's voice trembled. "Director Chen, you better come back. Our Longhai City Police Station is surrounded by the military." Director Chen? Military and police are not separate entities. How could the military suddenly surround their Longhai City Police Station? It doesn't make sense. Before Director Chen could speak, Deputy Director Zhang habitually shouted, "Turn around at the next service area. Let's go back." Taking out his phone, he couldn't bring himself to call Chief Chi. He composed a text message and sent it. Then, he put his phone in his pocket. Whatever. Director Chen frowned deeply. They had just gotten on the highway. They hadn't traveled far from last time. It seemed that every time he left the office, something happened. "Lao Hong, explain clearly to me. What exactly is going on?" Officer Hong looked helpless. "Director Chen. Brother Su Chen accidentally picked up the National Defense optical cable. He brought a piece of National Defense optical cable to the bureau, and the people from the Armed Forces Department came directly." Director Chen? National Defense optical cable. His eyes went dark, and he couldn't catch his breath. Deputy Director Zhang quickly took out water from the back seat. "Old Chen, don't get excited, calm down. I don't need to go back to the office. I don't need to report this little troublemaker. Just yesterday, they found a military arsenal, and today they started messing with the National Defense optical cable. When others accidentally cut the cable with an excavator, they ran away with the plane's head on their shoulders that same day. Afraid of being caught, afraid of taking responsibility. But you, instead of running away, went straight to the police station. You were even live streaming. Who else would the military come looking for? Officer Hong hung up the phone, feeling completely unattractive. A military helicopter from the Armed Forces Department slowly descended from above. It landed in the police station courtyard. Soon after, a middle-aged man in military uniform with a stern face came down from the helicopter. Rank, Lieutenant Colonel. In the live broadcast room, the popularity increased by 111, Lieutenant Colonel. Lieutenant Colonel. This is getting serious. The cable was cut at noon, and the person was arrested in the afternoon. If it was a bit later, they would have had dinner. Stop talking. Even if a deity comes, they can't save you. Life is short. Why do you have to take shortcuts? Where is the official program team? Have they already run away? Now I post a colored picture. Will anyone ban me? Anyone looking for a godfather? I have many links. The program's popularity continued to soar, setting new records for viewership. How should I put it? Incidents like cutting the National Defense optical cable are usually seen in short videos. It's rare to witness it firsthand, especially through live broadcasting. A lieutenant colonel from the military, helicopters, military vehicles, trucks all appeared. The scene was beyond belief. Netizens always enjoy watching big events. They not only watch but also share. They not only share but also take screenshots, edit, and post on their social media. At one point, the audience in the live broadcast room grew larger and larger. They were deeply impressed by Su Chen and his actions. At the headquarters of the Ultimate Challenger variety show, the chief director ordered the security department to lock the main gate. All the leaders were called to the office for a meeting. Let me explain, everyone here is a key member of the show. I'll say it again, now is the time to test you all. Avoidance will never solve the problem. Along the way of our show, we encountered corpses, rock sugar, cannons. Even a military arsenal. It's just a national defense optical cable, don't be afraid. As long as we can afford to compensate, we will take responsibility. Even if we have to use the final 1 billion prize for compensation. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and nodded one after another. It was evident that after weighing the pros and cons, the chief director had called the bosses. The benefits brought by Su Chen's program were not insignificant. Currently, the Ultimate Challenger variety show has surpassed famous shows like Running Man, Where Are We Going, Dad, and Ace vs. Ace. It ranks first in the variety show ratings. When something happened, it was necessary to protect contestant number 54, Su Chen. In the courtyard of the Longhai City police station, the atmosphere was tense. The officers sat in their cars, looking at each other. Why did the military directly send troops? What happened? Also, what is that black line in Brother Su Chen's hand? Lieutenant Colonel Zheng Jianfeng from the military came to Officer Hong and the others. Old Hong, we meet again, huh? Old Zheng, it's you. Officer Hong recognized at a glance that this lieutenant colonel was his elementary school classmate. The two shook hands. Then, Zhang Jianfeng looked at the piece of defense optical cable in Officer Hong's hand. He said, Old Hong, you should be aware of the situation, right? Maliciously destroying the optical cable, forcing our military exercise to be interrupted. Such malicious intentions cannot be tolerated. Must be severely punished. Gu Dong. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone swallowed their saliva. Officer Hong understood the temper of his elementary school classmate. He felt a bit embarrassed. Old Zheng, you know. Young people, full of youthful vigor. It's good to admit mistakes and change. Su Chen, I don't think he did it on purpose. You see, can we go easy on him? After speaking, Zhang Jianfeng looked at Su Chen beside him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This kid looks familiar. You must be the one who salvaged the arsenal from the river yesterday, right? Picking up trash for 10 years without anyone asking. Suddenly becoming famous. Zheng Jianfeng recognized Su Chen's extraordinary qualities at a glance. Silence was the theme of the night. Zheng Jianfeng, good kid, let's settle. Both old and new accounts together, you're getting more clever. Cutting the cable results in a loss of millions. Picking up big guns will be rewarded, picking up defense optical cables will get you a government job. In this situation, I want to compose a song, digging in what kind of garden, digging in a big construction site, getting close to the defense optical cable, oh my goodness. Hey! It's said that smart kids start early and get a secure job. Su Chen remained silent, and everyone kept quiet. Officer Hong's face twitched, feeling bitter but unable to express it. There was nothing he could do to help. Just when everyone thought Zheng Jianfeng would arrest Su Chen, a hand patted Su Chen's shoulder. Seeing him like a treasure, young man, well done. Ha! Well done? Is it considered well done to pick up a defense optical cable? This sentence directly caused everyone's brains to shrink. They looked at Zheng Jianfeng strangely. How did this uncle become a lieutenant colonel? Wasn't he here to arrest Su Chen? Zheng Jianfeng completely ignored the opinions of the crowd. Smiling, he said, young man, you're the one. Thumbs up, looking extremely pleased. When you have trouble, find the police. When you have something to do, find the police. That's right. Remember, do it like this in the future. Okay. This is my phone number. Zheng Jianfeng quickly took out a pen and paper he carried with him. He wrote down his contact information. He said, if Officer Hong and the others don't receive you, I will. Su Chen. The lieutenant colonel's enthusiasm left everyone puzzled. What's going on? He picked up a defense optical cable. Not only was there no problem, but someone welcomed him like this? Zheng Jianfeng took the broken defense optical cable from Officer Hong's hand. This guy. It looks like it was picked up by Su Chen, right? Good job picking it up. Collective silence. It was the first time they had seen someone happy about picking up a broken defense optical cable. Zheng Jianfeng noticed how everyone was looking at him. He seemed to guess what was going on. He laughed heartily. You don't think I'm here to arrest Su Chen, do you? Everyone? Isn't that the case? Almost everyone thought so. Helicopters, a large military force, and the 3 major telecom operators who had just rushed over, shivering at the police station entrance. This scene closely resembled the situation after cutting the defense optical cable on the internet. The smile will not disappear, it will only keep shifting. Zheng Jianfeng spoke up, I brought people to your police station to request assistance. So, the mastermind you mentioned. Officer Hong's head was buzzing. The reversal was too fast, his mind couldn't keep up. In fact, even Su Chen himself was quite confused. Although there were various doubts in his mind. But after all, the national defense cable was a piece he picked up. After all that, am I not the mastermind? Zheng Jianfeng smirked. His voice gradually turned cold. Don't worry, the culprit won't escape. From the moment the national defense cable was deliberately damaged and cut, our satellite positioning has already captured the real mastermind. My men will soon bring them in. In other words, someone had already cut the national defense cable before Su Chen found it? Realizing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that could scare someone to death. Damn. The cable wasn't cut by the anchor? According to the colonel's meaning, can the anchor still receive praise? Isn't it? My brain is a bit insufficient. The anchor was about to be in deep trouble a second ago, how come the next second, he's being praised? No. Anchor, you're so lucky? Is this even possible? Is this a script? Even brainless novels wouldn't dare to write like this. Su Chen, you're a lucky fish. Found the cable and no one arrested you for it. Program Group Headquarters. In the silent office, suddenly. Today is a good day. Background music played. Everyone burst into unprecedented revelry. It's New Year, it's New Year. Rumble. After a while, another military camouflage helicopter descended from the sky. Several suspects wearing headgear were brought down. Worth noting, the soldiers were armed and looked tough. On their armbands were the words Wolf Tooth Special Forces. The chubby Wang fan saw this and swallowed hard, recalling their reckless behavior before. He shivered all over. Damn, they sent the special forces directly to arrest people. Bro, luckily it wasn't us who cut the cable. The captain of the special forces saluted. He brought the culprits in front of everyone, reporting to the leader. The people have been brought in. Currently, according to our understanding, there is still one boss who fled before our operation. Our people are currently searching with all their might. Hearing this, Zheng Jianfeng said lightly, "Thank you, you may go. Also, bring our military instructor Huang over. Tell him there's an urgent matter to attend." 2. Yes. The Special Forces team boarded the helicopter, coming and going in a hurry. That's how it was. Several culprits wearing black headgear were brought in front of everyone. Everyone looked at each other, clearly not understanding what was going on. Officer Hong coughed twice, clearing his throat. He asked, "Old Zhang, how do you plan to deal with these people? Has someone been sent to repair the national defense cable?" Cutting the cable, time is money. Zheng Jianfeng nodded. He handed the national defense cable in his hand to his subordinate. "Take it to the repairman and see if it can still be used." After that, Zheng Jianfeng kicked the people next to him. "Speak. Why did you maliciously damage the national defense cable?" The people in black headgear stumbled. Without a word, they quickly knelt down and began to beg for mercy. "We really didn't know it was that cable." "Idiot. It's the national defense cable. Isn't it just a fast internet wire? Whether it's a cable or a wire, in our village, those buried underground, with no one watching, isn't that something no one wants? What's wrong with digging a few out to use?" Several people spoke with accents. When they spoke, they had a strong local flavor. Zheng Jianfeng was furious. "Damn it. Do you have any justification? The national defense optical cable is such a big stone sign, are you blind? Anyone who has been to school and received an education knows. National defense optical cable, strictly prohibited from destruction. But these few people wearing black headgear are the 9 leaky fish. P.S. 9-year compulsory education, fish that slipped through the net. Not to mention going to school, they can't even write their full names. They call each other names like Dog Egg, Second Fool, Big Butt. Having a cheap name is easy to live with. On the one hand, it's easy to say, and on the other hand, it's secretive. The few of them. Although they can't be seen now, they answered each of Zheng Jianfeng's questions seriously. "Big brother, you mentioned that stone sign, we saw it. But we can't read. We heard from others that the National Defense optical cable thing has fast internet speed. We thought, let's dig a few out and try. Maybe the internet speed will improve, and so will our performance." Who knew, before we even connected the internet cable, your people rushed in. You broke the door, scared our hearts to race. We want to report to the police. Zheng Jianfeng? Everyone? This guy doesn't know how to read, 9 leaky fish? Whether it's true or not, he talks in circles, like a damn sow wearing a bra. What's wrong? Did you open your mouth to let out the sewage? Not only did you maliciously cut the National Defense optical cable, but you also want to report to the police? Yes, the National Defense optical cable is fast. But, can you just dig it up as you please? According to your logic, robbing a bank would make money faster, why don't you go rob one? Even if you rob a jewelry store, I could still take a breather. Unbelievable. These people really don't know how to read. Damn it, they only know the National Defense optical cable is fast, but don't know that cutting it would ruin everything? It's really... I only want to hear what I want to hear. This guy talks so sweetly, how come you think you're right after cutting the National Defense optical cable? I'm laughing to death. What kind of job do you guys have? How much money do you make in a month? Why work so hard? These people have no culture. Not to mention illiterate, let alone legally ignorant. Zhang Jianfeng is most troubled by this kind of situation. Uneducated, bold, to put it simply, ignorant. Officer Hong stepped forward. He said, "Old Zhang, don't be in a hurry. Looking at the situation of these people, they should be from out of town. Perhaps, it's possible that they were deceived into coming here. In the police records, there are many similar cases. Human traffickers lure rural people with low levels of knowledge and culture to big cities, claiming high wages, good treatment. In reality, they end up either mining coal or working in illegal brick factories. They have a desire to improve their lives. Unfortunately, they suffer from a lack of education. In the case of these few people, they are worthy of sympathy, yet not worthy of sympathy." Zhang Jianfeng rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Old Hong, to be honest, I brought these few people here, and there is something I need to ask your police station for help with. They might need to be handed over to you for handling. My subordinates told me. When they were executing the arrest, they accidentally discovered that the company where these people were located is a fairly large illegal pyramid scheme den. Mainly engaged in fraud, pyramid schemes, brainwashing. It's quite large in scale, and even has connections with some overseas scams. If they hadn't been caught for cutting the National Defense optical cable this time, this den might have remained hidden for a long time. Hiss. When this was said, Officer Hong suddenly took a deep breath of cold air. A pyramid scheme with elements of fraud? He needed to know. This is a type of illegal activity that the police have been cracking down on severely with the development of internet technology. No face-to-face meetings, no revealing identities, no need for real identities. On the internet, a sweet husband or wife can easily fabricate high education, good physique, and a good job, instantly gaining someone's trust. There are even more outrageous cases. These scammers can make a highly intelligent person completely lose trust in their relatives and friends. It's like brainwashing. Extremely malicious in nature, it can easily ruin families and fortunes. Just the thought of how many people have been destroyed by this, how many have jumped off buildings. Officer Hong's face darkened. This group of people is simply despicable. Officer Hong, I know what you want to do most right now. Police cannot hit people. Let me do it. Smack. A resounding slap that touched the heart. Su Chen felt so relieved. Damn. Let me have a few too, fatso. My brother and I were almost killed by you guys. Wang Fan was equally filled with hatred. Damn. It's all a scam. I thought they were working hard, but it turns out, cutting the fiber optic cables was to scam others more quickly and conveniently. Thank goodness their education level is not high. With this level of intelligence, I really doubt how they scam others. Sai, you don't understand this, casting a wide net, selective fishing. Even the police can be scammed by telecom fraud. It makes my blood boil. Telecom fraud is the worst. They dare to cheat money meant for my mother's treatment and saving her life. We must not let these people go. Strongly recommend everyone to download the National Anti-Fraud app. The situation was understood. Officer Hong didn't hesitate at all. He immediately ordered people to detain and interrogate. Lao Zhang, I'm ordering the entire city to be on guard. We will strive to capture the head of the scam within 24 hours. At that moment, the entire city of Longhai was patrolled by special police, criminal police, armed police, and soldiers in groups of 4, conducting investigations. Important exit points were guarded and checked. The whole city was on high alert, ready for action. In the evening, as the sun set in the west, Officer Hong rushed to the business hall. He looked at the 2 people lying on the cool chairs like salted fish. Su Chen, are you okay? False alarm. Since Lao Zhang is here today, how about this? Let's have dinner together tonight? Hearing this, Su Chen surprisingly did not agree. He shook his head and said, Officer Hong, let's skip dinner tonight. I'm taking Fatso to meet an online friend. A female friend? Officer Hong raised an eyebrow. Then he thought for a moment, all right. I won't meddle in the affairs of you young people. If you have nowhere to sleep tonight, just come to the station. The doors of the police station are always open to you. I'm crying, what's the difference between this and going home? This home is not something anyone can return to as they please. I've seen a photo of Fatso's female friend, she seems sophisticated, just don't know about her appearance. Outside the Novena Grand Hotel. Brother, she's in room 321. There's a waterbed with automatic rocking. Hurry, she can't wait to see you. A few consecutive ding sounds. The female online friend named Bing Bing sent a message on WeChat. A series of flirtatious messages, followed by a girlish voice. Accompanied by many suggestive photos. With legs and flesh. There were also several cosplay uniforms laid out on the bed. Wang Fan only glanced at them. Blood pressure soaring, exclaiming awesome. Damn, is my girlfriend a contrast lowly, a girl with glasses? Bro, should I have her cosplay as Yanling tonight, or as Lucian? Wang Fan grinned with his big teeth, tonight will be a night of fireworks. Bro, don't blame me for being unkind tonight. Forget it. Su Chen didn't like that kind of thing. Fatty was brought to the third-floor corridor. He stood at the elevator entrance, adjusting his clothes. Wang Fan noticed that the door to room 321 was open. No one? He subconsciously took out his phone to send a WeChat message. Darling, where are you? Brother, don't worry, I'll be there soon. The voice message was sweet and charming. Su Chen shook his head. He didn't want to continue being a third wheel. He pressed the elevator button to go downstairs. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened on the third floor. In sight, a man in a black windbreaker, wearing a mask and a black duckbill cap, hurriedly walked out. Su Chen glanced back. It's so hot, why dress so heavily? Does he think he's a celebrity? Su Chen pressed the elevator button to go to the first floor. Brother! Ha! The elevator door hadn't closed yet. A sweet lowly voice came through. Su Chen shuddered. Damn! Why does that voice sound so familiar? He quickly rushed out of the elevator. Su Chen indeed found out. The man in the black windbreaker who had just passed by him stepped into room 321, the romantic big bedroom. Fatty's room? Damn! This scene made Su Chen's brain shrink. Explode. I used to envy Fatty, but now, ugh. I feel like throwing up. Is this a gay thing? Oh my butt clenched, didn't expect it, Fatty is so promiscuous? Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from room 321. Su Chen? It's not even dark yet. Are they starting without any foreplay? No cleaning up? No setting the mood? Fatty. Is he really like this? Help! Assault! Robbery! My waist! Following that, heart-wrenching screams came from the room. It was Fatty Wang Fan. It sounded very painful. Su Chen hesitated, could this be their unique kind of pleasure? Damn! Forget it! Su Chen rushed to the door of room 321. With his strengthened physique from countless system rewards, a kick with hundreds of pounds of force. The small door couldn't withstand it. Two loud bangs. The door fell straight down. At the same time, the man in the black mask and windbreaker was hit on the head by the falling door. He passed out immediately. Wang Fan quickly pulled up his pants. Seeing Su Chen, he immediately hugged his thigh. He burst into tears, brother. I'm not clean anymore. This guy is a dead pervert. He deceived my feelings. He wanted to stab my butt. And wanted to cook my waist. I'll never date online again. Bro, should we call the police? Wang Fan was extremely aggrieved. Family members, who would understand. The contrast lowly that he had been longing to cosplay. But in the end, she turned out to be a perverted man. This guy not only wanted to take the back door, but also wanted to mess with people's waists after the deed. Fatty must be feeling down now, right? Ha ha. Meeting an online friend is like opening a blind box. Either a surprise or a shock. I wonder about the psychological shadow area of Fatty Wang Fan. At this moment, Su Chen stood still with a calm face. He was a bit incredulous. The reason was not that Wang Fan encountered a perverted man, but the real identity of the man in the windbreaker. Isn't it? Is it such a coincidence? No coincidences in the world? Am I really lucky today? In the sea of knowledge, a detailed personal information emerged. Name, Pang Guangda. Gender, male. Personality, reserved, cautious, likes plump people, witty, quick-tempered, interests, finds joy in fraud, believes that there is a free lunch in the world, believes that he is a proud son of heaven, what belongs to others is mine. Identity, leader of the hopeful fraud gang, wanted by the police. Crimes, injuring many adult or underage plump males, damaging human health. Fraud amounting to 500 million. Establishing illegal fraud dens. Colluding with overseas dens, one by one after another. Unbelievable and shocking. This Pang Guangda, his crimes are a bit serious. Knows how to be reserved, knows how to tempt, cautious, high IQ. His innate conditions far exceed those of many ordinary people. It's a pity that he had to resort to fraud. And he's even into men, specifically attracted to people with big buttocks? A bit twisted. The key is that this person has a status. If Su Chen is not mistaken. This guy should be in cahoots with the group that cut the cable this afternoon and went back to try it out, right?